Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Hypersensory Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku. Izuku couldn't quite stop himself from twitching. As much as he wanted to pay attention to present mixed speech to make sure he knew what was going on with the exam, not that he hadn't read the pamphlet at least 20 times over by now, it was just so loud. How was that not driving everyone else crazy? And even with how loud it was, there was a couple of few seats in front of him who seemed more interested in whispering to each other than listening to the pro-hero. And someone was wearing way too much perfume. Even all that wasn't enough to shift Izuku's attention away from the pro-hero. It just made it harder to focus. Maybe he could get his autograph later? It was at this point Izuku was brought out of his thoughts by someone actually interrupting present Mike. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes, the teen said, his voice almost as loud as present Mix. Then he shocked Izuku by turning around abruptly, his glasses glinting from the spotlight shining down on him. In addition, you over there with the curly hair. The light reflecting off the glasses actually blinded Izuku for a moment, and he winced, closing his eyes and rubbing the spots out of them. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. And you're even falling asleep during such an important presentation. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku couldn't even manage to mutter out a simple apology, as he was too distracted by the pain in his eyes and ears at this point. Fortunately, present Mike spoke up at that point and calmed things down before proceeding to explain the last type of obstacle they could encounter. Not that Izuku could hear much of what he said, with his ears ringing and his eyes burning. Shortly after that, everyone was directed to go to various buses that took them to their battle centers. By the time they got there, at least Izuku could see and hear again without being in constant pain. Battle Center B was literally a mock city that towered over him, far bigger than he thought it would be. He stood in front of the large doors leading into the city with several other students. This was it, his chance to finally become a hero. He just had to pass this one exam, and he'd be on his way to making his dream a reality. He took a moment to look at the other potential students in the area. He didn't really see anyone he recognized at first. Then he spotted that girl that had saved him from face-planting on the way in. Just as he was about to head toward her to thank her for her help, he froze. Just behind her, next to the door, there was another girl. She had dark red, neck-length hair that was mostly straight, but it would probably be wavier if it was longer as it spread out near the ends, becoming messier. She looked like she was just a bit shorter than Izuku himself, if you stopped measuring height at the top of her head at least. Sticking up out of her hair was a pair of cat ears, with the fur matching her hair color, almost blending in. They also kept twitching in all directions. She was wearing a simple shirt and skirt combo, with a red cat-like tail sticking out from just above her skirt. Before he could really take in any other details about her, she just casually took her shirt off. Izuku could barely believe what he was seeing as she continued to undress right there, where everyone could see her. He even closed and rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, but when he looked again, she was fully naked, though, perhaps fortunately for Izuku's sanity, she was facing away from him. Okay, start. The shout drew Izuku's attention away from the naked cat girl to present Mike, shouting from atop a nearby tower. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run, run, he shouted, one arm spinning around dramatically. The die has been cast, you know. Izuku took a moment to process that before glancing back to where the naked girl was. Or had been. She was running into the city along with the rest of the students. It took several more seconds before Izuku finally really processed what was going on and, with a start, finally began running. What is going on? Why is she naked? And why isn't anyone else freaking out about it? Despite his best efforts, the other students quickly pulled ahead and started spreading out through the city. Izuku shook his head. Regardless of how strange the girl was, he had to focus. His eyes started darting around, trying to find a villain to take down to score some points. Suddenly, a single pointer turned the corner in front of him. He tried to come up with some way to take it down, to prepare himself to beat it. However, all he could feel was a sense of dread, that this robot was going to tear him apart and there was nothing he could do about it. Why can't I move? Just as it was about to smash into him, he spotted that naked girl again. She jumped onto the back of the robot, and almost immediately afterward it slammed into the ground. Then he realized there was some sort of button on the back, which her hand was resting on. That's when he also realized she had claws, though he was quickly distracted once again by the fact she was, as before, a naked girl right in front of him. "You okay?" she asked, a grin spread over her face. Izuku couldn't really speak up, and was sure his face was a solid red as he finally turned his head to look away. It was all he could do to nod. She jumped off the robot and rushed down the street it came from. Curious about why she ran off suddenly, he turned the corner, and saw her quickly and efficiently jumping, running, and flipping her way between several robots that were attacking a group of students that clearly were struggling, most of them 2-pointers, with a single 3-pointer among them as well. 6 minutes left. Present Mike suddenly announced, and Izuku finally snapped out of his shock and ran toward the fight. He had no idea how to use One for All yet, but he had to try to help. Not to mention it would also get him some of those points he desperately needed. Having seen where the girl was smashing buttons on the back of the robots and how they immediately fell down, Izuku realized they must be some sort of weak point. On these 2-pointers, the buttons were at the base of the neck, which also put it right in the area the tail lasers could. This didn't seem to be causing the girl many problems though, as she flipped over and between the head and tail, slapping button after button. Izuku glanced at one of the robots she had deactivated while it had been trying to zap a student and noticed that this one many of the robots she had attacked, he realized had cracks spiraling away from the neck button where she had slapped it. Was she strong too, on top of her agility and speed? What a useful quirk. Finally catching up, Izuku carefully approached from the side of one of the 2-pointers as it focused on another student, watching for his chance. Finally seeing it, he pushed against the damaged remains of one of the other robots, causing the tail to flop in the way of the chasing 2-pointer, making it trip. As soon as it started to fall, he quickly rushed toward it, climbing the side and slapping the button as quick as he could. Fortunately for Izuku's desperately beating heart, the robot immediately fell to the ground. He was right. They were a weak point. With more confidence now, he started helping the girl clear up these robots. While a few of the other students were taking some of them on, there were a lot of them grouped up here, and just as often as one robot was taken down, the student would get attacked by another. Many of them seemed to be getting overwhelmed, but at least they were starting to make progress with the girls and Izuku's help. He managed to take out 3 more robots, though he wasn't going nearly as fast as the cat girl. He kept having to change the way he was facing to avoid staring at her. Suddenly, Izuku heard a strangely ominous click and hiss, and for a moment it was like the world became muted as an image of a missile flashed through his head. Almost without thought, he threw himself to the ground, just as a missile from the 3-pointer shot through where he was and blasted the side of the nearby building. The sound of the rubble tumbling through the air seemed oddly loud as he rolled away to get clear, pushing himself back to his feet as soon as it was safe. Once he was back up, the strange sensation seemed to end, and Izuku could only blink in confusion. Was that something from One for All? But All Might didn't mention anything like that. As he looked over toward the 3-pointer, he suddenly realized it was turning its attention to the girl, and she was busy dealing with 3 of the 2-pointers. Again, he heard the click and hiss and realized immediately it was going to hit her and she wasn't going to realize what was happening in time to dodge, not while being so busy fighting those 2-pointers. He could practically see it happening before it actually happened. He felt it happen again, that feeling of moving before he even realized what he was doing. He had to help her. The missiles were already firing, heading toward her, and her ears twitched, turning to face the missiles, her eyes going wide as she started trying to jump. They were too close already. He wasn't going to make it. Not like this. He needed to make it. Then suddenly he felt it. A burst of power, and suddenly he was moving, no longer feeling as though the world was going too fast. Details he hadn't noticed before, tiny flaws in the robots, a slightly malformed piece on one of the missiles that meant it was going to favor going to the right, the sound of her gasp as she realized she wasn't going to dodge in time. The strength flowed through his limbs as suddenly he was next to her. He grabbed her around the waist and pulled her to the left instead of the right, just barely dodging the first missile that she almost jumped into. He jumped straight up and over the next missile, and kicked the third right back at the three-pointer. As they touched the ground, the missile hit the three-pointer, causing it to explode. Just as quickly as the sensation had started, it ended, and suddenly everything was back to normal. His arms and legs burned, his eyes hurt, his ears ached, and he could barely comprehend what had just happened. It was several seconds before she seemed to realize what had happened, and as he felt her move, he realized he was holding a naked girl. Immediately, he carefully let her go, making sure that she could stand before he looked away. Why you okay? He knew his face had instantly turned the brightest red it had ever been in his life. He could practically feel his face burning off. Despite not looking at her, he realized as she stepped away he could almost feel her blushing, so hot was the heat coming off of her face. Yeah, thanks. There was a brief awkward pause, as Izuku started looking around for the next robot, only to realize all the ones in the area were finally down. I'm Hagakure Toru. It took Izuku a moment to really process her words, still trying to figure out what happened and embarrassed by being so close to a girl, never mind that she was also naked. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to me, he half turned to her out of habit before forcing his face away again. Before anything else could be said, the entire street shook. Suddenly, further down the street, an enormous new robot appeared, towering above the already giant buildings. Immediately after appearing, it started destroying the buildings to either side as it tried to charge down the street. Almost immediately, students started screaming and running away from the robot. Izuku didn't pay attention to them. Nearby the robot, he had spotted the girl who had saved him from face-planting before the exam. He also immediately saw the building above her as it broke apart, the pieces showering down around her. Before he could even try to move, she had been caught under a large pile of rubble. No, we have to help her. Izuku immediately started moving toward the giant robot. Hagakure joined him in rushing to the girl's aid. She was running on all fours, and he realized she was faster than he was right now, though he tried not to look at her. A quick glance was enough to figure out she was running at close to 40 mph and quickly accelerating. I'll get her. See if you can distract the robot, she called over her shoulder, charging to the trapped girl. Izuku nodded, turning his focus to the giant. There was no time to hesitate. He recalled All Might's words from earlier that morning, recalled that desperate feeling that he had had when he needed to save Hagakure. He tried to push his power as much as he could. He needed it all. Then he jumped. Immediately, he knew this was different from before. The air rushed past him as he flew through the air, the robot practically frozen in comparison. He clenched his fist, feeling the power flow into it. As he drew it back, he concentrated everything he had into this one strike. There would be no time for a second try. Smash! With that thought, he threw his fist into the robot, realizing his right arm was glowing red and his shirt had been partially destroyed. Then the robot was flying backward, its face crushed, a shock wave spreading from the point of impact. It started exploding as it fell. As he began to fall, he realized his arm was horribly bruised. He could feel his bones had shattered from the impact, and almost immediately after realized his legs had also been destroyed. His body couldn't handle the power of One for All. Just like All Might warned him. As he began to fall, he saw that Hagakure had managed to lift that rubble off of the other girl and move her to safety. She would hopefully be fine now, but he realized he couldn't land like this. His concern for the girl broke off as pain lanced through his body. He gasped. It felt like his legs had turned to liquid fire, and his arm was filled with sharp flashes of heat. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He didn't know how he was going to get out of this one. He had nothing to break his fall, no legs, one arm, and he was in unbelievable pain. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he felt his weight suddenly disappear, and he stopped mid-air. It took him a moment to realize that the girl they had rescued had once again rescued him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he barely grunted when he felt a pair of arms wrapped around him and the feeling of gravity returning. He was gently lowered to the ground, and before he could say anything, Present Mike shouted once more. "Time's up!" A blaring siren punctuated the hero's words, making sure everyone knew the exam was over. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, not even minding this time that he was being held by Hagakure, despite the fact she was still naked. He'd have to remember to ask her about that when he wasn't half dead. That was the last thought he had before he finally passed out. Reference pic for Toru, but her eyes are green. Izuku didn't comment on them yet because he was kind of distracted. Can't say I blame him. Credit to this image goes to https://hdwallpapers.cat shining, tears, Mao, cat, girl, anim nekamimi, 9 TCN chapter text. Toru never could really get used to how good it felt to move so easily, so fast. A simple jump, barely putting in any effort, and she was passing behind the two-pointer. A gentle tap from her and the robot jerked noticeably, as the button ensured she barely had to use her strength to take them down. It took barely 2 seconds of work. A twitch of her ears, and she clearly heard the robot to her right charging up the laser tail. A simple flip forward was enough to avoid it, though she had to pull her tail closer to her to keep it from getting fried. She was about to jump towards said robot, when a boy wearing a blue-green tracksuit scrambled up the side and slapped the button, disabling it. As it crashed to the ground, she realized it was the same guy she had saved earlier. Pushing the thought aside for the moment, she turned and resumed attacking the robots, carefully holding back her strength. She made sure to try and prioritize any robot that was about to attack another of the various students caught in this group of robots, which she realized that other boy was also doing. It was just bad luck so few of the students here were able to actually hurt these robots directly. At least no one could see her right now, so no one could figure out that she wasn't just invisible. Hopefully the teachers would at least keep it quiet. Another flip, another robot down. Then, she saw 3 of them ganging up on a student, who was throwing purple ball at them. The student was being surrounded and pushed back. Toru didn't hesitate to rush in and start attacking the robots, though it was a little harder to get all 3 with them thrashing around. She realized it probably looked strange to those around her as she slapped one robot, the machine falling to the ground. As far as they could tell, it had fallen for no reason. Even if they didn't know she was saving them, it still felt good. Maybe someday they would know. It'd be nice to be recognized. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the 3-pointer firing off more missiles and immediately realized they were aimed at her, if the sounds getting louder was any indication. Can it see me? She turned and, seeing 3 missiles, jumped to the right, only realizing immediately after that she was going to jump right into one of the missiles. Toru raised an arm in a desperate attempt to protect herself somewhat, bracing for the impact, when an arm wrapped around her waist. In a burst of speed comparable to her own full speed, she was yanked out of the way, then pulled straight up and over a second missile that destroyed the robot she had been about to attack. The green pants of the person carrying her gave her a hint as to who had grabbed her. Her rescuer kicked at the last missile, somehow sending it back to its owner, instead of making it blow up right then and there. And then, suddenly, they were back on the ground, and she was safe, if still being held up against a strange boy. While she was naked, glad he couldn't see her as her face heated up at the contact, she twitched, hoping he would let her go soon. Fortunately for the sake of not having her face explode, he did so almost immediately, and Toru immediately put some space between them. He seemed to be looking around for more danger already, though his face was almost as red as hers. Wait, how did he know I was there? She also almost immediately realized she was lucky he had managed to grab her waist. This would have been a lot more embarrassing otherwise. Why you okay? A grin spread across Toru's face. He was shy? Yeah, thanks. She waited a moment to see if he would say anything, feeling her blush fade a little, before glancing around to make sure things were okay. She just barely caught the short guy jabbing the last robot he was facing with one of his ball, which took out the last robot in the area. Finally, some breathing room. Not that it had been much of a workout for her. After realizing the guy wasn't going to say anything, Toru decided to take matters into her own hands. I'm Hagakure Toru. She grinned, happy to make a new friend. Maybe they get to go to school together? He seemed pretty good so far, despite having frozen at the start. Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to me. He started to turn in her direction, only to abruptly stop just after his eyes could have seen her in his peripheral vision, turning away from her entirely as his face once again regained that bright red color. That was strange. It was almost like he could see her. Before anything else could be said, the entire street shook. Suddenly, further down the street, an enormous new robot appeared, towering above the already giant buildings. Immediately after appearing, it started destroying the buildings to either side as it tried to charge down the street. Almost immediately, students started screaming and running away from the robot. Toru instinctively flattened her ears to her head to protect herself from being deafened by the screams, even as she pulled her tail closer, almost wrapping it around her legs, an instinctive reaction to the threat. She could feel her back trying to arch, and did her best to suppress the instincts of her body. No. We have to help her. Midoriya's sudden shout drew her out of her fear, as she watched him charge ahead. It only took Toru a moment to realize what he was talking about. There was a girl trapped right in the path of the robot. Not getting why he wasn't moving as fast as when he had saved her, Toru still didn't hesitate to charge ahead. Dropping to all four limbs, it was effortless to start accelerating to her real speed, and she knew it wouldn't take long to get to the girl. I'll get her. See if you can distract the robot. She called over her shoulder as she passed Midoriya. It took only a few seconds to reach her full speed of 65 miles per hour, which was more than enough to close the distance to the girl. The rubble wasn't heavy to her, easy to move out of the way. She quickly bent down to check on the poor girl, only to realize she had gotten lucky. No real injuries. Quickly bending down, she picked up the girl in a bridal carry, ready to run out of there, when an incredibly loud bang rang out, followed by explosions. Looking up, she realized Midoriya hadn't just distracted the robot. He had punched it and broke the thing completely. The entire head was crushed, and explosions were spreading all along the rest of the body. One punch from him was enough to take it out. And he had jumped from where they had started. Was he actually faster than her? She was snapped out of her thoughts when the girl spoke up. She cautiously poked at Toru, just barely poking the edge of her stomach. Can you put me down? Right. Sorry about that. Toru let the girl get back to her feet before letting go before turning back to where Midoriya was now falling. Oh no, he's gonna crash. She immediately began running to where he was going to hit, only to realize the other girl had jumped on top of a piece of one of the other robots, which immediately started floating up toward where Midoriya was falling. The girl desperately reached out and barely managed to tag him as he passed her in the air, and immediately he slowed to almost a complete stop. It made it effortless for Toru to get under him and grab him to stop him the rest of the way. I got him. Toru called out, and immediately the other girl pressed her fingers of both hands together. Release. She was clearly straining, and as soon as both the robot part she was using as a platform and Midoriya regained their normal weight, she was heaving over the edge. Poor girl had overused her quirk to help save Midoriya. Time's up. Present Mix shout reminded her that this was actually an exam, not a real battle. She had actually gotten so caught up in things that she had forgotten for a moment. Then she noticed Midoriya's arm and legs. It took everything she had to not immediately start freaking out. They were horribly bruised and broken. She carefully put him down and started looking around, desperate for something to help him. Fortunately, before she could really panic, she spotted an old woman walking up to the group. She walked straight up to Midoriya, a frown on her face. Who was she supposed to be? One of the other examinees spoke up, a smile and a wink on his face as he pointed toward the lady. That mademoiselle is the backbone of Yue. Oh dear. You were hurt this much by your own quirk. She knelt down next to Midoriya, carefully nudging him. He didn't respond. Her frown deepened, causing Toru to start freaking out again. Then she leaned down and kissed his forehead. What are you doing? Toru asked, weirded out by this old lady randomly kissing Midoriya, especially if he was unconscious. The boy from earlier was the one who responded to her question though. Yue Hai's licensed school nurse. The youthful heroine, recovery girl. He said dramatically. The wounds on Midoriya's body began to glow green, and the bruises began fading, broken limbs pulling themselves back into proper position. Her quirk is the super activation of healing ability. Yue can only go through with such a reckless entrance exam because of her. As he finished speaking, all of Midoriya's injuries were gone. She then turned to the girl who they had rescued, who was also hovering over Midoriya. If he wakes up before I get back, give him some of these. She held out a handful of gummies. He'll need the energy. If he's not awake by then, I'll take him to the hospital wing and keep him there until he wakes up. The girl's face took on a look of determination as she accepted them. Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured? Recovery Girl asked as she moved away, helping others as she went. With Recovery Girl's help, Midoriya was now resting in the hospital wing of Yue Toru and Ochako, the girl they had saved, who introduced herself while they were following Recovery Girl back to the primary Yue building, took seats next to his bed, waiting for him to wake up. Toru had taken the time to grab her clothes and get dressed again, making conversation much easier, even if Ochako kept looking at her neck instead of her eyes. So, what were you doing running off before coming in here to wait anyway? You seemed pretty determined. Toru asked, swaying slightly in her seat in time with her tail. Ochako squirmed in her seat. I asked Present Mike to give some of my points to you too. Toru jerked back, exaggerating her surprise so it would be more obvious. Wait, you what? Why would you do that? Ochako poked her fingers together. You could have gotten more points if you two hadn't stopped to help me. Toru promptly leaned over and poked her in the forehead. Heroes. Help people. That's what we were doing before we saved you, and that's what we were doing when we saved you. Don't think for a second either of us regret that. I've known Midoriya for all of 3 minutes, and no way is that guy going to regret saving someone. He didn't even know me and saved me from a 3-pointer without a thought. Now, stop feeling so bad. Everyone came out of it okay. Toru half-hugged Ochako as she finished speaking, grinning as she did her best to get it through to her that everything was okay. She's right, you know. Toru quickly turned to look at the voice. Midoriya was sitting up on his bed, a watery smile on his face. Did you really try to give up some of your points for us? Ochako promptly blushed further, and resumed poking her fingers together as she shyly nodded. Thank you. You didn't need to do that, but thank you. Ochako shook her head. You both deserve them. You used up your time saving me instead of getting more points. Toru tightened the hug she still had Ochako in. Like I said, that's what heroes do. She then leaned back and turned to Midoriya. After a moment, she gave an exaggerated bow. And I'm sorry for asking you to distract the 0-pointer like that. I wouldn't have done that if I knew it would hurt you so much. Midoriya responded by shaking his head wildly. No, you don't need to apologize for that. I got hurt because I don't know how to control my quirk all that well. I'm sorry I couldn't help you more. Toru blinked at his reaction. Not that he could see that, she reminded herself. Wait, what? How would that know? That doesn't mean it's your fault. After a moment of thinking, she pointed at Midoriya, mostly so her sleeve pointed dramatically at him to get her point across. If it can't be my fault and it can't be your fault, then it's neither of our faults. So there. Midoriya stared at her finger for a moment, before looking at Toru with a confused expression on his face. How does that even make any sense? Ochako began giggling. You two make a cute couple, did ya know? And just like that, Toru felt her face implode. By the looks of Midoriya, he was probably feeling the same, though he actually fell back and seemed to pass out. After vehemently denying any such relationship and dealing with Ochako playfully ribbing her, Toru finally had to leave and go home. Giving her new friend her phone number, Toru was relieved when she finally got home. As soon as she walked in, as she was taking off her shoes, she called out, "I'm home." From the kitchen on the left, her mother replied, "Welcome home, kitten. So, how did you do?" Reaching to the side of her skirt, she unzipped the black half-skirt she wore, which covered the top of her larger skirt, keeping the tail hole in her skirt from being visible. With it off, her tail was more free to move, making it a lot more comfortable. Putting it on a hook next to the coat hooks to one side, she turned toward the kitchen. I won't really know until I get the letter later this week, Mama. But I think I did pretty good. Her mom was at the stove, stirring something in a pot, her tail swaying contentedly behind her. Unlike Toru, her mom's fur was a solid black, along with most of her hair. The few parts that weren't black were a shade of gray or, on the insides of her ears, white. She was currently dressed in a simple t-shirt and a pair of shorts with the back cut open for her tail, much like most of Toru's own clothes. She glanced at Toru for a moment, her yellow eyes giving Toru a once-over. "Looks like you didn't get hurt at least." "I'm glad," she said with a smile, turning back to the food and watching it closely. After a bit more stirring, she stepped away from the pot to finally give Toru a hug, now that the food didn't need her immediate attention. "Did you actually fight?" With that raised eyebrow, Toru knew immediately what her mom was really asking. Kind of? "I lifted a piece of a building off someone." Toru knew her mom wished she was more comfortable with her cat side, but Toru couldn't really help it. Not since the incident. Her mother just sighed, pulling Toru into another hug and, after a moment to find them, gently rubbing Toru's ears. "You're going to need to learn how to be a big kitty someday, kitten." Toru's ears drooped a little, despite the pleasure she felt, even as she tried and failed to stop purring. "I know." Laying a gentle kiss on her daughter's head, Toru's mom went back to the stove, stirring some more. "Get ready for dinner. Your father should be home before too much longer, and dinner should be ready by then." "Yes, Mama." Toru smiled as she ran off to get ready to eat. "I'm home." Toru's ears perked up as soon as she heard her dad. "Welcome home, Daddy," she called enthusiastically, her tail waving in contentment now that her whole family was here. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, he went straight to her and opened his arms for a hug. Of course, since he was invisible like his daughter, this simply meant the sleeves of his t-shirt spread open, making it obvious what he was doing to those used to an invisible person. Toru wasted no time jumping into the hug. "And how did the exam go?" Toru couldn't help but roll her eyes at how predictable her parents could be sometimes. "We won't know till the letter gets here." She pecked his cheek with a kiss before running back to the table to sit down. Her dad walked over to her mom and, while she couldn't see half of it, she could easily hear the brief kiss they shared, before her dad sat at the table. "Well, I'm sure you'll pass it easily. You didn't do all that practicing for nothing." Toru gave an exaggerated nod, more a very quick bow than anything. "I think I did pretty well. There were a lot of really skilled people there though, and I made 2 new friends." "Oh." The raised eyebrow her mother gave her made her remember this might not have been the best idea. "Well, 1 definite friend, and 1 maybe friend." Her dad turned the top half of his body toward her at that. "Maybe friend?" Toru was glad her parents couldn't actually see her face. "Well, the other friend was hurt during the exam and I couldn't speak to them before I had to go, so I couldn't give them my phone number. But the other girl was just fine, so I gave it to her at least. Perfectly fine. Nothing in there could prove that the other friend was a boy." Her mother narrowed her eyes at Toru. "And what are their names?" Toru had to think fast. "Ochako and Izumi." She silently winced. "Sorry, Midoriya. Better this than having to tell." I made friends with a boy, at least for the moment." Toru's dad spoke up then. "I'm glad you made some new friends. Which one was hurt? Do you know if she's all right now?" Toru bowed again. "Izumi was fully healed before we left. They were just sleeping because of Recovery Girl healing them." At that point, the discussion devolved into a more detailed description of what Toru did during the exam, which she happily shared, complete with exaggerated movements. The week-long wait for the results of the exam was torture. Toru probably spent more time napping in random places around the house, just to try and pass the time faster than was healthy, but for once, she just let her cat side out. Being caught in a box by her dad was a little embarrassing. By the end of the week, the scratch pad she had gotten from her mom was more or less destroyed. She had received it to help keep her claws healthier, while also dealing with some of the more annoying instincts that came from her cat side, and it had not survived all the nervous energy she had. Toru took it upon herself to get the mail every day that week, much to the amusement of both her parents. As such, when the letter finally arrived, she promptly ran into the house on all fours with the letter clutched in her mouth, leaving the rest of the mail by the door so she could read it in her room. As soon as the door was closed, The letter was in her hands and promptly torn open with her claws. A hollow projector disc fell out. Upon recognizing it, she caught it in one hand and rushed to put it down on her desk, eagerly awaiting the message. Needless to say, her repeated shouting of "Yesiases" told her parents what the results were. This is a reference pic for Toru's mother, currently unnamed. If anyone wants to, feel free to suggest names. Even if no names are suggested, I will probably eventually pick one. She'll need one to be used when she introduces herself eventually, but this might be a good chance for some community interaction. She does have a human skin tone, but the hair, eyes, ears, and tail are pretty accurate to what I wanted. Credit goes to https://www.deviantart.com Nakanoart Art Leather, Ket, 738108188. And this one is just to show the kind of half-skirt I mention in the FIC. It would be what I'm pretty sure is supposed to be the bottom half of this shirt. Izuku. Despite Izuku's best efforts, he couldn't get in touch with All Might before the start of school. Since he was hoping to ask him about what had happened during the entrance exam, he decided to head to the school early on the first day to try and ask him. Sadly, despite showing up early, he couldn't find All Might, no matter where he looked. Deciding to try again after classes, he went looking for the room for 1A. He got lucky, realizing his search for All Might brought him pretty close to it, so he ended up sitting down with almost half an hour to spare. Having not expected so much extra free time, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a book on sensory quirks he had purchased yesterday. While he hadn't been told one for all had a sensory effect, clearly there was something. Izuku thought that maybe reading about similar quirks would help him. He pulled out his reading glasses from his backpack. Trying to read things up close without them always gave him too much of a headache. Slowly, other students began to trickle in, usually alone or in pairs. He shared greetings with the few that said hello, but mostly focused on trying to learn more about what was up with his senses. As such, he was surprised when his reading was interrupted by a more familiar voice. "Midoriya, you made it." Looking up, Izuku spotted Hagakure fortunately dressed this time walking up to him, a grin on her face. Thank goodness. Just seeing her smile at him like that made him feel a little warm inside. Someone actually cared. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed though, scratching the back of his head as he smiled back, taking off his reading glasses with his other hand as he looked at her. His mind decided to betray him at that moment, reminding him of just how much of her he saw during the exam. He broke eye contact almost as soon as he made it, his face turning solid red as he looked away. "Gee, glad to see why you made it too." He did his best to push aside the image in his head and focus on the present instead. "What was your final score?" he asked. It seemed Hagakure's default expression was a grin, as when he managed to face her again, it seemed to have grown larger. 76. Got a nice, solid third place, Mr. First Place. She poked him in the shoulder. Did you not pay attention when they showed the scoreboard in your acceptance letter? Izuku blinked, thinking back to the letter. I was kind of distracted by how happy I was that I got in at all. I only really noticed my score and placement. You earned it. 91 points is nothing to sneeze at. You roasted that exam. Hagakure said, flailing her arms around, her tail twitching a lot, though she seemed to be trying to keep it as close to herself as she could. Izuku couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. Thanks. He spotted a look of confusion on Hagakure's face as he kept eye contact, before taking a deep breath, even as he felt his face heating up again. He had to ask, or that image would never leave him alone. Probably. During the exam, why we? Do you? Before Izuku could finish the question, he flinched at the shout. He knew what was coming. He knew it would happen as soon as he saw he was in first place. Stomping into the room and toward his desk was Kaken, his hands already sparking. How did a quirkless loser like you beat me? Izuku couldn't help but flinch. The sounds of the mini explosions in his hand kept getting louder. Were his senses acting up again? The world definitely felt like it was slowing down. Kaken was almost to Izuku's desk, when Hagakure's tail quickly flicked out and slapped him in the side. There wasn't much force behind it. Izuku could tell she held back possibly a lot. It was kind of hard to tell how strong she really was, but Kaken was still sent stumbling several feet to the side, almost pushed to the ground. Izuku blinked in surprise as the world returned to normal. "You okay?" "That was a nasty-looking trip." Hagakure sounded concerned, but the look on her face as she looked in Kaken's direction didn't match how she sounded at all. If anything, she looked angry. Kaken glared at Hagakure and opened his mouth, an angry retort on his tongue no doubt, when he was interrupted by a voice from the doorway. "Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends." Immediately, everyone stopped talking and turned toward the door. Laying on the floor was a man in a yellow sleeping bag. "This is the hero course," he said before casually standing up and unzipping the bag to free himself. "Okay, it took you 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough." He slowly pulled the rest of the sleeping bag off himself. As the man lifted the sleeping bag, Izuku's hearing suddenly sharpened, allowing him to hear something in the bag moving around. Izuku frowned, annoyed at how his senses clearly had a mind of their own right now. He'd mind a lot less if he knew how to control whatever this was. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoda." "Nice to meet you," the man said in a monotone voice. "It's kind of sudden, but put on your P uniforms and go out onto the field." He lifted a copy of the UAP uniform from his bag, revealing that it was somehow also full of uniforms for each of the students. How did he fit in there with all of those? With that, he set the bag down and then walked off. "A Quirk assessment test?" the entire class asked at once. Toru actually flattened her ears against the sudden noise. 20 people shouting the same thing is louder than most people realize. Ochako spoke up first. "What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" Mr. Aizawa was facing away from the class, staring out at the field. "If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are." He turned to face the class, his tone never varying. "That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational." Toru found herself nodding in agreement, especially since that actually gave her all sorts of problems during junior high, since her quirk, both the invisibility and her nature as a catgirl, didn't come with an off switch. "Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating." He turned and walked a few steps away before speaking up again. "Midoriya, you finished at the top in the practical exam, right?" Midoriya seemed to freeze, even as Bakugou seemed to start violently twitching. "Why, yes, sir. Normally, I would have the person that scored the highest do this demonstration." He seemed to glare at Midoriya, though it was hard to tell since that looked so similar to his default expression. "However, I saw what you did to yourself at the end of that test. As such, I'm going to ask someone more reasonable. Bakugou, you placed second. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw?" Toru felt herself getting angry at the teacher for treating Midoriya like that, though, given that he actually seemed more relieved at not being put on the spot, she decided to let it go. 67 meters. Mr. Aizawa held out a softball. "Then try doing it with your quirk." As Bakugou took the ball and moved to where Mr. Aizawa gestured, Toru couldn't help but feel annoyed at Bakugou all over again for how he treated Midoriya as soon as he entered the classroom. "You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you've got." Bakugou took a pitcher's stance. Toru silently hoped he'd somehow trip and hit his face. As he began to throw the ball, he shouted, "Die!" Immediately, a massive explosion erupted from his hand, sending the ball flying and leaving a trail of fire and smoke through the sky. "Know your own maximum first." Aizawa glanced at a device in his hand as the ball hit the ground in the distance before turning around and revealing the number displayed on it, 705. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Immediately, the students began gossiping about the result. It was pretty cool to see just how much better a person could be when using their quirk versus without it, but the fact that it was Bakugou left a sour taste in Toru's mouth. Then Mr. Aizawa dropped the bomb. "It looks fun, huh?" The tone of voice caused the class to go instantly silent and sent a chill running down Toru's spine. "You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? An evil grin spread over Mr. Aizawa's face. Alright, whoever comes in last place will be judged to have no potential and punished with expulsion. Toru knew she herself probably wouldn't have much of a problem. She had more trouble performing these kinds of tests at a normal level to begin with. She had seen what happened to Midoriya though. If he had trouble using his quirk. She silently moved to stand next to him, noticing he was shaking. She put a hand on his shoulder in an offer of support. He flinched at the contact, turning toward Toru. He looked her right in the eyes for several seconds, blinking in confusion, before taking a breath. He seemed to be calming down. I'm sure of it this time. He definitely looked me in the eyes on purpose. No one ever seemed to be able to do that. Mr. Aizawa continued speaking, but Toru was paying more attention to Midoriya for the moment. You can do this. You saved me after all, Toru whispered, trying to encourage him. I don't know how I did that though, he whispered back, though he at least seemed to be calming down a bit. Try to remember what it felt like when you did it then. Focus everything on how it felt while you're going through the tests. It's all you can do at this point. He took another deep breath, but his eyes seemed to gain some level of resolve. He smiled at her. Thanks. Oh, and before I forget, we need to talk after class. It's important. His face was turning red a bit, and he broke eye contact. No doubt he was doing that on purpose. Somehow. Toru nodded in agreement as she stepped away. Everyone else had already started getting ready for the test. Ochako slipped out of the crowd and walked up to her. Is he okay? She asked in concern, glancing toward Midoriya. Toru smiled at her, doing her best to portray that with her voice. He should be okay, he's a lot stronger than he looks. Toru was torn as she watched the others perform the 50-meter dash. If she tried her best, it would immediately be a lot more obvious that she isn't just invisible. It was something she knew she couldn't keep secret forever, but had hoped to not have to reveal on the first day. Watching Midoriya run at a perfectly normal pace and get 7.02 seconds was painful. She knew he could do better than that. He had to have moved faster to save her. As the others slowly went through the dash in pairs, Midoriya was watching with a clearly panicked expression on his face. As student after student took their turns, Midoriya seemed to be doing his best to calm himself down. Ochako, after taking her turn, stood next to him. Toru was tempted to listen in, but focused instead on making a decision for her own problem. Finally, it was her turn, with Mineta taking the other's slot for their run. Hesitantly, she set herself against the starting blocks, her posture as awkward as it always was when she was on all fours and not letting her body shift to its natural four-legged posture. Hagakure! Toru blinked, then turned to the side, seeing Midoriya approaching her. Midoriya had his eyes squinted, like he was concentrating hard on something. He leaned closer to whisper to her. Show them how fast you can really be. The way he said it, Toru instantly knew what he meant. He must have realized what she was doing. As soon as he finished speaking, he relaxed his expression and went to the side, standing next to Ochako to watch her run. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, and let her hips shift. It didn't hurt, didn't even make much of a sound, but her hips completely changed their configuration to allow for her to naturally run on all four limbs. What the heck? Mineta was clearly seeing the unnatural-looking posture Toru adopted as soon as she relaxed. He couldn't see the way her tail twitched behind her in anticipation, or how her ears flattened in preparation for a quick dash. However, no one could miss the strange angle her legs were at. On your mark. The robot that was tracking times called out. The purple boy stopped looking at her, which was fine by her. She wanted to focus on the sprint. Get set. After a second, the robotic starter pistol went off. Mineta started running. Toru was already halfway down the track by the time anyone realized she had moved, and finished before they had time to fully process that thought. 2.02 seconds. Mineta promptly tumbled to the ground in shock from the sheer speed at which Toru moved, but quickly recovered, ending just past 8 seconds. The entire class was staring at where Toru had ended up. Stopping on a dime from that kind of speed was hard, so she had to bleed off speed before she could fully stand up. It felt good to really run like that. Izuku. Izuku couldn't help but feel proud of Hagakure. He could easily tell she was hesitant about her cat-like abilities, though he wasn't sure why. It was obvious though that she was more physically capable than the other students assumed based on her appearance. At least Mr. Aizawa had been willing to let him speak to Hagakure before she took that dash. She had encouraged him, so he had to do the same for her. Based on the slight grin, even if her face was red with embarrassment, she was happy with her results. The next test was a strength test, so everyone in the class was given a small device to test their grip strength. Izuku knew he could be incredibly strong with one for all, but without being able to control it, he was concerned about trying to draw on it as he had against the zero-pointer. But that wasn't the only time he had drawn on it during the entrance exam. If he could just figure out how to trigger one for all like he had when he rescued Hagakure, he could pass this test. Whatever was happening with it, it definitely had something to do with his senses, so that's where he started. Bits of information flashed through his head as he concentrated on what he could see. It was hard to really keep it up for more than a split second though, and the information wasn't very clear. He tried to keep hold of the sensation while trying to grip as hard as he could. Glancing around, it was so strange to him, since things seemed to almost slow down as he used this part of his quirk. As he looked around, the information he was receiving became more clear. Izuku had made it a point to try and figure out who his classmates were so he could make proper entries in his hero notebook after school. There were only a handful left that he hadn't learned the names of yet, mostly because they were just not really interacting with the rest of the class. His eyes landed on Jiro Kyoka, who seemed to be nervously fiddling with her ear where the lobe merged with the top of one of the extensions as she tried to grip as tight as she could, using both the extensions and her hand. Izuku was distracted from seeing whatever score she got when he also realized she wasn't wearing a bra under her PE shirt. That he could instantly tell that made his face burn bright red, and he turned away from her quickly. His eyes next landed on the boy with red and white hair. He hadn't learned his name yet, but his expression was one of total boredom. He was creating ice around the grip device in his hand, and using that to grip it rather than using his hand. His posture, his expression, practically everything about him gave off a feeling of indifference. It bothered Izuku that someone could be like that. His gaze turned again, focusing this time on Shoji. The multi-armed teen was clearly much stronger than most of the class, with a score of 540.0 kilograms visible on his device. Izuku could actually see how his muscles moved as he gripped it, and it gave him a bit of inspiration on how to try and adjust his focus while gripping, trying to get his muscles to do the same. For a moment he felt a strange tingle throughout his entire body, just on the surface of his skin, but it was gone almost immediately. Strangely, during that brief moment, it was like he was feeling things from further away than he should have been, almost like he had reached out to touch the air a foot away, or was standing a few feet away on a different part of the ground. It was a strange sensation. It also gave him a brief picture of someone standing a few feet behind him, which made him glance over, to see Hagakure and Uraraka standing together as they worked. As he looked at them, he immediately noticed Hagakure had managed to get 113.398 kilograms, further proof to him that she was stronger than she looked. He also noticed she looked slightly annoyed by the number, though he couldn't figure out why. Then his machine beeped, and with his concentration broken, the world snapped back to normal. He glanced at the device, only to read a mere 86.0 kilograms, nowhere near what he was hoping for. Clearly, this wasn't enough to augment him like he had been during the test, though it was much higher than what he had gotten during junior high. That was probably more due to his actual muscles though, rather than his quirk. If his quirk affected it at all, it wasn't nearly enough. The next test was the standing long jump, and since his sight didn't help, Izuku decided to try and focus on his hearing this time. He quickly realized this was much harder than his sight for some reason. He also realized right away that he couldn't see as well as he normally felt he could when he was trying to focus so much on his hearing, though it was only a slight change. He did realize he actually felt a little numb, like his sense of touch was weaker. It was a strange sensation, even if it was barely noticeable. When it finally came time to jump, he realized almost as soon as he started to jump that the numbing effect made it much harder to feel how he was jumping, and he almost face-planted, getting barely any distance at all. That confirmed he was definitely not feeling his sense of touch as much, as he also didn't feel the impact as much as he knew he should have. Hagakure didn't manage to pass the entire pit, though she did manage to jump 3.5 m, which easily put her in the upper half of the class for that. Uraraka, unsurprisingly, just floated over the whole thing. Izuku needed to do better. He was failing horribly so far. The repeated sidesteps didn't really go any better, though Izuku was amazed at how creatively Mineta abused his quirk to bounce around for that test. The next test was the ball throw. He had to do well here, or he might not get another chance. He couldn't see how his quirk, either his strange sense enhancement or the strength enhancement he had expected from One for All, would help him with any of the remaining 3 tests. One by one, the students threw the ball. Uraraka shocked everyone by instantly scoring an unbeatable score with her quirk. No one was going to beat Infinity, after all. No one was coming close to Kaken's initial score of 705.2 m either, for that matter. Hagakure managed a respectable 237 m, which put her solidly ahead of the middle of the pack, though several people still scored higher than her. Then it was finally Izuku's turn. It was all or nothing at this point. His attempts to figure out how his enhanced senses led to that burst of strength and speed had failed. All he had left was to just go 100% and take the only score he could get. As his right arm began to glow, he pulled back the baseball, and with an internal scream of smash, he let it fly, only to blink in confusion when it flew as if he had thrown without One for All at all. And his arm was just fine. The world was also rapidly fading into a blurry blob. Izuku quickly squinted his eyes, as he realized the rest of the class, standing no more than 10 meters away, had devolved into blobs of color vaguely recognizable as humanoid in shape. Mr. Aizawa, who was closer, was a slightly more detailed blob. What the heck is going on? He vaguely heard in the background as the robot commented on his throw only being 46 m, but he was far more concerned with what happened to his sight. I erased your quirk. Izuku turned in the direction of Mr. Aizawa's voice. There was a very blurry mess of something floating around his head, but Izuku couldn't make out what it was. That entrance exam definitely wasn't rational enough. Even a kid like you was accepted. Izuku couldn't help but feel confused. You erased my quirk? Several thoughts went through his head. A quirk that erased other quirks? And why did that make him nearly blind? He thought of all the quirks he knew of, and after going through the possibilities for a moment, finally made the connection. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirk just by looking at them. You're the eraser hero, Eraser Head. Izuku could vaguely hear the others talking in the background, but his mind was already processing what was happening rapidly. If this blindness was happening because his quirk was turned off. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? Izuku stayed silent, as he was processing a possibility he hadn't ever considered before. If this is all you can do, then those around you will be forced to save you, making you just another helpless bystander. Izuku couldn't deny it at this point. He had always had a quirk. He just hadn't realized it. Everything was finally making sense in his head. Why One for All was making his senses act strangely wasn't because One for All was empowering his senses. It was because One for All was enhancing his own quirk, which had already been improving his senses. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku interrupted his teacher before he could go any further. He seemed to lean back a bit, as if surprised at the interruption, though Izuku wasn't sure with him being somewhat blurry. Thank you for using your quirk on me. He could hear the others muttering in confusion in the background. Huh? Mr. Aizawa asked. Izuku had to think on the spot about how to explain what had occurred to him while keeping the true secret of One for All quiet from the students listening in. But one thing he was learning that he was good at was acting under pressure. I thought that my quirk only enhanced my body a little. I never knew it could give me strength like I had against the zero-pointer. He could hear Kaken's confused voice. Huh? Enhancement? What is he talking about? He's quirkless, in the background, and someone responding quietly to him, but his focus was mostly on Mr. Aizawa. Your quirk has helped me realize my quirk was doing more than that all along, I just didn't notice it. Mr. Aizawa was quiet for a moment. What do you mean? I'm apparently nearsighted. I can barely see you, and the rest of the class is just a blob from here. I was able to see just fine before you turned off my quirk. I think my quirk is actually a general all-around enhancement, and I was using part of it my entire life. I just hadn't noticed it until now. Mr. Aizawa's confusion was apparent in his voice. How do you not notice an enhancement quirk? I think all it was really enhancing was my eyesight, since apparently I needed it to see normally. Being put in danger in the exam, and the training I did to get my body ready beforehand, must have allowed me to start using more of the quirk. Before that it was just always on. Izuku was shaking with excitement as realization after realization shot through him. Mr. Aizawa must have turned off his quirk at that point, as suddenly the world shifted back into focus. And what makes you think this will make a difference? Izuku's face took on a look of determination. Because if it can be turned off, it can be controlled. And now that I know what it actually feels like when it changes between off and on, I know what I've been doing wrong. It was a subtle feeling, a sort of tingling in his eyes. So gentle that he never even noticed, like a buzzing in your ear, you don't notice until it's gone. He'd been struggling to try and channel one for all to his senses, thinking that was the key. Now he knew better. Concentrating on that subtle tingling, suddenly the world slowed to a crawl and stayed that way. He could see. A grin spread across his face. He flexed his arm, trying to bring up one for all again. He felt it charge up to 100%. Not what he wanted. He could see Mr. Aizawa tense up, ready to deactivate his quirk, but he released one for all as soon as it didn't work. He concentrated on his ears. That strange tingling he felt in his eyes, he wanted that at his ears. The tingling weakened at his eyes and he could suddenly hear the sounds of some birds flying high in the air above the school, the students whispering quietly trying to figure out what he was talking about. Even the sounds of their clothes as they moved created a sort of picture around him. Still not what he wanted. The look of concentration on his face deepened as he brought the tingling sensation back up in his eyes while holding it in his ears. He tried one for all again. It flashed for just a moment, but this time he couldn't hold it to his arm, and it spread itself out around his head as well as half his torso, plus the arm he intended. He could spread it out across his body, but it was still too much at once. He gritted his teeth as he released it again, this time going with his gut and focusing on his sense of touch. He almost lost his grip on the other senses, but a bit of adjusted focus and suddenly he felt it. One for all. In a burst of green lighting, he felt the power flow, just as it had when he rescued Hagakure. This was it. He knew a lot of the power was being tied up in his senses, and he instantly realized his sense of smell was practically gone, like he had a very stuffy nose, and he could feel the movement of everyone on the field as though he was touching them. Combined with his sense of hearing, he knew exactly where they were, what they were doing, how they were standing and moving. As he started getting more comfortable with the sensation, he realized he could even get a general idea of how large they were, how much they weighed, and other little details that helped paint a picture of everything in his mind. Total spatial awareness. He let out a breath, a grin spreading over his face. Got another ball, sensei? Mr. Aizawa actually had a shocked expression on his face, though Izuku realized instantly it was so subtle most people might have missed it. The slight changes from his normal expression enough to make it obvious to Izuku. Slowly, a grin spread over his face. You're going to be a problem child, aren't you? Even as he muttered that quietly, he held out another ball. Izuku took it and moved back to the center of the white circle. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out. You all might want to brace yourselves. As he said it, he took a pitcher's stance, not trying to hold one for all itself, but simply holding his enhanced senses and letting them pull one for all out for him. He'd have to learn to directly control one for all eventually, but this would do for now. Smash! With that shout, he threw the ball. A shockwave erupted from the ball as he launched it, sending the loose dirt of the field flying and sending the ball flying far into the distance. There was no pain at all. He'd done it. He'd controlled one for all. 402.4 meters. The robot called out. Mr. Aizawa even looked impressed. You went from no control to managing to bring out enough power to not explode, but still be pretty impressive, just from me turning off your quirk once? Maybe you do have some potential. Izuku finally released his hold on the senses, And immediately the lightning faded, the world returning to what was normal for him. But the smile on his face was not going anywhere, not anytime soon. So, he did it. He really managed to bring out that power that he used to save her. Midoriya must have amazing talent to go from not being able to control it to using it so easily in just one event. Toru felt a sense of pride in the accomplishment, even though she had nothing to do with it. Not directly anyway. Even as she watched the green lightning fade away, she felt a thrill at the sense of power that had filled the air the moment he finally triggered it. The cat in her was definitely interested. She could hear the others commenting on how impressive it was, especially since he, as he himself said, had only just figured out how to do that. Seeing his power as he finally gained control of it just made this even more special. Her ears twitched when she heard a small explosion. What the hell was that? Bakugou spoke quietly, but the anger was clear in his voice. As he leaned forward, Toru instantly knew this was going to be trouble. Midoriya, look out. Even as she said it, she was running toward Bakugou, but he had already started running toward Midoriya before she reached him. His hands exploded, launching him forward through the air, just a few steps away from the other students. Kirishima, being almost right behind Bakugou, immediately used his quirk and moved in front of Mineta, taking the brunt of the blast. Kyoka clapped her hands over her ears as she leaned further away, though she was fortunately clear of the direct blast. Mina and Ida were both to the other side and were sent stumbling back, but fortunately were too far to be hurt directly by it. Toru herself, seeing it coming, pressed her ears flat against her head to avoid the worst of the sound. She immediately dropped to all fours, shifting her posture to chase him. Hey, tell me what's going on, Deku, you be. While in the air, Bakugou stretched out an arm toward Midoriya, his intent clear. Toru didn't hesitate when she realized he was actually aiming to hurt Midoriya. She leapt straight at Bakugou, her arm reaching for him even as she felt her claws extending unconsciously. Midoriya had turned at her shout, and she saw the lightning spring up for a moment before he lost it. He was looking at something off to the side. Before she could think of anything else, some sort of cloth wrapped around Bakugou and herself, stopping them both in place, with Toru falling to the ground mid-pounce while Bakugou was actually slammed into the ground by the cloth around him. This cloth is a weapon made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. It's designed to capture villains. You won't be getting out unless I let you. Mr. Aizawa's eyes were glowing red again, and the cloth was not only wrapped around the both of them, but it also floated around him. Bakugou, attacking a fellow student is forbidden, except when you are given express permission by a teacher as part of class. This is the second time I've seen you do this. If you do it again, I'll expel you on the spot. He turned his attention to Toru next. You were trying to defend a fellow student, but you still shouldn't have tried to attack Bakugou to stop him. Next time, leave it up to the teacher. Toru wilted to the ground as the capture weapon unraveled around the both of them and returned to Mr. Aizawa. He was right about that. She knew she was strong enough to hurt Bakugou with just her strength, and she had almost used her claws on him. She let her nature get the best of her again. Whoever's next, get ready. Mr. Aizawa's voice was monotone again. Are you okay? Midoriya asked, extending a hand to help her up. To hide how disappointed she was in herself, she made sure to sound as happy as she could. Yeah, I'm just fine. She reached out and grabbed his hand, accepting the help to get back to her feet. The knowing look in his eyes as he once again met hers made her think he saw through what she said anyway. The next few tests weren't nearly as exciting as the ball throw. For the seated toe touch, Toru actually claimed the top spot, but she was surprised at how close Ashido came to beating her. She knew she only did average at best on the sit-ups. She sighed in defeat before she even started the distance run. Despite her best efforts to try and keep going as long as she could, not much could really help her when it came to endurance, and she was among the first to drop out. Finally, after everyone finished the last of the tests, Mr. Aizawa had them all line up in front of him again. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the scores you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. With the press of a button on the device in his hands, a hologram appeared, displaying the results. Toru quickly started looking for her name. She knew there was no chance she broke into the top 10, so she started from 11th. Oddly, her name wasn't where she thought. After getting to last, she blinked in confusion before looking from 10th place and upward. She finally found her name at 8th place. Then she looked at the scores again, paying more attention to who got what. Midoriya managed to get into 19th, thank goodness. Ochako was 11th. Both of her friends made it. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Mineta though, since he was in last. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion for the person in last place. Toru jerked as she looked back at the teacher, who was grinning at them. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. Toru could feel her eyebrow twitching in annoyance. He had scared them all just to make them work harder? So mean. Of course that was a lie, Momo said, looking at the other students. It would have been obvious if you just thought it through. Izuku. While the rest of the class was freaking out over Mr. Aizawa's apparent deception, Izuku walked away to lean against the side of the building, sighing with relief that it was over. He had also noticed something while he was getting ready to throw the ball that he just had to comment on. Hey All Might, how do you think I did? There was silence aside from the other students talking. I was able to feel you were watching us while I was using One for All, by the way. I know you're there. After a few more seconds, he heard a sigh from around the corner. You really had a quirk all this time? Izuku could feel a smile stretch over his face at the thought. Apparently. I never knew, since it was so subtle. Hey, when is Mr. Aizawa's birthday? I'm going to need to get him a present to thank him for helping me like this. There was silence for a moment, then, make sure you record it. His reaction will probably be funny enough that people would pay to watch it. It took everything Izuku had to not fall down laughing at that. He could believe it. I'm afraid I won't be of much help with a sensory quirk. That's outside my area of personal experience. Using that quirk to trigger One for All though. That was inspired. Well done, young Midoriya. Izuku felt his grin slip a little. I still didn't really use One for All though. I was using my quirk to trigger it, so I couldn't change how much or how little power I was using. I'm going to have to train to learn how to properly control it. It should be easier now though, since I've felt what it feels like. I wish you luck, young Midoriya. For now though, go spend time with your classmates. You've done well. Izuku tapped into his hearing, and was able to hear All Might walking away clearly. He could vaguely see a sort of outline of him in his mind, the sound of his clothes, his footsteps, the way air moved around him painting a picture. It was hard to really understand what he was seeing, but All Might had such a distinct shape, it was easy to recognize it at least. His full smile returned at the progress he had made, then he released the grip he had on his senses and walked back to the rest of the class. After getting the handouts from homeroom, Izuku waited until Hagakure finished gathering her stuff. She smiled at him as she walked up, giving a sort of nod bow. You wanted to talk? Izuku nodded in return, leading the way toward an unoccupied corridor nearby. He even closed his eyes and tapped both touch and hearing to check. He immediately noticed Uraraka nearby, leaning against the corner. He opened his eyes and looked to see she was leaning out in plain view. She looked curious for a moment until she saw Izuku looking at her. Her near-permanent blush seemed to spread over her entire face. Her quickly whispered, "Sorry," caused him to wave at her, trying to let her know it was okay. While it was embarrassing, Uraraka was already good friends to both of them. If this went badly, she could probably help. This should be a good enough spot. Izuku took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, hesitating. So, what did you want to talk about? Hagakure tilted her head in curiosity. What exactly is your quirk? It's been bugging me a lot ever since the entrance exam. Oh well, my quirk gives me cat-like properties, only they can't be seen because I'm stuck being always invisible. Izuku blinked in surprise. Wait, while you're invisible? The color rapidly drained from Toru's face as she realized that no, he wasn't coincidentally always able to guess exactly where her eyes were. He could see her. With that revelation dumped on her, she quickly bolted down the corridor away from him, feeling all kinds of embarrassed. Knowing that a boy saw her completely naked drove her into a total panic. Barely aware of her surroundings, she dropped to all four limbs instinctively, turning down hall after hall, quickly getting lost, not that she was paying enough attention to realize that at first. Eventually, she found the girls' locker room where just a few minutes ago she had changed back into her normal clothes. She ran in and hid on top of the lockers in the farthest corner of the room she could find. Izuku. Izuku saw her bolt, and went to go stop her only for Uraraka to step in the way. Uraraka? What are you doing? I need to. I heard, Izuku. I was originally going to ask if you two wanted to walk home together, however I think that this situation requires a girl's touch. And you are a part of the problem. She ran off because she's embarrassed. Let me handle this. The determination on Uraraka's face was almost intimidating. Uraraka, you don't need to do this. We're friends, right? Friends help out each other. And right now, Toru, and you need my help. So please let me do this. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku reluctantly nodded. All right. He closed his eyes and tried to focus his senses to see if he could find her so he could at least point Uraraka in the right direction. Her panicked running actually made a sort of rhythmic ping to his ears, making her stand out even more. After a moment, he saw her run into the locker room. She ran into the girls' locker room. You should be able to find her there. Uraraka smiled, causing a small blush to appear on Izuku's face. Thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Izuku. With a determined nod, she headed off. It was only after she left that Izuku realized she had called him by his first name. The blush on his face felt like it spread over his entire body. The first sign Toru had that she was no longer alone was the quiet thud of something dropping on the locker next to her. When she sat up, she was surprised to realize it was Ochako. She quickly scrubbed at her face in a likely futile attempt to hide her tears. Not that Ochako could actually see them. Ochako stayed quiet for several minutes, just sitting there nearby. Toru wasn't quite sure what to make of a quiet Ochako. You know he didn't mean to hurt you, right? The question after so much quiet made Toru blink in confusion as she tried to process it. You know what we talked about? Ochako nodded her head, turning to look in Toru's direction. I was there. So? Toru had to take a moment to pull her thoughts together before quietly replying. I know. We've both only known him for a little while, but I think he's the kind of guy who'd be respectful in that kind of situation. Toru thought back to all the times they interacted during the entrance exam. He never really stared at her. He actually made an effort to not look. She had had no clue he could see her that entire time. He could have stared at her entire body all he wanted, and she wouldn't have had a clue. But he didn't. She could feel the embarrassment and confusion and fear fade a bit. Maybe it wasn't quite as bad as it could have been. If someone as pervy as Mineta seemed to be had seen her. She shuddered. That was too painful to even think about. You're right. It could have been worse. Ochako nodded. That's right. And he actually feels bad that he saw you at all. He never wanted to hurt your feelings. Toru turned sharply toward Ochako. Really? Ochako's smile finally returned. Even though he knew you probably didn't want to talk to him, he was ready to do whatever it took to make it up to you. I asked him to let me talk to you instead. Midoriya really is a good guy, huh? Toru spoke so quietly, she wasn't sure if Ochako heard her at first. The brunette nodded, so she must have heard her. Ochako's face broke into a grin. At least if a guy has to be able to see you, it's probably the one guy who won't be a perv about it. And he's cute too. Toru's face burned as she nodded in agreement. I'm gonna have to talk to him. Do you think he's already gone home? Ochako thought for a moment. Maybe? I told him to head out while I talk to you. Probably best to wait for tomorrow to talk about this anyway. You'll both be a little calmer, I think. For now though, come on. The best way to cheer up is to do something fun, so let's relax. Ochako's cheerfulness was infectious. Toru could feel a smile growing, letting the stress fall away. Yeah, let's go. Izuku. Izuku was nervous. Not because today was the first full, proper day of school. No, he was nervous because Hagakure was probably going to punch him in the face as soon as he saw her. He had spent the entire afternoon yesterday knowing it was coming and used his nervous energy to try and make a peace offering. He just hoped he understood her quirk right. Deciding he actually liked the extra time before class started, Izuku arrived at school well before homeroom. He was the first to arrive in the class and pulled out his book on sensory quirks again. He was determined to figure this quirk of his out. He absently fiddled with his glasses as he read. He hadn't been reading for more than a minute before he heard the door to the classroom open. Clearly, he wasn't the only Olibud here today. He broke into a sweat when he realized it was Hagakure, blurry as she was with his reading glasses on. He quickly took them off and set them on his desk while he waited for his fate to come. Hagakure paused in the doorway for close to half a minute before she finally took a breath and stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. "I'm glad you are already here. I kind of expected to beat you here. This means we can talk without a bunch of other people listening in though, so that's good." She slowly walked toward Izuku, her steps hesitant. "Look, I'm sorry They both paused as they tried to speak over each other. Izuku took the initiative to speak before she could continue. "I'm sorry for seeing you like that. It wasn't on purpose." Hagakure stared at him for a second, before a small smile spread across her face. "I get that. I don't hold it against you. Better you than some of our other classmates. Ochako helped me realize that yesterday." Izuku never knew a simple sentence could make him feel so much better. The fear he had felt faded instantly. Hagakure wasn't done. "I've also realized a few things while Ochako and I were at the mall yesterday. And these are important, so listen up." She raised a finger. "First, as soon as we start using our costumes for classes, you're probably going to see me naked again." Izuku felt his face burn at the thought as he instantly had images of the first few times he saw her flash through his head against his will. She raised a second finger. "If you perv on me, I'll hit you." And just like that, the fear was back. A third finger. "As long as you're not perving and staring at me, you can look in my direction, even if I'm naked." And now Izuku was very confused. Hagakure let out a short giggle at Izuku's expression. "It's a bit embarrassing because you're the first person to ever see me naked, but I'm a nudist. I know it's not really common here in Japan, but I do feel comfortable while naked. It's just staring that I have a problem with. If you can treat me the same as if I was wearing clothes, I won't really have a problem with it." Izuku was certain his brain had stopped working. Nothing else could explain the feeling he was having. Hagakure poked Izuku. "Are you okay?" Izuku took close to a minute before he managed to gather his scattered brain together enough to formulate something other than a mix of embarrassed and confused mumbling. "I don't think it would be very easy to do that." Hagakure giggled. "If it was easy, no one would have a problem with people being naked. I'm asking if I can trust you to accept that I am naked, but it's not a big deal. I know you're a boy and not someone who has probably ever dealt with nudists before, but I want to trust you." Her voice had gotten progressively quieter as she spoke, until it was almost a whisper at the end. Izuku responded just as quietly. "I don't know if I could ever get used to something like that. I can't promise that I won't look, but I can promise not to stare." Darn it, he almost managed to say that without stuttering. He was honestly surprised his face hadn't exploded yet. He took a breath, trying to push down his embarrassment. I made you something. To make up for seeing you." He barely managed to force his voice higher than a whisper by the end of that, and was sure if he got any more embarrassed he would explode. Izuku turned to his backpack, digging around for a moment before coming back with a piece of paper. He shyly handed it over to Hagakure. Toru turned the paper over and stared at it in confusion. It was a drawing of a girl. The girl had short red hair, no longer than her neck. It was kind of messy near the bottom. Her eyes were green. Toru stared at the picture, not comprehending what she was looking at even as she took in the cat-like ears on the top of the head. It took close to a full minute of Midoriya fidgeting before it really clicked that she wasn't just imagining it. This was a drawing of her. Feeling lightheaded, she carefully sat down in the nearest seat, trying to just breath as the fact she was seeing a picture of herself went through her mind. She never thought she would know what she looked like. No mirror reflected her, and no camera could record her. She couldn't even see herself when she looked down. "You drew a picture of me?" Midoriya fidgeted in his seat as he shyly nodded. "It was the only thing I could think of to make it up to you when I realized you couldn't see yourself." Toru couldn't hold it back anymore. She dove at Midoriya and hugged him. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She probably wouldn't have stopped jabbering at hyperspeed even as she cried happy tears if Midoriya hadn't ultimately fallen out of his seat to the ground, taking Toru with him. I'm sorry. But thank you. She carefully pushed herself up so she wasn't laying on top of him anymore. You have no idea how much this means to me. She was sure her grin was truly the biggest grin of her life. She sat back on her knees, gently pulling Midoriya up, his face so solid a red she wasn't sure if he would ever have a normal skin color again, but the small smile on his face told her he understood how happy he made her. Of course he understood. He could see her grin, see her tears, see her face. Please, can I call you Izuku? You can call me Toru. He seemed to calm down a bit as the small smile became just a bit bigger. Sure, Toru. You can call me Izuku. Toru wasn't quite sure if she had ever been this happy. She could barely sit still, and knew the grin on her face wasn't going away anytime soon. Then she noticed the look Izuku was giving her was a mixture of happy, surprised, and embarrassed. I didn't think you'd be able to purr. It took several seconds for Toru to process what he said. She was so lost in her happy days. She blinked, then promptly hid her face in her hands. She could feel her cheeks doing their best to match Izuku's blush from earlier. This is so embarrassing. Stupid body. It took her a few tries to finally get the purring to stop. Izuku scratched the side of his head. I kinda liked it. He looked off to the side. It was more proof that you liked the picture. Despite her best efforts, the purring resumed, at least for a few more minutes. Toru spent the rest of the time before the rest of the class showed up just talking to Izuku, the picture held carefully in her hands to be placed in her backpack when class started. Izuku. Izuku was prepared for classes that were amazing and taught everyone how to be heroes. When Vlad King walked in for the first class of the day, it was all Izuku could do to not immediately pull out his hero notebook and try to get an autograph. For the first 10 minutes, the class was still super exciting because it was being taught by a pro hero. By the 15-minute mark, it was more than obvious that Japanese taught by Vlad King was still Japanese. Izuku still managed to get the autograph after class though. The next several classes weren't really any different. Midnight taught a combined art and history class called Humanities, then math with ectoplasm and English with present mic. He gathered quite a few autographs. Lunch Rush was actually serving lunch in the cafeteria. It was kind of strange to eat in the cafeteria instead of the classroom, but getting food prepared by a pro hero of Lunch Rush's caliber more than made up for it. Sadly, Izuku didn't have his notebook to get that autograph. It wasn't until after lunch and home EC with present mic that they finally got to the class everyone was waiting for, Heroic Basics. Even just the first two words, combined with that voice, was enough to immediately capture the attention of the entire class. Coming through the front door like a normal person, All Might said dramatically as he walked in. Everyone in the class immediately began whispering excitedly. I am one of the teachers for Heroic Basics. This is a class that covers a lot of things to teach you the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units in this subject. Seeing All Might up there, explaining the course, made the entire class almost vibrate with excitement. This is why they all came to UA, to become heroes. Let's get right to it. Today's classes will be. The tension in the room rose as everyone leaned forward. Battle training. Izuku heard Kaken speaking excitedly to himself at the word battle, but Izuku was immediately reminded of what Toru had explained to him earlier about her costume. He had a bad feeling about this. He just hoped their costumes. And to go with that are these. All Might pointed at the wall dramatically, and on K several panels opened up, containing their hero costumes. That weren't ready yet. Oh dear. Izuku noticed Toru immediately turned to look at him, but after a moment, she nodded, surprisingly a normal nod rather than the bow nod she seemed to do most of the time. She was smiling at least. Izuku wasn't ready for this. He was so not ready for this. He had promised Toru he would be, but he wasn't ready for this. Walking out to join the others in the class, Izuku fiddled with the costume his mom made for him. It was made before he realized what his quirk was, and it was causing problems. The mask actually was thick enough that it caused a drop in what he could detect through it, so he had to leave it off. This left him basically just wearing a green and white jumpsuit with a hood hanging off the back as a sort of mini cape. He didn't want to hurt his mother's feelings, but he had to get a new costume made that took his quirk into account. He was already sure this one wouldn't work, despite how much he wanted to wear it for the sake of his mother's hard work. All Might had the class all meet at Battle Center B, the same city used for the entrance exam. They say the clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and you are the proof. From now on you are heroes. He took a moment to look over the entire class. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Izuku was suddenly glad he couldn't wear the hood without interfering with his quirk. All Might would have almost certainly realized he took the design from All Might's hair. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Izuku took a moment to look around at the students in their costumes. They all looked so cool. After a moment of looking around, his eyes landed on Uraraka and Toru. His face promptly exploded. Toru was as she warned him naked, except for a pair of gloves and boots. She was also pointedly facing away from Izuku. Uraraka, on the other hand, was wearing a neat combination of space suit and skin-tight bodysuit. It was the skin-tight part that, combined with the already naked Toru, nearly caused Izuku to faint on the spot. Izuku had to take several breaths and focus to avoid passing out, and did his best to ignore how hot both of them were. Then he had to do his best to forget he had actually admitted, even if just in his head, that they were both super hot. And since he added super to hot, now he had to forget that. It was the blush on Uraraka's face, and how Toru was quietly snickering even though she was blushing too, that made him realize he was muttering to himself. He really was going to faint if this kept up. Fortunately, All Might spoke up then. Izuku realized he had missed some of what was being said while he was distracted, though fortunately he was able to follow the rest easily enough. Everyone will be divided up into random teams of 2. You will then be organized into a tournament bracket, which will be used for future combat exercises over the course of the month. It is single elimination for each team. However, just because your team gets eliminated doesn't mean they are done with the event. Those of you who get taken out in earlier rounds will still have a part to play. The details of that will be explained later, though. For now, let's organize the teams. All Might pulled out a tablet, and with a simple press of a button, a holographic tournament bracket appeared over him. Instantly, everyone's names appeared on the outside edge of the hologram, moving randomly around the screen. After a few seconds, they started colliding with each other, forming pairs, before moving into one of the slots on the left of the tournament board. 6 of the 10 teams that were formed got byes instantly. The remaining 4 were slotted into the first 4 slots marked round. Izuku took a moment to find his name, then looked at his indicated partner, and promptly froze up. Toru was his partner. Izuku. The rules are simple. All Might said as he unfolded a piece of paper. Is that a script? Izuku thought to himself. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to recover and disarm it. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Izuku couldn't help but note that it sounded like the plot of an American movie or something. The entire tournament will not be completed in a single day. We simply don't have enough time during our double PRD today to finish all 9 matches. Instead of trying to rush through the matches and limit time for discussion, the tournament shall be spread over the next 2 weeks. Each Monday and Friday we shall have battle trials until the tournament is complete. Also, you may have noticed that the teams are divided into heroes and villains. Your team is determined by your position in the bracket. A team on the top of a match is the villains, while the bottom of a match is the hero team. Izuku glanced back at the bracket hologram and was relieved when he realized this meant he'd be on a hero team for the first 2 rounds. He wasn't quite sure how he'd feel to be on the villain's side. At that moment, Toru walked up to stand next to him. He could clearly see her in his peripheral vision. He did his best to keep his eyes on All Might, rather than the amount of skin he could just barely see. He succeeded for the most part. The villain team will have 5 minutes to prepare. After that, the hero team will begin their assault. With that, All Might refold the paper and put it away. It was definitely a script, then. Since the first match is Ishido and Kirishima against Azui and Tokoyami, everyone else please head to the monitor room. He gestured to one side of the gate to the battle center, toward the tower Present Mike had been standing on during the entrance exam. I shall lead the teams to the first building. Follow me, teams. With that, All Might turned and began heading down the street with both teams following as Izuku and the rest of the class headed into the tower. As they walked, Toru leaned closer to Izuku, causing his blush to grow brighter. You need to relax more. I know you're not that comfortable with it, since we didn't even get a chance to try and ease you into this, but I'm naked. Accept it and at least try to move on, she whispered. Izuku took a deep breath, bracing himself, before finally looking in Toru's direction. While he could clearly see her chest in his peripheral vision, he was rather proud of himself for managing to maintain eye contact. I'm trying. I think it'll be easier when we're actually fighting rather than here, where I have nothing else to focus on. Izuku felt his pride grow at the fact he managed to say all that to a naked girl without stuttering. Toru smiled back. You can do it. I know you'll do just fine. Izuku didn't really know much about the students in this match. Kirishima seemed to have some form of transformation quirk, but it didn't really help him much during the test. He had still placed really well though, claiming 9th, so he was physically in good shape. On the other hand, Ishido had managed to claim 10th, putting her physical capabilities at a level similar to Kirishima's. Her acid quirk seemed rather powerful, but she probably wouldn't use it directly on other students. That would almost certainly hurt them after all. Azui, he knew, was physically capable, with her quirk giving her the physical abilities of a frog, like Toru had the abilities of a cat. He wasn't sure how powerful that actually made her. She had only managed to place at 14th during Mr. Aizawa's test. Tokoyami beat all of them. Thanks to his quirk, he came in 5th in the test. The living shadow he created was physically powerful, as it helped him to do amazingly well in the grip test and ball throw. Izuku felt someone poke him in the shoulder and turned to see Toru smiling at him. You're muttering again, Izuku. Izuku flinched. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Toru giggled as she turned her attention back to the monitors showing the building the battle would take place in. I didn't say it was a bad thing. It's kind of cute. I just figured you'd appreciate someone stopping you from saying things you didn't want others to hear, like earlier. A small blush spread over her face, and a much bigger blush spread over Izuku's face. Before Izuku could decide how to react, All Might spoke up. Your time to prepare is over. Begin. Izuku turned his attention to the monitors. There were heroes in training to watch and new quirks to analyze. Azui and Tokoyami entered from the ground level, staying together, with Azui taking the high ground, as she stuck to the upper part of the wall and Tokoyami taking the other side of the hall. It wasn't even a minute into the match before Ishido began moving through the building, leaving a trail of acid behind her as she used it to skate around far faster than she could run. She was clearly skilled as she took the turns down halls pretty well. Izuku also immediately realized a big mistake she was making. As she headed down several floors, Tokoyami and Azui continued to carefully, but quickly, check room after room, being methodical in their search. With Azui's mobility, she was often checking several rooms for everyone that Tokoyami searched. Tokoyami was also sending out his quirk, Dark Shadow, to check rooms at the same time, effectively letting him check 2 rooms at once. They were maybe halfway done checking the first floor when Ishido found Azui. She hesitated only a moment before charging at Azui, a piece of capture tape in her hands. Azui spotted her with time to spare and quickly started jumping around to avoid her. However, she made no move to attack her. That was when Dark Shadow suddenly appeared around the corner, forcing Ishido back. She reflexively threw acid at it, but the acid did absolutely nothing. While Izuku couldn't hear what she said, her expression made it plain she realized she was in trouble. As Dark Shadow tried to grab her, she quickly started skating away. Ishido ran around a few corners, but Izuku realized right away she had made another mistake. She had lost track of Azui and ran right into her as she leapt from the ceiling on top of Ishido. Before the capture tape could be used though, Ishido managed to twist enough to force Azui back, all without using her acid. With Tokoyami coming from one side and Azui on the other, Ashido was pinned down. At least, she was until she threw acid straight at the ceiling, making a hole large enough to fit through. She jumped against the wall and pushed herself off to make it through the hole she had made. Azui made to follow, but Tokoyami must have said something, because she stopped. Ashido quickly made her way back to Kirishima, while the hero team began following the trail of acid she had left along the ground back toward the bomb, as Izuku had been sure they would. As they made their way toward the stairs, Tokoyami reabsorbed Dark Shadow. They're pretty strong. I don't think Mina and Kirishima are gonna beat them in a fight. Toru speaking up caused Izuku to jump. He had gotten so into the fight he actually forgot anyone else was there for a moment. The villains still have a chance if they set up traps, but it all depends on what Kirishima's quirk actually does, I guess. Ashido's quirk seems to be almost useless against the hero team. Izuku carefully studied the monitors as Ashido quickly used her acid to return to Kirishima, probably hoping they could work together to stop the heroes. They didn't set up any traps. Izuku leaned back, as he was pretty sure he knew how this was going to go now. It took a few minutes before the heroes arrived at the villain's base, but they immediately split right outside, with Tokoyami going into a room just down the hall and in sight of the villain's bomb room. Dark Shadow reappeared and began destroying many of the room's lights. Perhaps his quirk got stronger in darkness? He didn't destroy all of them, so there must be more to it than just that. Azui suddenly jumped into the bomb room, drawing the attention of both Ashido and Kirishima. She began leaping around like a frog. She was very agile, but Kirishima stayed close to the bomb and transformed. His skin became rocky and jagged, like actual skin-colored rock was forming over parts of his body. His quirk must make him more durable, because he seemed to shrug off any hits Azui landed as she tried to get past him, only for her to be forced back by Ashido. After only a minute of this, Azui suddenly jumped back into the hallway, and Izuku knew it was over. Ashido followed her through the doorway, clearly intent on capturing her and ending it. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow leapt from the other doorway and dragged Ashido into the darkened room before she realized there was danger. She had maybe a second to realize what was happening before the capture tape was around her hands, and she was left in the darkened room as Tokoyami moved to join Azui. From there it was easy for Tokoyami and Azui to work together and get to the bomb. The match lasted less than 10 seconds at that point. Hero team wins. All Might called out, "Good job everyone. Come back to the monitor room." Toru was an interesting mix of excited and nervous. After a brief discussion following the battle about how well everyone did, All Might had led Toru and Izuku here, a different building than the previous one. Bakugou and Jiro were already inside, getting ready. Izuku was pacing nervously. Surprisingly, her NDTY didn't seem to be the problem so much as Bakugou being on the enemy team, if his muttering was any clue. She finally couldn't take any more and interrupted him. "Do you have a plan?" Izuku's sudden spin in her direction made her take a step back. "Izuku, are you okay?" He genuinely looked almost scared. It was an expression that looked unnatural on him. "I've never beaten Kaken before. He's so strong." Izuku looked like he was on the verge of a panic attack. Toru did the only thing she could think of at the moment. She grabbed Izuku's head and made him look her in the eyes. "Hey, you seem to be forgetting you're not alone here. And you're a lot stronger than you were before. Remember the ball toss? Your quirk is even stronger than you thought. You said that yourself." While that seemed to at least calm him down somewhat, he was still clearly freaking out. She had to distract him somehow. The only idea she came up with wasn't something she really thought was the best choice, but at least it would probably work. Reaching into her ear, she made absolutely sure the communicator was off before she spoke. "Can you do me a favor after school?" Izuku blinked in confusion, his fear being pushed back further. "What do you mean?" "Well, you managed to draw my face. That's awesome, thank you for that. There's a lot more of me I still haven't seen though. Think you'd be up for a full-body drawing?" Even knowing she was mostly just trying to get his mind off of the fear, she couldn't fully stop the blush. Not that she was lying either, as she did want to really know what she looked like. "I'll even pose for you so you can make sure you get it all right." Izuku's eyes darted down enough it was obvious he was looking at Toru's chest just for a second before they darted back up. WWWWWA. His brain clearly stopped working properly at the thought of Toru's BOTS. That was a nice confidence boost, at least. I'm serious. You're the only one that can see me, so even though I know what I look like with clothes on, I don't really know what I look like. It also can help you get used to the fact you can see me, so hopefully you'll be less weirded out in the future. Does he have to look so cute when he's flustered? Yes, sure. I see him do that. Yes. Toru gently put a finger to his mouth before he could start the stuttered long-winded speech she could already see him building into. It's fine, Izuku. I trust you. I'm giving you permission to look. Now, we need to focus on the fight ahead. Do you have a plan? Izuku managed to finally shift gears into hero mode, as Toru thought of it. The same look of determined focus she saw during the entrance exam came over his face. Finally. Now we can do this. Her tail twitched in excitement. Kaken will come after me as soon as the match starts. He's been angry at me since yesterday, there's no way he's not going to do that. Izuku put his hand to his chin as he thought, his eyes wandering on their own as he thought. Toru realized they had locked onto her BRSTS, but he clearly wasn't processing it. She could feel herself blush, but focused on his words, especially since he didn't even seem to realize what he was doing. As soon as he attacks me, you should try to go the way he came to find the bomb. I can keep him busy with my new speed, strength, and senses. If you get to the bomb quickly, we can end the match without having to worry too much about who fights better or who is stronger. I don't know much about Jiro's quirk, but based on her costume design, it might be sound-based. You'll need to be careful with your hearing, but you can probably overcome her physically if you have to. Izuku nodded to himself, then his eyes locked back on Toru's, clearly not even realizing he'd just spent 2 full minutes staring at her. Toru nodded. Sounds like a plan. I should probably be fully invisible to everyone else then, to make it harder for them to deal with me. She took her gloves and boots off, leaving them by the door. She turned back to look at Izuku, liking the determined look in his eyes. We can do this. I trust you. Be careful though, and don't take unnecessary risks. I won't be able to wear the communicator if I don't want to give away my position to anyone who sees me from the right angle, so I'll have to remove it after I get close. Izuku nodded back and turned toward the building. All Might's voice came over the communicators then. All right. Ready? Start. Izuku. As soon as the match started, Izuku activated total spatial awareness. The sound of everything around him came into sharp focus, and he immediately noticed the sounds of running on the 3rd floor. Kaken was on the move. That also eliminated the 1st and 2nd floor as possible locations for the nuke. They're on the 3rd floor, Izuku said, the green lightning sparking around his body. Even without turning his eyes, he could see Toru with every movement she made. He might as well have been looking at her with how clearly he could see her. He hadn't realized just how defined people became when they were that close. Toru nodded. Think you can jump that high? There was a teasing tone in her voice as she crouched down before leaping up to sink her claws into the edge of the building on the 2nd floor. She braced her legs against the building before repeating the jump to get up to the 3rd floor, landing next to a window. Are you coming or not? Izuku noticed as soon as she got further than 5 feet from him that her body lost definition, only regaining a level of clarity though not to the same degree when she made contact with the building. Yet more aspects to his quirk he still didn't know, apparently. He bent his knees as Toru opened the window she had stopped at and leapt straight up and through it. A quick check showed Kaken changing directions. He was heading right for them. He reached back toward Toru to help her through the window, taking her hand in his. Kaken's heading right for us. Jiro must be directing him somehow. Be ready. The bomb is that way. Izuku pointed in the direction where he could now clearly feel Jiro as she shifted. It took a bit to realize she was looking in his direction. She was definitely using her quirk to track them, then. She might be able to track you with her quirk when you get there, so be ready. Toru nodded, taking her hand out of his as she shifted to get ready to move as soon as Kaken was distracted fighting him. Izuku's hand felt oddly cold as soon as she did. He had to shake his head to remind himself to focus on the upcoming fight, rather than how much he liked Toru's hand in his and how much he really hoped he wasn't muttering. "You were," Toru replied, confirming his fears. Izuku didn't have time to respond or even let himself be embarrassed as Kaken turned the corner in front of him and spotted him. Deku, he roared, launched himself toward the hero team. The explosions he let out behind him were loud. Izuku braced himself for the fight to come, watching as Kaken prepared a right hook. Not only did Izuku expect it, but it was moving so slowly now that Izuku could see him that it was blatantly obvious. Stepping closer at the last second, Izuku grabbed Kaken's arm and flipped him into the ground. Just before he hit, the explosion Kaken had been about to release into Izuku's face exploded into empty air in front of him. Izuku almost threw up on the spot. His sense of balance completely disappeared, as did all sound aside from a constant ringing. He felt the lightning flicker out instantly and lost control of all of his senses almost immediately. He was barely aware of the world around him moving suddenly. It took everything he had to not pass out as it was. Toru had been prepared to run as soon as she was sure Izuku had Bakugou's attention. She had not been prepared for him to almost fall down as soon as the fight started without even getting hit. He was stumbling around like he was drunk. Something had gone horribly wrong. Without wasting any more time, Toru grabbed Izuku and began running as fast as she could on two legs. It wasn't near her maximum speed, but it was still far faster than a normal person. With her hearing, she realized Bakugou was following her. Right, her location was probably still being shared by Jiro. At the next intersection, Toru slowed her run to a walk and focused everything on being absolutely silent. There were times she really disliked being a catgirl. This wasn't one of those times. The pads on the bottom of her feet let her walk without making any sounds at all, and combined with the intersection giving Bakugou multiple choices, she just had to get out of sight before he arrived. With less than a second to spare, she moved around a corner. "Where is she at, Jack Sheet?" Bakugou shouted as he stood in the intersection. Toru focused her ears to pick up the communicator to listen in on the reply. "My name is Jiro. Jiro Kyoka. Is it really so hard to say that, boomer?" The irritation in her voice made Toru smile. Kyoka probably hated Bakugou as much as she did. "She's disappeared, I can't hear her anywhere. You're gonna have to find her the old-fashioned way. I'll start listening to the other floors to see if she got to a different one somehow." Roaring in anger, Bakugou started running down a different corridor, away from Toru. She sighed in relief. She had bought them some time, but they were still on the clock. Moving silently, Toru brought Izuku into a room that fortunately for her already had the door open. She carefully sat down and gently laid Izuku down beside her, ignoring how cold the floor was. She carefully placed his head in her lap as she checked to make sure he wasn't bleeding or otherwise showing signs of a head wound. There was a small amount of blood leaking from his ears. That must have been what happened. He even warned me about loud sounds causing problems. Did he not think the same would happen to him? When this is over, I'm so going to smack him around for this. And then probably hug the stuffing out of him when I'm sure he's okay. Toru was broken out of her thoughts when she noticed blood leaking out of his nose. That's when she saw his eyes snap open. "Izuku." It took a while for Izuku to recover from the shock to his system. Slowly, he was able to become aware of things around him, but since he wasn't really sure where he was and didn't want to advertise that he was aware again, he tapped into his sense of touch. He immediately regretted it. He was in Toru's lap. He learned something new about his touch when he was focused on just it. Apparently he could map the entirety of a person's body with it if he was touching them. It made him very aware of exactly where his head was, and how close he was to a part of Toru he was curious about, and determined to not stare at out of respect. As Izuku opened his eyes, he felt the nosebleed caused by where his thoughts had gone. Toru was leaning over him. Her BRSTs were right in front of him. He almost passed out again. As it was, he knew his nose was leaking even more. He sat up as quickly as he could, only barely managing to pull his head away so he didn't plant his head straight into her chest. Izuku opened his mouth to apologize when Toru covered his mouth with her hand. Turning his face to look at her, she pointed to her ears, then away from them. Of course, Jiro was listening. That made this much harder. It also reminded him they were in the middle of a battle. It was enough to help him bring his mind out of the gutter, at least. He wouldn't forget what happened, he'd just have to deal with it later. Probably while he was alone. After taking a moment to examine his memories, it became obvious what went wrong. He knew his own senses were enhanced, but hadn't applied his own warning to Toru to himself. He still wasn't used to thinking of having improved senses himself. Of course they came with weaknesses. This was very bad. To draw out one for all, he needed total spatial awareness. He still couldn't really hear anything aside from the ringing, so that was right out. With a grimace, he realized he was going to have to experiment in the middle of a potentially dangerous fight, something he had really wanted to avoid. Izuku knew how to bring out one for all now. He needed at least 3 senses to call it out, at least until he got a better grip on the power. Sight and touch both were probably safe. If they came with drawbacks like his hearing, then touch was probably the only risky one against Kaken. The flashes from the explosions were a problem, but his sight seemed to adapt better and he could see when the flash was about to happen and avert his gaze. If touch amplified his ability to feel pain though, a single hit could be all it would take to bring him down. After a moment of thinking, Izuku channeled his power to his nose, the only remaining sense he felt might actually be useful here. Immediately one for all activated as the sense of everything became far more obvious. The smells he could detect blended mostly, making it all but impossible to really figure out what he was smelling, not that he had any real experience to help him figure out what was what. He couldn't even figure out where the smells were coming from, as they seemed to swirl around and mix. This would be much easier if he could just see the DMN smells instead of just smelling them. The tingling in his nose suddenly moved to his eyes. What the world suddenly filled with colored lights floating through the air. As he breathed in deeper in surprise, the lights intensified, with the ones closest to him lighting up. One of the trails of color lead right to Toru. Focusing on that light, Izuku suddenly gained a much better idea of what he was seeing. He was seeing smells. While he didn't have the enhanced sense of smell from before, he had smelt something he was now realizing was distinctly Toru while he was in her lap. This light was the sense he was smelling. He was merging the information from his nose and eyes together. He'd have to think of something to call this later. Now with a better idea of what was happening, he carefully stood up. He nodded to Toru. "I'll be fine now. I know what I did wrong before. I can deal with it this time." At least, that's what he tried to say. He still couldn't really hear, so Izuku wasn't really sure if it came through clearly. Toru's relief that he was okay was obvious on her face. Walking out of the room, Izuku tried to work out what smell was the nitroglycerin on Kaken's hands. Looking around, he realized there was a lot of one particular smell. It was somewhat sweet, or at least that's the closest he could describe it. That had to be it. Confident now that he knew what to do, he took a deeper breath to make sure he had the scent, then started running, following the smell. Izuku had to trust Toru to do her part. He had to get Kaken to leave her alone. After just a few turns he found Kaken facing away from him. Kaken was turning as fast as he could in Izuku's direction. It wasn't fast enough. Izuku landed a solid punch to Kaken's gut as he turned, sending him tumbling down the hall. There was no time to spare. As Izuku ran at him, Kaken recovered and tried to hit Izuku with an explosion from his left hand, aimed high. Izuku was moving as soon as the hand started rising, sliding along the ground in a sweep that sent Kaken to the floor, though he used the explosion he was going to use to flip into the air and launch a kick. Izuku was forced to leap back to avoid it. As both boys recovered their feet, Kaken said something, but he couldn't hear anything still. Izuku gestured to his ears and shrugged. "I can't hear a thing right now," Izuku tried to say. He wasn't sure if what he was saying made any sense. Izuku realized the smell of nitroglycerin was especially strong coming from the gauntlets on Kaken's arms. They were storing it up. He couldn't give him a chance to use that. Toru knew Kyoka had to know she was coming. She wasn't even trying to be sneaky anymore. Now that she knew how slow she'd have to move to sneak up on the girl, she was running on all fours, leaping off walls to take the corners faster. She kept going in the direction Izuku said the bomb was hidden, keeping her ears on a swivel for any clues. 3 minutes remaining. All Might called over the communicators and speakers in the building. That's when her ears caught it. "Boomer, you idiot. You let Toru get to me. You had one job. Toru slowed down. Approaching the room, Kyoka's voice came from carefully. She removed the communicator from her ear just to be safe, setting it next to the door as she peeked in. Kyoka was right in front of the bomb, as far from the door as it was possible to be. As Toru watched, she plugged both of her earphone jacks into her boots. Toru quickly pulled her head back and flattened her ears. The booming sound of Kyoka's speakers was still painful. She could feel the pulse of sound as it blasted through the opening. Even with her ears as flat as she could make them, it hurt. There was only one way into the room, and that's where all the sound was focused. With less than 3 minutes left, she didn't have time for some elaborate plan. Subtlety wasn't going to cut it here. Toru was forced to run away from the room, ducking into the next. One over to get away from the sound. The walls of this building were covered in metal plates. What was under them, though? Walking up to the wall between this room and the one with the bomb, Toru extended her claws and began to rip off the metal plates covering the wall. After digging through 2 layers of plates, she finally got to a concrete layer. She expanded the hole, making it large enough for her, before backing up to build up some momentum. This was probably going to hurt, but she probably had less than a minute left to get this done. Running at the wall at full speed, Toru leapt and drew back her fist. Her punch, combined with her momentum, broke right through, not only the concrete, but the metal on the other side. Kyoka turned to face her in surprise, cutting off the sound she was making. That was the opening she needed. Opening her mouth as far as she could, she let out an explosive roar. She knew from experience just how loud she was when she let loose. Kyoka winced in pain, covering her ears as 114 decibels of sound slammed into her. That was the only opening Toru needed to continue running and reach the bomb before Kyoka could recover. The match is over. Hero team wins. Everyone return to the monitor room, please. Toru collapsed to the ground. They did it. Izuku. Izuku realized right away he was at a disadvantage. One for all made him faster, stronger, and more durable than normal. His senses allowed him to predict every attack Kaken made before he made it. Kaken was still faster, more skilled, and more powerful. His explosions allowed him to move faster than Izuku could using one for all, and each blast packed more of a punch than Izuku's actual punches. This small amount of one for all just wasn't enough. It took everything he had to keep up. The only reason he hadn't been taken out yet was because he could see the attacks and counter them before they even began. Kaken was becoming more frustrated, his explosions becoming wilder. Already, most of the corridor they were fighting in had been destroyed. At one point, Kaken yelled something before pulling out his communicator and destroying it. Clearly, he wasn't cooperating with Jiro anymore. That meant Toru was probably attacking her now. Izuku only had to last until All Might called the match. Kaken launched himself forward with another pair of explosions, trying to feint a kick. Izuku immediately saw the feint and jumped up as Kaken tried to flip around and attack him from behind. For his troubles, Kaken got a one-for-all enhanced boot to the head. Even that attack, however, didn't land perfectly, as Kaken was able to reduce the impact by slightly reversing direction with another explosion, one Izuku barely deflected at the last second. Finally becoming too frustrated, Kaken took advantage of the distance his dodge created and pulled the pin on his right gauntlet. Izuku saw it coming before he even finished raising the gauntlet. The distance was too much for Izuku to actually get in close enough to stop it. He simply wasn't fast enough. He was forced to run to the right down another corridor. He felt the heat of the explosion and the building shaking as it tore down the path he just barely escaped from. He stopped at the next corridor and turned to face the direction Kaken had to come from. Kaken dashed around the corner in front of him, the gauntlet of his left hand already firing. He would be able to fully dodge it, but it would be close, even with his speed. Before he could move though, Toru dashed into the hall, pushing him out of the way of the attack. Izuku could only watch in slow motion as Toru took the attack meant for him head on a direct hit. He had to watch in slow motion as her body was burned and torn apart. It was like someone had reached inside and torn his very soul apart. Then he blinked and he was back where he started before Toru pushed him. What the Izuku quickly glanced around, but there was no sign of the explosion or Toru being killed. He glanced to the side, in the direction she had come from. She was running toward him, shouting something he couldn't hear. He glanced down the hall Bakugou's attack had come from. Bakugou was just starting to come around the corner, just as he had in that horrifying moment. Izuku didn't hesitate. As Toru jumped to push him out of the way, he grabbed her, pushing her back to get her clear of the attack. He jumped after her, trying to get clear with the reduced time he had, but couldn't clear the attack as well, taking the explosion to his left arm and leg. The pain was so much worse than he had thought it would be. He fought through the pain though, he had to be sure. After struggling for a few seconds, he managed to lift his head enough to see Toru. She was unharmed, though she was staring at him in shock, tears running down her face. He had saved her. Izuku finally lost the battle for consciousness. Toru knew she was screaming, but she couldn't hear it. It was like the world had gone mute as pain filled her heart. Izuku fell to the ground right in front of her, his left arm and leg horribly burned and visibly broken. She ran to him, desperate to make sure he was alive. He looked at her and even smiled for a moment, then mercifully passed out. Bending down, she pulled him into her arms, lifting him as she ran toward the nearest path she could think of to get him to help. That meant running past Bakugou to get to the hole he made in the building. Toru leapt past the blonde, extending her claws in her right leg as she passed and lashing out at him. Aside from making sure she had managed to slash his face with her claws and send him flying from the force of the blow, she didn't give him a second thought. She arrived at the hole just as All Might leapt up. Get him to the monitor room. Recovery girl is there already. All Might was unusually serious. Toru leapt straight out of the hole, barely even pausing. Toru raced through the streets faster than she had ever run on two legs before. She was desperate to not waste any time. When she got to the tower, she noticed a window open that led to the monitor room. Based on the cracks around it, that was probably how All Might had gotten out of the room. It served well enough as an entrance. As soon as Toru leapt into the room, she spotted Recovery Girl and made a beeline for her. Carefully putting Izuku down on the bed next to Recovery Girl, she finally collapsed, mulling now that she could let someone trained to deal with injuries help him. Tako ran over as soon as Toru collapsed and wrapped her in a hug, though it took her a moment to properly find the invisible girl crying right along with her. Several of the other students were clearly upset, but Toru was in too much pain to really pay much attention. As it was, Ochako was the only reason she was anchored at all. Recovery Girl worked on Izuku for several minutes in silence, before finally speaking up. I'm going to need to take him to the infirmary. This requires more than I can do here. I believe the rest of the class will likely be cancelled for the day, but you best wait for All Might to be sure. With that, she gestured to the robots holding the gurney Izuku had been placed on, and they trundled off toward the infirmary ahead of her. Toru and Ochako both got up to follow her. Without even a glance back, she stopped them. You two can see him after I've finished. You can stay outside the infirmary if you must, but you will have to wait either way. They nodded, though one was unseen, before following after the youthful heroine. Toru paced agitatedly back and forth in front of the door to the infirmary. This is all my fault. If Izuku hadn't had to push me away, then he would have been fine. Ochako watched her, her arms twitching as she crossed them under her birs. You can't know that. He might have been hurt anyway. Recovery Girl has him now, so he'll be fine. And what if he's not? Toru's tail and ears were twitching wildly, and she couldn't be bothered to control either. He will be, Ochako reassured her. If it's anyone's fault, it's Bakugou's. He's the one that attacked after the match was over and used something so lethal. Toru let out an angry roar, slamming her hand into the wall with enough force to crack it. While nowhere near as loud as she could make it, it expressed her rage at Bakugou perfectly. If I ever see him again, I'm gonna neuter him. She didn't even care if Ochako noticed how cat-like she was right now. Ochako took a deep breath before she continued. I know you're angry and scared and upset, but you are here to be a hero. Remember that. Toru stopped her pacing for a moment. You're right, she admitted bitterly. Much as I don't want to admit it, you're right. The door to the infirmary opened at that point. Recovery Girl stood there with an overly large shirt in her hands. Hagakure, put this on so we know where you are, please. It's bad enough you've been ranting out here naked, At least let us see where you are. Toru's emotions jumped again as she absently took the shirt and put it on. Can we see him now? She asked quietly. He just woke up. If you can be civilized, you can see him. I'll ignore the hole in my wall this time, but there will not be a next time. She glared in Toru's general direction before leading the way into the room. Izuku. Izuku woke up slowly. The entire left side of his body felt numb. It was a struggle to open his eyes, but when he finally managed it, Izuku saw that he was in the infirmary again. A glance at his left side revealed his arm and leg were heavily bandaged. It took a moment for the fight to come back to him. Bakugou had tried to kill Izuku and would have killed Toru. Losing an arm and leg until they could be healed if they could be healed was well worth saving her. Good, you're awake. This better not be the beginning of a pattern. Izuku turned his head to the other side. Recovery Girl was walking over with a cup of water and some pills. You're going to need these. It will help give you an energy boost and make it easier for me to use my quirk. This will be faster than the gummies I normally would give you. Your injury is bad enough that I'm not willing to wait, and you're too weakened as you are now for me to use my quirk on you. Taking the pills isn't optional. Izuku would have accepted them either way, but couldn't suppress the slight fear he felt from the small woman's glare as he swallowed the medicine. Now, there are two very worried young women who have been waiting patiently for you to wake up. You will stay in that bed, and you can talk to them until the medicine does its job. With that, Recovery Girl headed to the entrance of the infirmary, returning with Ochako and Toru following her. With another glare at Izuku to make sure he behaved, she headed off to her office. Toru threw herself onto Izuku's uninjured side, crying into his chest. She had a loose, oversized shirt on, different from what she had been wearing earlier. As she leaned into him, he realized it was all she was wearing. She probably wouldn't even be wearing that much if someone hadn't bothered to make her. She didn't seem to be paying much attention to anything at the moment. All Izuku could do was carefully wrap an arm around her. Ochako sat on the other side of the bed, gently resting a hand on top of Toru's head as she looked sadly at Izuku, her own tears falling down her face. You scared everyone getting hurt like that, Izuku. It took him a moment before he could speak. Sorry. I just couldn't let Bakugou kill Toru. I had to save her. Toru's ears twitched before she slowly looked up at Izuku in confusion. Izuku answered the silent question he could see there. I don't know how, but I saw it happen. I saw that attack KK. He couldn't even bring himself to finish speaking. He knew he was crying. He simply pulled Toru tighter into him with his one good arm. Toru's next words froze him to the core. It was my fault you were hurt then. Izuku wasn't about to let that stand. No, it wasn't. He took a moment to calm down, shouting wasn't going to help. It was Bakugou's fault I got hurt, not yours. Don't you dare try to take the blame for that. I saved you from Bakugou, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. This is not your fault. It took Toru several minutes of quiet reassurances from Izuku, but finally she started calming down. Eventually, only small hiccups and tear tracks on her face remained. Ochako watched silently, simply petting Toru's head. Izuku realized at that moment Ochako was rubbing Toru's ears. She must have figured out Toru's true nature then. With how upset Toru was, she probably hadn't made the connection just yet. That would probably bother her later too. Something else Izuku was determined to help her with. Izuku had almost died today. Toru would have died if he hadn't seen it happen ahead of time, letting him save her. He knew he felt something for her, and after this, decided to stop hesitating. It may not be the best time to ask, but would you like to go on a deep? Izuku stopped and took a deep breath. He would say this without stuttering, it. Though, with the wide eyes Toru was giving him, she had probably guessed what he was trying to say. At least the sadness and fear were gone for now. Would you like to go on a date this weekend? Toru stayed quiet for close to a minute. Izuku could feel the sweat dripping down his face as he waited nervously. Finally, a small smile appeared on her face. Yes. He could finally breathe again, feeling a smile form on his own face. That depends on his recovery first. Recovery Girl interrupted them as she approached, though the twinkle in her eyes contrasted with the annoyance in her voice. Now girl, I need to use my quirk on him, and he's going to need to rest. It'll be best for you both to go for now. He'll be up and about tomorrow. You can talk more about your date then. Toru was blushing as she moved away. Definitely an improvement over the state she was in previously. Ochako looked a little sad though. Before Izuku could think more on it, Recovery Girl kissed his forehead and he instantly felt himself become drowsy. It was all he could do to not fall asleep immediately. You rest now. You'll feel better when you wake up. As if her words were a spell, Izuku once again drifted off into the realm of sleep. Izuku's morning started off better than he expected. His arm and leg only hurt a little, and while moving around was painful, it wasn't so bad he couldn't make it to UA. As he had expected, he had gained some burn scars on his arm and leg, though fortunately they were fairly light and only really noticeable up close or if someone was paying attention. After dealing with a lot of heavy mothering from his mom, Izuku headed off on the same train as he had the last 2 days. Not only did it get him to UA early enough to be able to relax before class, it let him get to Recovery Girl sooner. The reason today was better than the previous days was because, as he was looking for a seat, he spotted Toru. Toru, I didn't know you rode this train too. Izuku exclaimed as he walked over and took the empty seat next to her. Toru's ears perked up, and her tail began waving around in happiness. Izuku! The way her eyes lit up just from seeing him made the early morning and all the pain he had suffered worth it. She immediately latched onto his uninjured arm. You better not do anything that stupid again. You're not allowed to hurt yourself like that. She snuggled closer to his arm, leaning her head against his shoulder. Izuku froze for a moment at the sudden contact with a girl. It took him several seconds before he could process what had happened. They were going on a date that weekend, so that technically made them boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Izuku took only a moment to decide on what he wanted to do, but his face turned a solid red and he hesitated. See, can I put my arm? Toru lifted her head and looked at Izuku in confusion for a moment before a grin spread over her face. You're my boyfriend now. That means boyfriend privileges. If you do something I don't want you to do, I'll tell you. I appreciate you asking first, though. With that, she promptly took the arm she had been holding and wrapped it around her shoulders, leaning her head back down as she got comfortable. Izuku had to take several deep breaths to not pass out at that point, but he managed it. Now that he had his arm where he wanted it, he built up the courage to do something he had wanted to do since she first said yes to their date before that, if he was completely honest with himself. Slowly, as to give Toru the time to react, he lifted his hand up to the top of her head and started rubbing her ears. Toru immediately began purring. He could see her face blushing, but she made no move to stop him or move away, so he kept rubbing her ears and gently patting her head the rest of the train ride. I'm sorry for worrying you, he said before lapsing into a comfortable silence for the rest of the trip. When they finally arrived at the station closest to UA, they walked the entire way hand in hand. As they got near the gate, however, Toru's ears suddenly twitched as she tensed up. Izuku, paying more attention to Toru than where they were going, immediately noticed and quickly amplified his hearing. As the sound of the world built a rapid image in his head of their surroundings, he heard the sounds of a large crowd in the direction of UA. Listening for only a moment revealed they must be reporters, apparently harassing some of the students on their way into the school. Knowing he couldn't risk activating one for all, but wanting to get a better picture, Izuku decided to try something new. He knew he could turn off his vision enhancement. He'd done it a few times by accident, after all, though never on purpose. Carefully pulling his power out of his eyes, he moved it into his touch. The world became blurry as he expected, but the information he gained from combining hearing and touch painted more detail in the surroundings than his eyes could see anyway, at least for those things that he couldn't directly see. The crowd in front of UA was large, completely blocking the way in. There was no way to avoid them if they went to the gate. He really didn't want to deal with a crowd like that while he was injured, and especially not after such a good morning so far. He glanced over at Toru to ask what she thought they should do when he had to do a double take. Her head was gone. He could still see her clothes, but the rest of her body was just missing. Is this what she looked like to everyone else? Izuku put the thought aside for the moment. I don't really want to deal with that crowd. Do you? Toru was silent, but thanks to his sense of touch he realized he could feel as she shook her head. Think we can get away with just jumping over the wall out of their sight? Finding her headlessness somewhat unnerving, Izuku released his control on his senses, letting them return to his default state. As he was looking at her, he noticed something new. Her body sparkled with white light as it slowly faded into visibility. The air around her actually seemed to bend in the process as she became visible. He filed that away, just another thing to ask her about later. Toru only took a moment to think before nodding. We can't really be blamed for doing what we need to in order to get to class. Izuku turned his hearing back on as the two of them moved away from the gate until they found a part of the wall surrounding Yue, using his hearing to keep an eye on the reporters to make sure none of them noticed the two students. Once he was sure no one was watching, he activated his senses of sight and touch to trigger one for all and jumped as soon as the lightning appeared, Toru timing her jump with his perfectly. Less than 2 seconds later, the two were inside the school grounds and Izuku immediately stopped his power. At that point, the two parted ways reluctantly, as Izuku didn't want to upset Recovery Girl. She already seemed pretty annoyed with him and it would be better for Toru to just wait in the classroom for him as he finished healing. Good work on the first round of the combat training, Mr. Aizawa said in a bored monotone. You may have noticed we're missing a student. Izuku had definitely noticed the empty seat in front of him. Bakugou hadn't shown up for class. After a discussion among the teachers, it was decided that Bakugou's actions yesterday were not the behavior of a hero. As such, he has been expelled. Izuku closed his eyes, knowing how much that would have hurt Bakugou. As much as he felt it was deserved, it still hurt. They were friends once. Remember to always consider the consequences of your actions. He was on the villain team, but that is no excuse to place the lives of his fellow students in danger as he did. Mr. Aizawa glared at the rest of the class for a moment before moving on. Now, let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you. Mr. Aizawa paused in his speech for a moment, and Izuku felt a chill of dread race down his spine. Were they going to get another special test? Decide on a class representative. Izuku couldn't suppress the sigh of relief he felt. It was just a normal school activity. Immediately most of the students started speaking up, trying to volunteer. Naturally, the class representative isn't really a responsibility most people want in other schools, but here it showed you had leadership skills, a desirable trait for a hero. After almost a minute of chaos, Ida Tenya shouted over the noise. Silence, please. Everyone seemed so surprised, they actually listened. Izuku couldn't help but feel impressed. It is a serious responsibility to lead others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Izuku noticed Ida's hand was also raised the highest. Still, what he said made sense. Why did you suggest that? Kaminari asked incredulously. Azui put a finger to the side of her face as she thought for a moment. We've only known each other for a few days, how do we know who we can trust? Kirishima nodded in agreement. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves. Ida interrupted him. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here could truly be considered the most suitable person? What do you think, Mr. Aizawa? As Izuku turned his attention back to the teacher, he had apparently wrapped himself up in his sleeping bag again. I don't care as long as you decide before homeroom is over. With that, their teacher laid down to sleep. Since the teacher was sleeping, Ida took it upon himself to pass out papers for everyone to write their votes on. Izuku had to admit that just the fact he had done so much to smooth out the process made him feel like Ida would probably be the best candidate. Izuku wrote his name down on the paper before folding it and handing it back when the papers were collected. After a moment to tally the results, Ida wrote them on the board. Izuku's brain promptly shut down when he saw that he had 4 votes. He was vaguely aware that Toru was the vice president as the only other person with more than 1 vote, but he was struggling to accept that he was the one voted for by 4 people. In an attempt to calm his mind, he tried to figure out who voted for him. Toru, obviously, had to be one. Maybe Ochako too? That still left 2 he had no clue about. Mr. Aizawa finally stood up. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep will be Hagakure. Izuku knew he was shaking. He tried to stop it, but he couldn't help but imagine the many ways this could go horribly wrong. Toru seemed to also be twitching in her seat. She probably wasn't used to getting this much attention either. Finished with barely a minute of homeroom left. After a lesson of English with present Mike, Izuku turned his attention to Toru as soon as the teacher walked out of the room for the break between classes. Taking advantage of the empty seat created by Bakugou's removal, she moved into the now unoccupied seat, facing Izuku. "So, class rep huh? You'll do a good job with that, I think," Toru said happily. Izuku noticed her tail twitching as she talked. Her face was filled with nervous tension. She wasn't in the habit of hiding her expression, just the sound of her voice. Izuku was sure he looked just as nervous. "We're both worried about this, Toru. You don't have to hide it from me." Toru began to blush, an embarrassed look on her face. "I honestly forget sometimes that you can actually see me," she muttered quietly. She took a moment to take a deep breath. "You can do this, though. We'll both just have to work together and do our best." A grin spread over her face as she slyly looked to the side behind Izuku. "And Ochako can help us." The quiet squeak Izuku heard behind him confirmed that Ochako was indeed there, listening in. "Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you too." She sounded a bit strange, so Izuku turned around to look. He couldn't quite figure out what she was feeling. It looked like she was torn between being happy and something he didn't really recognize. "You're our friend, Ochako. You're always welcome." Izuku reached out a hand to pull her closer, making her stand between the two desks. Toru took her other hand. "Yeah, no matter what, you'll always be welcome, Ochako." Ochako's face turned a solid red, but she turned to Izuku, a determined look on her face despite her embarrassment. "Are you okay now?" She glanced at his arm and the light burned scars on it. Izuku nodded. "As well as I will be. Doesn't hurt, at least." Before they could continue any further, Ectoplasm walked in for math, ending the discussion as everyone returned to their desks. Izuku found himself in a weird situation. When lunch finally started, Izuku had gone to the cafeteria with his girlfriend, intending to spend a relaxing meal just talking with her and whoever sat nearby. His plans were derailed before they began. As they were walking to a table to sit together, Toru kept glancing over at Ochako. Izuku could tell something was wrong with her, but Toru must have seen more than he did. "I am gonna sit with Ochako. We'll talk after lunch, I promise." She kissed his cheek before walking away and sitting next to Ochako, who seemed surprised. Izuku was more surprised by the kiss, and felt his face explode into a blush before rushing to sit down as he ate. He participated in the conversation, but his mind was mostly on the kiss rather than the fact Ito was related to Ingenium. Izuku was brought out of his semi-distracted thoughts of kissing Toru by the alarm going off. "There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion," a recorded voice said as the alarm continued to go off. The students immediately began to panic. Before Izuku could stand up, he was knocked off his seat by the panicking students. Knowing how dangerous this was, he prepared to activate total spatial awareness, but stopped as he realized all the noise would probably overwhelm him. So many people also meant a lot of different scents. The food didn't help either, that would also put him in danger of being overwhelmed. Deciding to hold off on risky quirk use, Izuku did his best to fight his way to his feet without one for all. It took him a moment, but he was able to do it. Even without his quirk, he was still in decent shape. That's when Izuku saw something that demanded he act. "You're jealous, aren't you?" Ochako waved her hands wildly, shaking her head. No. I'm just happy for you, really." Toru knew she couldn't see the deadpan stare, so she decided to verbalize her opinion on that blatant lie. "I dunno, Ochako. You seem kinda off about all this." As Ochako spent a few seconds scrambling for something to use as an excuse, Toru decided to help ease the panic. "It's fine that you're jealous. I get it, I really do. Izuku is cute and an amazing guy." Toru gently reached out and took Ochako's hands in her own. "If you could answer these questions I have really quick, it'd be great." Toru couldn't quite keep the nervousness out of her voice. She knew what she was about to suggest was far from normal. Maybe she was being greedy, but it wasn't going to hurt anyone. You'll tell the truth, won't you? It took a few seconds before Ochako finally nodded hesitantly. So, say you could date Izuku without hurting me. Would you? Ochako's face was so beyond red it was amusing. It took almost a full minute of silence between the two before she finally answered quietly. Yes. Toru squeezed her hands reassuringly as she smiled. Okay. Making progress. Next question. Now, if Izuku were to say he was okay with sharing, would you join us? Ochako's face underwent a drastic change. From a slightly embarrassed mess, to a rambling, embarrassed mess. She jerked her hands back as if burned, those round cheek marks of hers somehow expanding to envelop her entire face. She stuttered over her words, pointing in random directions before starting to inch away from Toru. Oh look, it's lunch rush. I'm gonna go ask for his autograph, okay thanks bye. She got up and walked away as quickly as she could without running. Before Ochako could get far, Toru got up and started to chase after her, intent on finishing the conversation, no matter how embarrassing it was. If Ochako was gonna run, she was gonna run until the sun went down. It wasn't the best idea to run from a cat. They tended to chase things they wanted. She just reached Ochako when the alarm went off. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion, a recorded voice said as the alarm continued to go off. The students immediately began to panic. Toru grabbed onto Ochako instinctively as the crowd began pushing and fighting to get to the exit. Almost immediately the way out was blocked, and the crowd was fighting harder the longer they couldn't escape. Ochako was getting pushed around more than Toru was thanks to the difference in strength, so she moved herself to stand in front of Ochako as much as she could. Quick, use your quirk on us. As soon as Ochako's fingers touched her, she turned and grabbed Ochako, jumping out of the crowd to the ceiling, where she dug in with her claws to keep them both stable while they were weightless. Her eyes darted around the room, trying to figure out a way out of this mess. Suddenly, a burst of green lightning caught her attention. Standing in the middle of one of the tables was Izuku. Hey! Are you heroes or not? His shout seemed to echo around the entire room, getting everyone's attention. Calm down. It's just the media. Toru realized he was looking right up at her, concern on his face. He must have seen what happened when they escaped the crowd. It took all her willpower to not jump down and kiss him right then and there. He stepped up in a big way. A glance at Ochako showed the same look in her eyes. As the crowd became calmer and began leaving in a more organized fashion, Toru spoke up. If you can't answer my question yet, think about it and answer when you can. I can wait. Ochako was hiding in the bathroom. If anyone asked her though, she was just redoing her makeup after the chaos that was the end of lunch. It wasn't like she was freaking out because Toru asked if she wanted to share Izuku. Nope, that wasn't it at all. She spent the entirety of lunch pacing the bathroom trying to figure out how she felt. On the one hand, Izuku was very cute and undeniably CC when he had stood on the table with lightning flashing around his body, calming the entire cafeteria like the hero he is. On the other hand, if she wanted to date him, she had to share him, which was a weird thing to even be considering. Could she share a guy? Should she even try? Would sharing Izuku be worth it so she could date him? It was undeniably tempting. She was no closer to making a decision by the end of lunch than she had been when Toru asked her the question, and she was forced to go back to class. Not that it mattered much, as she was so distracted by her thoughts she missed most of the lesson Midnight taught them for health class. She probably would have missed most of the next lesson too, if it wasn't about heroic law. She forced herself to focus as much as she could for that, but even then she knew her attention was iffy at best. When the final PRD of the day humanities, this time focused mostly on history, she absently noted began, her attention wavered again. If she dated Izuku, that would mean spending a lot of time with Toru too. She didn't mind the invisible girl. She was pretty fun to hang out with. Ochako was pretty sure she didn't like girls like that though, which might make things awkward. Taking a deep breath, Ochako glanced over at Toru and tried to consider what it might be like if they did go through with this idea. The thought of kissing Toru passed through her head, and she felt her face flush before shaking that thought clear. Even if they shared Izuku, that didn't mean they were dating each other, right? And Toru probably didn't like girls, and Ochako definitely didn't, right? Right? She glanced at Toru again, and couldn't help but wonder why she found the idea of kissing Toru so hot if she didn't like girls. It was almost as distracting as the thought of kissing Izuku, which made the blush on her face 10 times worse as soon as she thought it and forced her eyes back to midnight. She had a feeling this was going to be a long day. Even a whole day later, Ochako had the entire room between her and Izuku and didn't feel like it was enough space to hide the now permanent blush on her face. Izuku and Toru were near the front of the class as everyone watched the monitors for the beginning of the second round of the battle trials. Ojiro and Mineta were on the second floor of the building, rather than going to one of the higher floors. However, they were busy setting up one heck of a defense. Mineta was pulling off the ball of his hair and spreading them all throughout the room. When the timer finally ran out and the match began, the floor immediately around the bomb was almost completely covered with hairball, while the walls and much of the outer area had them spread out. Ojiro took point by the door. They clearly were going to go for the more defensive strategy rather than splitting up, as the two previous teams had. Tsuyu and Tokoyami, however, went with a new strategy compared to last time. They must have spent some time discussing ways to use their quirks together since Monday. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow grab Tsuyu and lift her up to look through the windows of the upper floors to try and spot the villains. The villain team's plan was going to backfire on them because they stayed on the lower floors, apparently. It didn't take more than 2 minutes for Tsuyu to find them, at which point she stuck to the wall before stretching out her tongue to pull Tokoyami up to her. With Tsuyu holding him in place, he sent Dark Shadow smashing through the window. Ojiro and Mineta were caught completely off guard as Dark Shadow grabbed the bomb from behind and dragged it to the window where Tsuyu simply reached in and touched it, ending the match before the villains could even react. Those two were definitely the team to beat. They were smart enough to work out how to combine their quirks to make them even more mobile than normal. Ochako wasn't too sure how she'd deal with them. After a few minutes, the two teams walked into the room and All Might called everyone to attention. Well, that was quick. Nicely done, hero team. So, who do you think was the MVP for this match? He asked as he turned to the rest of the class. Naturally, Momo spoke up immediately. Tokoyami. His shadow allowed the heroes to quickly and easily capture the bomb. Though, I admit to being curious which of the two thought up that plan of using their quirks on each other to move like that. Tsuyu was surprisingly the one who raised her hand. When I saw how easily Dark Shadow captured Mina in the first round, I figured he could lift me without a problem, and I knew I could lift Tokoyami with my tongue. It was pretty easy to come up with the plan from there. Tokoyami nodded in agreement. Izuku interjected at that point, his chin in his hands. His thoughtful expression was so adorable Ochako almost missed what he said. In that case, it could be argued that Azui is the MVP, or maybe that they are equally MVP? All Might nodded in agreement. Yes, this sounds like an unusual situation. It may be best to say that both young Azui and young Tokoyami are equal MVPs for this match. Congratulations! As All Might started leading Shoji, Momo, Aoyama, and Koda to the building their battle would take place in, Ochako was distracted by the gloves and boots that marked Toru's location wrapping around Izuku. She so wanted to swap places. It took her a moment to realize she wasn't entirely sure which of the two she wanted to swap places with. Why do emotions have to be so confusing? Ochako then blushed as she realized Toru was actually naked, as Izuku's muttering reminded her. She couldn't hear everything they were talking about, but Toru stayed wrapped around Izuku as they turned their attention back to the monitors. Ochako fell back into her internal debate on if she should accept Toru's offer or not, distracting her so much she didn't even realize she missed the entire battle until All Might called for Izuku and Toru to join him for the next one. From what she could gather from the conversations around her, it sounded like Momo and Shoji won the battle without much trouble. Another team to be careful of. With the objects of her affection being led out of the room, she drew her attention back to the monitors. She wasn't going to miss this match, at least. Izuku. Hey Toru, do you know how your invisibility works? Izuku asked as he waited for the round to start. Toru tilted her head as he glanced at her. What do you mean? Well, are you just transparent somehow? Izuku looked back toward the building as he considered what he had seen the previous day when he had turned his quirk off in his eyes. I'm not actually sure. I never really thought about it. Why? Izuku drew his power out of his eyes before turning to face her. It was strange to only see a floating pair of gloves and boots instead of the naked girl he knew was wearing them. He carefully began to channel the power back into his eyes, slowly causing the strange light to appear around her body as before. When I look at you without my quirk, you're as invisible to me as you are to everyone else, apparently. But when I slowly turn it back on, it's like light is bending. I'm not really sure what it means, but I think your quirk isn't just transparency or something like that. There's something more to it. As Toru's naked body began to become visible again, Izuku looked away. He didn't want to get distracted. We'll have to look into that more when we're not about to fight. There's two strategies I think they might use. They'll most likely stay with the bomb, guarding it instead of running around trying to capture us. Though Ida could probably scout the building the quickest of anyone, they have to realize I can immediately find them. Most likely, we're going to be engaged in a 2-on-2 fight from the very beginning. You might be able to sneak in to get to the bomb, but if that doesn't work, you'll need to take on Ida. I'm not fast enough to fight him, but you were able to outsprint him before, so you'll be our best bet there. Toru nodded in understanding. And if they don't stick with the bomb? Izuku looked nervous for a second, but quickly pushed it away. Then Ida might come after me, since he can actually find me. I don't think I can beat him as I am right now. I'll need your help to even keep up with him. In either case, I think our best bet is to stick together for this one until we're at the bomb room. Toru smiled at Izuku. Hey, we'll do fine. Maybe if we win, I'll give you a kiss. Izuku turned toward the building with a determined gaze. He was going to win no matter what now. Battle, start. All Might called out over the comms. Toru quickly dropped her gloves and boots as Izuku began activating his senses. Ida's engines weren't that loud, so he could use his hearing safely. He didn't have any way to generate bright lights, so his eyes were perfectly safe. He was too fast. There was no way Izuku could avoid getting hit. After a moment's hesitation, Izuku activated his sense of smell and combined it with his sight. After looking things up on the internet, he had decided to call this synesthesia, since this allowed him to emulate people who had actual synesthesia. One for all lit up around him as he focused his hearing on the building. While nowhere near as loud as Bakugou's explosions, the sound of Ida's engines was clear to Izuku, allowing the sonar-like effect to reveal Ida's exact location on the 5th floor. Izuku couldn't jump that high in a straight shot. They're on the 5th floor. I'm gonna need to use the alleyway to jump between the buildings to get that high up. Izuku put his words into action as he began running around to the side and down the alleyway. Toru kept pace easily on all fours, and once they arrived in the alley, she started climbing up the building as she headed straight for the top. Izuku jumped up and tried to kick off the walls to climb up after her. He managed 2 kicks before he slammed face-first into the wall of the building instead. Ow! He barely managed to grab onto the nearby window, thus avoiding falling, but crashing into the building hurt. Izuku! Toru fell down 2 stories to grab him with her tail, slamming her arms into the wall to hold herself there. Are you okay? Izuku shook his head for a moment. Yeah, just thought that'd be easier. I'll need to practice that if I can't jump higher. Toru shook her head. Please stop hurting yourself. I really will have to give you a lecture at this rate. Izuku sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry. He held on as Toru proved how strong she was by effortlessly lifting them both up the building while holding him in her tail. Izuku swore he'd practice when he had a chance to get the hang of that jumping trick, if only so Toru didn't have to worry. As soon as they reached the 5th floor, Toru pulled open a window and leapt through, letting Izuku out of the grip of her tail. Izuku could hear the sounds of Ida's engines as he raced around the floor. He wasn't guarding the room. This was exactly what Izuku was afraid of. Ochako couldn't stop herself from feeling nervous as she watched Izuku head into the alley by himself. She knew Toru had to be there, but since she was invisible, she had no idea where. When he started jumping from building to building, Ochako was impressed. When he face-planted into the wall, she narrowed her eyes in a deadpan expression. That was considerably less impressive. She almost screamed when he started to fall before grabbing the window. Then he started floating, so obviously Toru was there helping him as she climbed the building, carrying him in an arm. Toru was really strong. Ochako couldn't help but feel worried though, when Ida began systematically searching the entire floor. The tight corners kept him from going any faster than he had during the test on Sunday, but he was still covering ground quickly. It wouldn't take him more than a minute or two to find Izuku and Toru. Izuku. Izuku could hear Ida coming down the corridor toward them. He opened his mouth to warn Toru, but her ears twitching told him she heard it too. When Ida finally turned the corner, he immediately shot straight for Izuku. He was definitely faster than Izuku right now, and he could see the kick coming in slow motion. He wanted to jump out of the way, but immediately realized he wouldn't be fast enough. The gap in their speed was just too much. The best he could do was start to block, and even that was not going to be enough to fully stop it. As he moved his arms to block the attack, he saw Ida adjusting his aim and had to adjust as well. In just the 2 seconds it took Ida to cross the distance, they must have made subtle adjustments to their respective actions a dozen times. Ida managed to land a solid blow through part of Izuku's guard. As he went flying back, he couldn't help but wish he was faster as he slammed his head into the wall, dazing him. As Ida charged at Izuku, Toru instinctively tried to pounce on him. She couldn't get enough room to really accelerate in this hall and had to rely on the speed she could get from just 2 legs if she was going to make it in time. She didn't make it though, and as she crashed into Ida, she had to watch Izuku go flying down the hall. Ida crashed into the wall from the impact, and immediately pushed away, rushing to the far end of the corridor, away from Izuku. She prepared to chase after him, but he reached into the pouch on his waist. She watched warily as he pulled out a packet of some sort. Toru braced herself as he opened it and began running down the corridor. She stepped to the side, just in case, and he stopped near the far side, right by Izuku. She had to stop him from getting a capture tape on him. As she began running on all fours to close the distance faster, she felt something sticking to her hands and feet. Looking down, she realized she just ran right into a trap. Ida had spread flour on the floor. She glanced up just in time to see Ida charging right for her, and jumped back to her feet as she raised her hands to block the attack. His kick landed solidly, pushing her back several feet, but she was able to shrug it off and come back in with a swift kick, trying to trip him. He easily dodged it though, her foot showing up as floating flour. He had completely countered her invisibility. She was just glad he hadn't dumped the flour on top of her. She had accepted that Izuku could see her, but he was her boyfriend now. No way was she giving Ida a free show too. Not to mention the rest of their class. As her foot came back to the ground after her kick, she pushed off with her other foot and spun around as Ida tried to come in immediately after her previous attack, hoping to take her out quickly. He noticed the second kick too late to dodge back. Toru was going to hit him. She was going to hurt him. She threw herself to the side instead, her kick missing as she tried to get behind Ida so she could restrain him. He spun around, captured tape in his hands as he tried to wrap it around Toru's outstretched hands. She opened her mouth and let out a roar, the sound causing Ida to jump back in shock and giving Toru a moment to try and come up with a way to capture him without hurting him. Her claws, her fists, her feet, even her tail might accidentally hurt him. She felt the old fear starting to come back. She wouldn't hurt someone, not again. She still regretted what she did to Bakugou, that had filled her sleep with nightmares, and she still felt like he deserved it despite the regret. Ida definitely didn't deserve to be hurt. She couldn't stop him. As Ida came in again, Toru began blocking and dodging an even more complex series of kicks intermixed with a few attempts to grab her with the capture tape. She was being forced to take full advantage of the flexibility her cat body gave her just to dodge. He was so fast. He only had a vague idea where her body was from the position of her feet and hands, plus the streaks she was leaving in the floor, but his eyes never left them, tracking her as they fought back and forth, even as she never made an attack against him. Finally, after almost a minute of fighting, she was running out of energy. She couldn't keep it up. Her body was heating up, the burning growing more intense as she tried to fight through it. As she slowed down, Ida finally landed a glancing blow, and it was enough to send Toru flying down the corridor. As she rolled to a stop, fortunately on a part that didn't have any flower, she looked up as Ida appeared in front of her, the capture tape closing in. She closed her eyes, accepting defeat. She was too tired to keep fighting. She was struggling to get her breath back as her poor endurance reminded her of the one weakness she would always have to struggle against. She couldn't hurt him, and she couldn't outlast him. She couldn't beat him. The sound of Ida grunting and metal crashing into the ground surprised her, and she opened her eyes. Izuku was back in the fight. Izuku. Toru was losing. Izuku could barely believe it. She had seemed so amazing so far, like she couldn't be beaten. And she was losing. Izuku was in pain, but it wasn't so bad he couldn't think. He was winded, but it wasn't so bad he couldn't fight. He refused to just let Toru fight alone, not when she was fighting so hard. Not when he could help her. But he wasn't fast enough. He needed more. The two were focused on fighting each other, so Izuku took the time it gave him to focus on himself for a moment. He needed a way to bring out even more speed. He could draw on one for all as he had against the zero-pointer, but that had destroyed him. He would never get anywhere like that. He reached for one for all, drawing its power out. He felt it flood his entire body. If he so much as twitched, it would destroy him. As the red veins covered his entire body, he knew it was far too much. He needed a way to control this. He had to, or Toru was going to be hurt. Even if this was just a friendly battle, he refused to let Toru get hurt. With one for all already out, he fully activated his eyes. With his eyes focused, he felt one for all pulse toward his eyes. The world came into sharp clarity, letting him watch the fight in slow motion. Toru was holding back her strength again, just as she had against the robots in the entrance exam. She was going to lose like that. He didn't have time to get this wrong. Izuku focused one for all to his ears. Again, the world became loud, and was filled with the strange, sonar-like images of everything around him. The power wasn't even being dented like this. There was so much. Next he tried focusing one for all to his nose, and immediately combined it with synesthesia to turn the world into a colorful mass of smells, the flower almost forming a cloud of smell. It was a strong smell all combined, but not so much he couldn't focus past it, though it did almost entirely hide the smells of Ida and Toru. What he could smell of Toru's scent, however, got his attention. He recognized it since he had smelt it from himself during that battle against Bakugou. Toru was afraid. No, she was terrified of something. He needed more. He knew he could channel his power into his tongue. He needed something stronger though, something he could actually use. He knew how risky it was. He knew the dangers. Toru was in danger. He didn't care. He drew one for all straight into his sense of touch. As the power spread throughout his body, the world became even more detailed than just his sonar or synesthesia could make it. He felt one for all flowing around him, through him. He grabbed onto that feeling. He would make this work. The lightning intensified as it formed. He drew back the power, demanding it cooperate. Toru hit the wall. The lightning quieted as it finally obeyed him, settling to a level where the pain stopped. He charged as Ida leaned down to slap the capture tape on her and kicked him across the corridor. He wasted no time as he charged at Ida, who quickly recovered from the sudden assault. He looked winded from the blow. Ida tried to launch a kick from the left. Izuku saw it and stepped into the attack, landing a gut punch before the kick could land even as he grabbed the leg and flipped Ida to the ground with a roll. He was keeping up this time. He was fast enough that his reaction speed let him keep up. He quickly swiped Ida's capture tape from his hands and slapped it onto Ida's own arms, dragging them together. Before he recovered, he had beaten Ida. It was an insane mix of luck, surprise, and desperate determination, but he won. Ida Tenya has been captured. 10 minutes remaining. All Might called out over the comms and speakers of the building. He fell to the ground, panting as the adrenaline began to run out, satisfied with the victory. After resting for a moment, Izuku remembered they were in the middle of a competition and headed over to Toru. "You okay?" Toru was exhausted. Her chest heaved as she struggled for breath. It would have been rather distracting if he wasn't so worried for her. As it was, she barely managed to nod. "My body isn't built for endurance." Keeping up my speed or strength for long exhausts me. I'm gonna need a serious catnap today. She weakly reached up an arm, and Izuku helped her to her feet, one arm going around her waist to help her along as led the way toward the bomb room, where he could hear Kaminari's electricity sparking. After about a minute of walking, they reached the right corridor, and he carefully set Toru down. You rest here, I got this one. He smiled at her, confidence he hadn't felt before flowing through him as he brought One for All back to the same level as he had it earlier. He could feel it was stronger. He finally was using it intentionally, not relying entirely on his natural quirk to bring it out. He knew he had a long way to go though. He was relying on his sense of touch just to make himself sensitive enough to feel how much power he was using. It was probably only about 5% of the full power he had felt when he was channeling One for All before. Until he could feel the power without relying on any of his senses, he wouldn't consider it even close to good enough, especially not when it relied on a sense with such a big weakness. With a determined step, he approached the room Kaminari was in. He was fast. He should be able to make this, but he'd have to risk turning off his sense of touch or he'd be fried anyway. Carefully shutting down the sense, he could still feel One for All staying roughly where he left it, but he could also feel it fluctuating, growing stronger and weaker by small amounts as he struggled to hold it without the crutch of his sense of touch. It would have to do. Bracing himself for what he was about to do, especially with how stupid it was, he dug his fingers into one of the metal plates in the wall. He was strong enough now to at least tear this off, which gave him most of what he needed. He leaned closer to the doorway and threw his makeshift lightning rod in and to the left as he dashed to the right. As he hoped, most of the electricity in the immediate area was drawn to the convenient target. He even managed to get close before Kaminari freaked out. Oh shit! Indiscriminate discharge 1,300,000 volts. Lightning began to flood the room, but before it could go far, Izuku got desperate and channeled One for All to his middle finger and, overlapping his thumb on top of it, flicked it at Kaminari. The resulting blast of wind sent Kaminari flying into the wall, which absorbed much of the attack, though Izuku was still zapped by the edges of it. His finger hurt like hell. He had broken it in his desperate move, but he felt like one finger was okay at this point. He slammed his good hand into the bomb. The match is over. Hero team wins. Ochako couldn't contain her excitement at the victory. She knew she was squeeing, and she didn't care. She was hyped for her match after such a thrilling fight, even if she was still nervous about dealing with sharing Izuku. When the post-match discussion had Izuku declared the MVP for his recovery after they almost lost, she couldn't have been prouder. Toru quite literally curled up for a nap in Izuku's lap afterward, which certainly made her jealous, but she couldn't really hold it against either of them. That wasn't an easy fight. She was ready for this fight against Todoroki and Sato. She was going to own this. As the match started and she ran into the building, she hoped Izuku and Toru were watching. She was going to do her best to impress them. Ochako was distracted when she realized she was starting to daydream getting a kiss as a reward for a good fight, and both Izuku and Toru were doing the kissing. That was when the ice came. It flooded the entire hallway, and she had almost no time to react. She tried to jump over it and managed to get only her feet caught, making her fall to the ground and slapping her hands into the ice as she landed hard. The ice spread over her hands as well, keeping her trapped. That was when she felt the buildup of her quirk as it neutralized the gravity in the ice. Her quirk activated, and she couldn't cancel it with her hands trapped. Ochako knew immediately what was going to happen, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Despite how hard she fought, it wasn't even half a minute later that she was spewing out a rainbow due to her quirk, feeling the utter humiliation of defeat. Izuku. Congratulations, everyone. I'm sure you're all excited to continue on to the third round, but that will be saved for another day. Many of you are injured, and we still have a lot of time left for class today. If things hadn't been interrupted on Monday, we would have also done this for the second half of class, but instead, today will be your first class on emergency first aid and quirk safety. All Might gestured to the side where Mr. Aizawa and Recovery Girl were standing. That said, I will be turning the class over to Mr. Aizawa and Ms. Shizenji. Be sure to put in your best efforts. With that, All Might turned and moved out of the room with a somewhat hurried pace. Izuku realized he was coming up on the 2-hour mark soon, which meant he was probably starting to feel the strain of maintaining that form. Izuku turned to look at the far side of the room, where Ochako was leaning against the wall, curled up in a ball, ignoring everything around her. Izuku had to squeeze his hand into a fist to release some of the anger he felt at what Todoroki had done to her. While it probably hadn't been on purpose, it was still humiliating for Ochako, obviously. Mr. Aizawa stepped forward, getting everyone's attention. This portion of Heroic Basics is pretty simple. The focus is on learning how to use your quirks safely, both for yourself and those around you. Because there's a risk of being injured, this class is usually also paired with learning basic first aid. Any injuries that can be treated by you will be your responsibility. Anything beyond, that will be taken care of by Recovery Girl, he said as he gestured to her. That said, we already have some injuries from the battle trial, and many of you will be learning this for the first time. For the next 15 minutes, everyone will be paired with a partner. He cut himself off as he glanced over at Toru, who was now curled up next to Ochako, clearly asleep. Or at least those of you who are awake. He seemed uncertain how to deal with the fact that Toru was sleeping. Izuku had explained what happened after they got back to Mr. Aizawa and All Might, since Toru would obviously need to recover from how badly she had drained herself. That was the only thing that was really wrong with her right now. Her other injuries were minor at best, a light bruise being the worst of her injuries. With that, Mr. Aizawa began dividing the class into pairs to learn first aid together. Those who were actually injured were separated to get more specialized lessons after the rest of the class started. Izuku didn't pay much attention to who got paired with who until his name came up. Midoriya and Uraraka, specialized care. That was all Mr. Aizawa said, but it was obviously because of his broken finger. The look he gave Izuku, however, was different. Izuku didn't get it at first, but then he noticed the glance Mr. Aizawa made between himself and Ochako. He must have figured out the two were friends and wanted Izuku to help Ochako. Not like he needed an excuse to do that, but it also gave him a more important opportunity. Ochako had begun absently petting Toru's ears while the students were being paired off, and even being paired with Izuku didn't seem to lift her spirits at all. If anything, she seemed even more reluctant. He had his work cut out for him. Izuku was unsure of what to say to make her feel better. He spent the time Recovery Girl was walking Ochako through how to make a splint for a finger and ensure it was done right, thinking of what he could say. Even he could tell she was putting the bare minimum energy into it, which was just unnatural for Ochako. Watching her as she carefully taped the splint together, he finally had some idea what he wanted to say. Todoroki is one of the strongest in the class, you know. Ochako froze when he started talking before finishing the work on the splint, seemingly ignoring him. Izuku knew her better than that, though. She was upset, but Ochako was still his friend. You had no real idea what he was capable of. It's okay to lose against something like that. Ochako finished the splint, but kept her hands holding his as she looked in his eyes, confusion clear on her face. She still didn't speak and hadn't made a single noise since her match, so he continued. I'm not sure anyone in the class could have beaten that, not without having seen it first. I can think of a few strategies I might be able to use to deal with it now, but if I had been in the middle of that, I would definitely have been caught too. She looked down, a blush filling her face. Finally she spoke, her voice unnaturally quiet for her. Losing hurt. But it wasn't so much the losing as what happened when I fell that upset me. Everyone saw. Izuku interrupted her. It's okay. Izuku gathered his courage. She needed someone to help her. He gently pulled her into a hug, which she didn't resist. If anything, she gripped him tighter. He could feel her shaking. It's going to all be okay, Ochako. He gently rubbed her back, doing his best to reassure her. He thought back to the rougher days he had had in the past. His mother did much the same for him, so he could do this for Ochako. She needed him to do it. Toru could probably have helped too, but she was far too exhausted and needed to recover from the strain her quirk put on her. Ochako wasn't his girlfriend, but she was a friend to both of them. He was sure Toru would want him to comfort her too. After a few minutes of calming her down, though, he had to address what he saw. I know you probably don't want to talk about this, Ochako. If you really don't want to, I'll drop it, but I think there's something odd about your quirk, and maybe figuring it out can help you. He slowly pulled back from the hug. Tears ran down Ochako's cheeks, but there was finally a small smile there, and her eyes had more of the light he normally saw there. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, but a curious expression began to spread over her face. What do you mean something odd? Izuku knew this was going to be uncomfortable, so he did his best to avoid upsetting Ochako. He didn't realize he was still holding her hand with his one good one. Is it normally like a rainbow? With lights floating off from it? Even when you're not overusing your quirk? Ochako glanced down, but shook her head after a moment. Only when I overuse it. He thought for a moment. But when you do overuse it, it's always a rainbow? She hesitantly nodded. Why does it matter? Because that means it has something to do with your quirk. It looked more like it's mostly energy rather than normal fluids. Izuku put his injured hand to his chin as he thought. If it's actually some form of energy, then maybe you're expelling it because you've got too much energy built up inside? Can you feel when you get close to your limit? Ochako nodded. Yeah. It's like I've eaten way too much. Before Izuku could continue with where his thoughts were going, they were interrupted by Mr. Aizawa calling out. All right, now that those with actual injuries are treated, anyone who wants to see Recovery Girl to be fully healed. The rest of you have got enough of a basis to start with for now. The rest of the lesson is going to be focused on quirk safety. For that, we'll be moving to Gym Gamma. Everyone please head back onto the bus. Izuku immediately headed to Recovery Girl. As soon as he was within range, she glared at him. If I have to heal one more broken bone because of your quirk, I'm going to put a sign up in the infirmary. This bed reserved for Midoriya Izuku. If I do that, you're going to be strapped to that bed until you would have healed from the injury the normal way. Am I clear? Izuku couldn't nod his head fast enough. When the class arrived at Gym Gamma, Cementos and Ectoplasm were there waiting. Gym Gamma, also known as the Training Dining Land, or TDL. Mr. Aizawa said as Cementos bent down to press his hands on the ground. The ground right in front of Cementos started to reform into a group of stone pillars. This facility was my idea. We can prepare unique terrain and obstacles for each student. Here you will learn to serve up justice, hence the name. Ectoplasm spoke up at that point. We will work with you for this class to learn how to use your quirks in a more efficient manner. The primary goals here are to avoid harming yourself or others with your quirks, but just general improvement is also a part of it. To that end, I will be providing each of you with an opponent to test your quirks on as needed. Cementos began restructuring the entire room at that point, causing massive pillars to rise from the ground to form raised platforms with moderate distances between them, giving the students plenty of room to work without being too close to each other. Izuku immediately saw the potential of this situation and quickly turned to Ochako. We can use this to try and figure out what is up with your quirk. It's perfect. Oh, we'll need Yaoyorozu's help. He quickly headed off to find her. Stay there, I'll be right back. Izuku had an opportunity to experiment with someone's quirk. It was like his birthday had come early. Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu turned in surprise from where she was following an ectoplasm further into the room. Can you help Ochako and I with a bit of an experiment? She turned toward the clone of their teacher. Is that okay? The clone nodded. There's nothing that says students can't work together during this. I'll come along to supervise, though. With that, Izuku quickly led them back toward where Ochako was standing uncertainly. All right, I've thought about how your quirk works, so I have a few ideas we can test just to confirm what we think we know is actually true. Probably best to start with those. Ochako gave him an amused look. You really like learning about quirks, huh? This is the happiest I've seen you. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Yeah. Sorry. Ochako shook her head. Don't be sorry. It's cute. As soon as she said it, her face turned a solid red. Izuku's face was doing its best to beat her in terms of redness. Ectoplasm politely cleared his throat, bringing Izuku's attention back to the goal of what they were trying to do. Right, so first, we need something small and simple just to make sure Ochako isn't messing with the mass of the objects she's using her quirk on. He turned to Yaoyorozu, who promptly held out her hand and simply handed him a tennis ball. He turned and held it out to Ochako. Just use your quirk on it. After a moment, Ochako simply shrugged and grabbed the ball with all 5 fingers. Feeling the weight disappear from the ball, Izuku squeezed it. Definitely not mass then. The ball would have fallen apart otherwise. That means you might be messing with gravity itself, and that we can also test. We just need some water. Yo, can you? He cut himself off as she was already making a bowl and water was falling out of her other hand. I think I see where you're going with this, she said as she held out the bowl toward Ochako. Can you use your quirk on the water? Ochako blinked at them. I've never tried to use my quirk on water before. How can I use it on something I can't touch? She reached into the bowl, her fingers just under the surface of the water. Her face showed how much she doubted this would work, before suddenly shifting to confusion. She pulled her hand back quickly, and the tennis ball Izuku still had in his other hand suddenly regained its weight. He quickly turned to look at the bowl, which Yaoyorozu let go in surprise at Ochako's reaction. The bowl fell, but the water stayed right where it was, drifting aimlessly now that there was no bowl to hold it in. Yaoyorozu beat him to commenting on what happened by only a second. It's just floating? Well, guess that proves she's removing the gravity of what she affects. She gently poked the floating water with her hand, making it spread out a bit, before pulling her hand back. It's not sticking to me, which means my own gravity isn't affecting it at all because there's no gravity to latch onto. Izuku nodded. Now we know for sure how your quirk is working, we can do the other test. Did you feel something when you touched the water? Her reaction made it pretty obvious something had happened. Ochako nodded, looking at the water in confusion. It was like the feeling I normally have from using my quirk on something was pulled to my hand and into the water, then the water's gravity was pulled into me? Even as she said it, she was staring at her hand, flexing her fingers. That means it's some sort of energy inside you. If that's the case, maybe you can do something with it aside from take away gravity from things. Try to move the energy, maybe to your hand since that's where your quirk is triggered. She turned to look at Izuku, tilting her head. How? What does it feel like when you use your quirk on your hands? Izuku held up a fist. For me, my power feels almost like heat. There's a vast power making everything warmer, and I can feel that flow through my body when I push it somewhere. I don't really have to make it go anywhere though, there's so much that it's more like I have to let it go places, rather than try to force it. I'm not sure if it'll be the same for you. Ochako nodded thoughtfully, turning to look at her hand. After a few seconds of staring, she frowned, then a look of focused determination spread over her face and after a few seconds, her hand suddenly began glowing in the colors of the rainbow, similar to what happened when she fell and threw up. Izuku was giddy, he had totally called it. I knew it. Now we just gotta figure out what you can do with it. Izuku was all but dancing in place in his excitement. After a moment of thought, Ochako aimed her pointer finger at the ground. The glow faded almost immediately, and a look of annoyance appeared on her face. After a second, the glow came back, and even concentrated on the tip of her finger. She grit her teeth, clearly focusing hard. Finally, after close to half a minute, it finally shot out of her finger into the ground, only for nothing to happen, aside from the water immediately falling to the ground and splashing everyone. Hey! Yaoyorozu called out as she stepped back to avoid the water. Ochako immediately began waving her hands around. Sorry. I didn't know that would happen. Ectoplasm spoke up then. That seemed rather difficult for you. Perhaps that is a method you can use the power in, but it may be that there is an easier method. If distance is hard, perhaps it works better at close range. Izuku nodded in agreement. It may also be a matter of what you absorbed or how long. We should try to set a baseline. Do you have any idea how long you could have held that for? Maybe half an hour? A little less. Ochako shrugged. I've never really tried to figure out how long I could use my power on something so light, but it feels about right. Izuku thought for a moment. Let's try something that weighs 15 kilograms. Also, try to only hold it for 5 seconds. Ectoplasm stepped forward. Feel free to hit me with it. As a clone, the whole reason I was made was to help with things exactly like this. Ochako nodded as Yaoyorozu created a cube of some sort that she placed down next to Ochako before stepping back. Izuku moved to stand next to her as Ochako and Ectoplasm's clone got ready. Yaoyorozu even pulled out a stopwatch. "Ready?" she asked as Ochako knelt down, nodding as she touched the cube. Ochako really did appreciate what Izuku did for her. He was trying so hard to make her feel better. If he kept this up, she might really go for Toru's offer to share him. As she touched the cube Momo made for her, she felt the rush of power she always felt when she touched something with all 5 fingers. She was even more aware of it now, since apparently there was more to her quirk than even she knew. As the power settled in her gut, she stood across from Ectoplasm. Internally she was counting along with the timer Momo was using. She raised her hands in preparation. If she was going to use this as an attack, assuming whatever it did could be used as an attack, a punch was probably best. 3. She made sure her fists were solid. She hadn't exactly taken courses on fighting, but she knew enough to be pretty sure she could punch right. She reached for the power. She pulled on the power. It resisted for only a moment, but quickly flowed to her right hand as she raised it, igniting in a rainbow of light. She threw the punch straight at Ectoplasm. She aimed for his chest, the largest part of his body. The moment she hit, she knew she had it right. The power she had gathered immediately flowed out of her and into him. He suddenly went flying back, rolling along the ground until he stopped about 20 feet away. Then Ochako screamed. As an additional note, for those who are curious, here's a picture to get an idea of what the rainbow of lights look like. Toru's eyes snapped open. Someone was screaming. She sat up as quickly as possible, taking in where she was. She realized it was the bus they had taken to the battle center. After a moment, she remembered being woken briefly as they went somewhere called Gym Gamma. A quick look outside the bus was enough to pinpoint where the sound had come from. Toru didn't bother going to the door, instead just squeezing out the open window of the seat she had been sleeping in. She sprinted to the building and skidded to a halt once inside, looking around for the source of the scream. After a moment, she spotted Ochako sitting on the ground, cradling her hand to her chest as Izuku freaked out. Ectoplasm, or perhaps a clone of him, she realized as she spotted several others spread out around the building, was jumping down from one of the concrete pillars in the room to get to the group of students. As Toru began running toward her friend, she spotted Momo standing worriedly nearby. "Ochako," she cried out as she neared, sliding to a stop as she shifted to 2 legs instead of 4. "Are you okay?" She quickly began looking around for what might have hurt her, but couldn't see any obvious clues, so turned her attention back to her friend. As Ectoplasm finally arrived, Ochako shakily held her hand out. It was clearly broken. Toru was immediately reminded of how Izuku had broken his arms with his quirk that first day, though this didn't seem even close to that bad. Ectoplasm leaned down, looking closely at Ochako's hand. "You'll be fine. This is exactly what this class is for, learning about your quirks. There's clearly some sort of backlash to what you did. Go see Recovery Girl and get treated. We'll have to see if we can figure out what happened to cause it, and if there's a way to alleviate it." Ectoplasm gestured off to the side where Recovery Girl was currently healing Zero, who was gently rubbing one of his arms as the glow faded from his body. Izuku spoke up before she could move off. "Oh, your quirk stores energy inside you, so maybe her quirk will use that if you have some before she heals you? Though you might not want to use your quirk right away after that, if it can help you heal without getting tired, it might be worth it." Toru could see the hesitation in Ochako's posture. She didn't know what this had to do with her quirk, but she wasn't giving her maybe girlfriend any choices here. Noticing the way she was staring at the small cube next to her, Toru picked it up, then grabbed Ochako's good arm. "You're doing it. I don't care why you don't want to. If it's a choice of you getting better or not, you don't get a choice. Come on." As they walked away, Toru turned her attention to Ochako herself. "I was only asleep for maybe half an hour. What happened?" Ochako's face flushed. "Did you see how my match ended?" Toru simply nodded, a look of expectation on her face. After a moment's hesitation, she got her answer. Izuku noticed how there was all sorts of light and stuff, and figured it was a sort of energy. We kind of figured out how to use that energy and I punched an ectoplasm clone and he exploded, but I hurt my hand and I really don't know what's going on with my quirk anymore. Ochako was starting to freak out, so Toru placed one of her gloved hands on her shoulder. Hey, take a breath. It'll be okay. If anyone can figure this out, it's Izuku. Izuku. Izuku was freaking out. He had no idea why Ochako's hand had exploded like that. For that matter, he wasn't entirely sure how gravity energy equaled what looked like super strength. There were some possibilities, certainly, but there were enough he wasn't really sure how to figure out exactly what had happened there. Izuku was drawn out of his thoughts when he noticed Yaoyorozu had created a notepad and pencil and was writing rapidly on it, a look of excitement on her face. Yaoyorozu? What are you doing? She continued writing rapidly as she answered. I'm doing math, trying to figure out what happened. We have several variables, so if I try to solve for the unknown ones, I can probably figure out more about how her quirk works. Izuku's eyes lit up. It wasn't good enough at the math needed to really work all of that out, but if she could do it, that would help tremendously. He glanced back over at Recovery Girl and watched as, after a brief discussion with her, Ochako was healed. She looked far calmer as she returned, though still a little freaked out. Yaoyorozu froze suddenly just after Ochako arrived. Ochako? Do you know how long you could have held that amount of energy for? Her tone betrayed her nervousness. Was there something wrong with Ochako? Ochako put her finger to her chin as she thought. Maybe a minute and a half? Or around there anyway. Not sure if it'd be closer to 2 minutes. I've never really tried to get that close when it comes to figuring out how long I can hold stuff for. Yaoyorozu wrote down something else on the pad she held, before shaking her head and letting out a shuddering breath. That's what I was afraid of. Izuku turned his full attention to Yaoyorozu. What is it? Well, I did the math, using how long she held the power, the weight of what she was using, and various other factors to figure out how much power she put into that punch. It had to be approaching 5,000 joules of energy for the backlash to break her hand like that, and the math supports that. If she could have held that for that much longer though. Her potential maximum is terrifying. Ochako stared at Yaoyorozu uncomprehendingly. Well, you said some things I didn't really understand, but what would be the potential maximum? Izuku was trying to do the math in his head, but couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, after taking a steadying breath, Yaoyorozu told them. 2 megajoules. Izuku felt faint. That was a lot of power. Which would mean? Ochako tilted her head in confusion. It would mean you can pack the equivalent force of 2 sticks of dynamite into a single punch, Izuku explained, his face as pale as Yaoyorozu had become. Ectoplasm interjected at that point. Having a strong quirk isn't a bad thing. That you took the same amount of force you inflicted on the opponent is a large drawback that you will have to see if you can overcome, however, or that amount of power becomes much less useful. Ochako was twitching. Izuku was pretty sure her brain was fried as she tried to accept how much more powerful she apparently was. Toru didn't seem to be doing much better. Yaoyorozu continued explaining her theory. If I'm right, I think Ochako is gaining the potential energy generated by the objects she is draining the gravity from. For every second that she holds the energy, she gains an amount of energy equal to how much potential energy each object generates in a single second. Obviously, I'd need more data to be sure, but so far the math lines up. The potential energy generated by the gravity she absorbed built up over the 5 seconds and was released all at once. If the theory is true, then the heavier the object, the faster it generates potential energy for Ochako to use. Ectoplasm gestured to another of the ectoplasms, apparently the original, as 3 more clones appeared near the group almost immediately after. This is something you really need to learn how to deal with, Ms. Uraraka. Based on what we know now, you should limit yourself to low weights until we learn more, and limit how long you hold them for. Ms. Yaoyorozu, since you did the math already, can you make 5 objects, each scaling up in weight so 10 seconds of absorbing gives an additional 1,000 joules than the previous one? Yaoyorozu frowned as she raised her notepad again, quickly doing some additional math, before nodding. She knelt down and began making simple cubes for Ochako to use, starting with a small one and getting slightly bigger as she went. On top of each cube, Izuku could see that Yaoyorozu had added the jowls it could generate, just to make sure there was no confusion. Ochako was clearly hesitant to try again, but Toru put a hand on her shoulder. "You'll be fine, and even if you get hurt, that's what Recovery Girl is here for. And the energy trick worked, so you won't even get tired when she heals you. You can do this." Ochako gave her a smile as she nodded, her determination returning to her eyes. One of the ectoplasm clones moved to stand in front of her. "We will use this training to do a few things. First, to get you used to how much power you have. Second, to get used to avoiding danger while waiting for the power to charge up. Finally, to learn what we can about the backlash while using low amounts of energy before we experiment with higher amounts. To that end, for the moment, only the lightest cube will be used. Do you have any experience with martial arts?" Ochako shook her head. "Very well. You will simply try to avoid getting touched for now, and when you get as close to 10 seconds as you can, try to hit me." Ectoplasm gestured with his head toward the cubes. "We will begin as soon as you touch the box, and end when you release the power or 11 seconds pass. Don't worry, I'll be holding back, so it's at least possible." Ochako nodded as she crouched down, staying on her feet and ready to spring away as soon as she touched the box, just in case. It was strange watching as her face went from relaxed and happy to incredibly determined and focused. It was like a switch had been thrown and she had gone full battle mode in an instant. The moment she touched the box, she leapt away and ectoplasm rushed forward, kicking at where she had been. Almost immediately he followed that kick with a second, using a flip to switch which leg was on the ground and which was about to hit her. Ochako leant back to avoid the second one and quickly raced to the side to get a bit more distance, partially placing the nearby pillar of concrete between her and the clone. Her right arm began to glow with the rainbow-like light. Watching it actually reminded Izuku of a nebula he had seen a picture of when he was younger. It truly was a beautiful quirk. She held the power in her hand, the glow faint but growing as she dodged another set of kicks, before suddenly rushing in just after dodging. Ectoplasm managed to move out of the way, causing Ochako to hit the pillar they had been sparring next to. When her fist was about to hit it, there was a small, quiet sound as the rock broke apart a bit, her fist pushed back away from the pillar. Ochako winced, but after a moment relaxed. "I definitely felt something, but it wasn't really like it hurt, more like punching something kind of thick." Ectoplasm moved back to where they had first started. "That's good. You won't be hurt too badly as long as we keep the power at this level then. Let's keep trying." Ochako nodded as she moved back toward the cube, ready for round 2. As she began dodging, almost immediately the rainbow appeared around her hand, dimmer than before, but growing in brightness as time passed. Clearly, she was experimenting to try and figure out what she could about her quirk in the process of sparring. Finally, as the brightness of the light around her hand was closing in on what it had been for the first punch, Ochako dashed in for a second attempt. This time, Ectoplasm dodged again, but launched a kick at her chest. There was no way she had time to dodge it, and Izuku tensed up for a moment. That was when things got interesting. The light suddenly moved out of Ochako's hand and raced for her stomach where the attack was about to land. The light coalesced around her stomach as the attack landed. There was a dull buzzing sound, and Ectoplasm's kick stopped close to an inch away from Ochako's stomach, forcing him to quickly adjust his balance. The light also disappeared. Based on the surprised looks on both of their faces, that wasn't what either of them had been expecting. Ectoplasm stood upright as he spoke up. "Did you feel that at all?" Ochako shook her head. "Not really, aside from the energy moving in front of the attack. It was maybe a push, but definitely a lot weaker than what it should have been." Yaoyorozu rubbed her chin. "Maybe it used the energy to cancel out the energy of the attack? If there wasn't enough to fully cancel it out, then whatever was left would still get through." Ectoplasm looked thoughtful for a moment. "I want you to try and do that on purpose when you attack. Only use half the energy for the attack, save the other half for absorption." With a nod of determination and a vague idea of where Ectoplasm was going with the idea, Ochako once again knelt down and gathered the gravity of the cube. Reading that first attack was getting easier, and Ochako quickly moved the energy into her hand in preparation for the attack. It was easier if she was already gathering it, rather than trying to gather it at the last second. This time, she had to split her focus a bit as she stopped adding energy to her hand at the 5-second mark. She felt the energy trying to push together with the rest, but she held it back. Ducking under another kick, she finally saw her opportunity and lunged forward, lashing out with a punch. Ectoplasm began to dodge, but finally, Ochako managed to get close enough to land a blow. Immediately as she felt the power rushing out of her hand, she felt the remaining power rushing up into her hand. It was definitely only half the power of her blow against the pillar, as Ectoplasm only stumbled back a bit, but as the backlash of the attack hit the remaining half of the energy, it disappeared. She felt nothing at all. It worked. I didn't feel any pain or discomfort that time. Ochako had to stop herself from jumping up and down. This was really working. Toru seemed to be doing enough jumping for the both of them, and Izuku's smile was bright enough to light up the entire building. Good. That makes it much safer to practice this part of your quirk. We'll try the next cube now. I'm going to try harder to hit you and won't make it quite so easy. Be ready. Ectoplasm may have had an impossible-to-read face, but Ochako was pretty sure there was some pride in his voice. Right. Ochako smiled as she got ready to continue. This discovery made her quirk a lot more powerful. She was determined to get the hang of it though. Toru was a mix of tired and excited. On the one hand, the last several days had been full of training hard and learning. On the other, the last class of Saturday was finally over, and that meant her date with Izuku was less than 24 hours away. While she had been getting more excited, she had noticed that Izuku seemed to be getting more nervous. After saying goodbye to Ochako, who was staying after class to get some extra practice in before heading home, Toru finally decided to confront Izuku as they walked to the train station. What's got you so worked up? Toru tilted her head a bit as she watched Izuku all but break out into a sweat at her question. She narrowed her eyes. Are you stressing about the date? Izuku waved his arms around. No, everything's fine. Toru just gave him a flat look. After a moment his posture slumped down. Okay, so maybe I am. I want to make sure it's good. It'll be our first date. Shaking her head, Toru put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. We'll be together. That's almost more important than whatever we do. It's okay to keep it simple. Izuku looked unsure of himself. That just wouldn't do. What kind of things have you come up with so far? After a moment of walking in silence, his face slowly getting redder, Izuku finally muttered, watching a movie together before having dinner. Toru resisted rolling her eyes at the cliché. That's fine. I certainly don't mind doing that. We'll need to see what movies are playing though. Izuku perked up a bit at the reassurance. Did you ever watch any of the MCU movies? Toru's head tilted in confusion. MCU. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's from the pre-Quirk era and was the first series of interconnected movies that broke the older format of singles or trilogies that dominated the earlier years of cinema. While not everything in each film was important to the others, they all happened in a shared universe and timeline, so there were constant references between the movies and they crossed over so characters from different parts of the series interacted, Izuku explained enthusiastically. Toru couldn't help but smile as his excitable nature helped him get over his nerves. I've never seen any of them. Are they good? Toru realized asking Izuku if the series was good was silly almost as soon as it left her mouth. His expression only reinforced that. We're definitely watching at least the first movie now. You'll love it. Izuku's enthusiasm was contagious, and Toru found herself grinning. Let's hope so. Izuku and Toru were riding next to each other on the train home when he suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. I totally forgot. He quickly reached for his backpack, digging through it in a hurry. What did you forget? Toru asked as he finally pulled a blue-silver bracelet out of the bag. I was supposed to give you this before we left school so you could test it. He handed her the bracelet, which she looked at curiously. Well, it looks all right, but it's kind of plain. Weight test. Her eyes moved from the bracelet to Izuku's. Test what? Izuku gestured to the bracelet. A few days ago, I talked to Powerloader about getting a costume made for you that would work with your invisibility. Toru shook her head as a smile crossed her face. My family has tried to come up with something for years. They've talked to Quirk doctors and everything. Nothing has worked. You didn't need to bother Power Loader about that. Izuku scratched the back of his head. This is different. I got the idea for it from what I can see when I turn my eyes on and off while looking at you. It's kind of like the light is bending. I think that's how your quirk actually makes you invisible. So, I talked to Power Loader and after some work, he got me this and told me to see if you could turn it invisible. Toru was skeptical. And how exactly is this going to work when nothing else has? Apparently, the material naturally refracts light. The process to make it causes it to refract certain light waves, which gives it a distinctive color based on how the process is performed, giving it a few variations. When you apply a large amount of electricity to it, it can actually fully refract light, but the required power source is so insane that it was deemed infeasible. The inspiration for the material is actually in the MCU movies, so if we keep watching them you'll see it eventually. Izuku gestured to the bracelet again. Getting back to the test though, I think your quirk is actually refracting light. Power Loader's theory is that, since this material is already refracting a lot of light, you might be able to actually apply your quirk to it without needing a massive amount of electricity to trigger it. The only way to know for sure though is to test it. Toru's curiosity was now fully piqued, and she slipped the bracelet onto her right wrist, locking the clips together as she took in how it looked. It wasn't fancy, but it did look nice overall. So, how am I supposed to use my quirk on it? I've never made anything but myself invisible. Well, if it works, it should be as simple as focusing on the bracelet and wanting to make it invisible. Your power obviously doesn't need a lot of focus or effort to work, so it could be that simple. Toru shrugged as she stared at the bracelet. She willed it to become invisible, but after close to a minute of nothing happening, she realized it probably wasn't going to be that simple. She closed her eyes, trying to see if she could actually feel anything at all that might help. She had never managed to actually get her invisibility to do anything special. She was just always invisible. That was it. She shifted in her seat as she tried to feel anything special about her quirk, and that was when she noticed it. Her wrist was warmer than the rest of her. Not warm from clothes, but a different sort of heat, something she had never felt before. She concentrated on that odd warmth, and suddenly it grew. She could feel a sort of shifting, and Izuku gasped. Her eyes snapped open as she looked at the bracelet. Or rather, she looked at nothing, as it had become invisible along with her body. Thus, I have to tell Power Loader, this means he can get your costume made. He quickly pulled out his cell phone while Toru was staring at where there should have been a floating bracelet, but was instead just empty air. It was strange. She actually felt a pull as she focused on that heat. She knew something was happening there, some sort of power being drawn from inside herself to make the bracelet invisible, but she had never felt anything like it before. While not technically a present in itself, Toru couldn't help but smile as she pulled back on the heat and the bracelet reappeared. It was such an Izuku thing to do, trying to help her by getting a costume made that works with her invisibility. Between the bracelet, his encouragement of her, and everything they had gone through together in just this week, Toru knew she was falling for Izuku, and falling fast. She could hardly wait for their date tomorrow. Okay, so I know movies are fake and all, but how did they make it look like Pepper could stick her hand in Tony's chest like that? It was way gross. Toru exclaimed as she waved her arms around. She was sitting across from Izuku in a small restaurant not far from the theater. They had been seated in a corner booth, and while not the most romantic or fancy of places, Toru didn't mind. She was enjoying simply being with Izuku. Izuku had been grinning almost non-stop since they left the theater. It was a fake body. The only part that was the actor was the head. They just hit it really well with the camera angles and digitally covered the rest. Toru shuddered again. It was still gross. Izuku didn't respond, focusing on eating his food, but his eyes made it clear he found Toru's opinion of the scene amusing. And he did all of that while quirkless. That just makes it even more impressive. Is something like that even possible? Toru noticed Izuku wince slightly. Before she could ask why, he grinned at her. Well, nothing quite like that. I suppose it's possible for a quirkless person to use support items to do heroics, but it'd be really hard. And don't forget this movie was made before quirks, so from their point of view, nothing even remotely close to Iron Man is possible. Toru nodded as she swallowed another bite of food. She opened her mouth to ask another question about the movie when she noticed a little girl, no more than 5 or 6, with a tray running by the booth toward a woman who was probably her mom. She tripped over her own feet. Toru didn't even think about it. She dived out of the booth to catch her before she slammed headfirst into the ground. It was relatively easy with her reflexes. The girl was practically standing still to her. Of course, since she was carrying a tray when she tripped, said tray ended up all over her, but at least the kid was safe. Satsuki, are you okay? Toru heard from several booths down as the girl's mother got up and hurried over. Toru gently set the girl back on her feet as she stood up, brushing some of the food off even as she made sure everything was okay. She seems okay, Toru called out to the mother as she stepped back to let the mother check for herself. After collecting herself, the girl Satsuki apparently looked over to Toru. Thank you. Ribbit, she called, and Toru almost glomped the poor girl with the adorable lisp. Then she processed the way she spoke and actually took a closer look at her. The girl had green hair in a pair of loops like pigtails, but it was a very distinctive shade. Combined with the croaking, Toru was almost certain. You're welcome. Are you by any chance related to Azuitsuyu? Toru asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Satsuki lit up immediately. Chu no my sister? Izuku stepped out of the booth at this point, smiling down at Satsuki. We're classmates of hers. I'm glad you're okay. The smile he turned on Toru had a hint of pride, making Toru blush. It wasn't like it was a hard catch to make, after all. You should probably go get cleaned up, Toru. Toru blinked for a moment before looking down at her clothes. She had worn a simple but nice blue blouse and skirt combo for the date and had managed to soak the shirt with the water which, thankfully, had washed away most of the condiments from the tray, but she just knew the remaining ketchup was going to leave a stain on it. She vaguely heard Izuku talking to Satsuki and her mother as she quickly turned and all but ran into the bathroom. At least Izuku was the only one who could see how massive her blush was. As she pulled off her shirt and tried to clean off the ketchup, she shivered from the cool air. One of the few benefits from being invisible, even if someone else came in, they couldn't see her. It didn't take long to clean off most of the ketchup, but she couldn't really dry her shirt. With no bra to wear under it, she wasn't all that comfortable going around in a wet t-shirt. She didn't mind Izuku seeing her naked at this point, but she really didn't want a bunch of boys staring at her. She was just contemplating stuffing her top with paper towels as a buffer to keep from showing more than she wanted when she heard a knock at the door. Toru? If you want, you can borrow my jacket until your shirt dries out. Bless that boy. Toru opened the door enough to see out and saw Izuku standing there with the green jacket he was wearing over his t-shirt for the date held out toward her. As soon as he saw her, he blushed bright red, making Toru grin. Even after seeing her completely naked, he reacted every time he saw her. It made her feel really good, and his reactions were hilarious. Thanks. I'll be out in a minute, Toru said as she took the jacket and closed the door, suppressing a giggle. It took only a few moments to get the jacket on and zipped up. She had to be careful to not hurt herself, but it was easy to fit in the jacket. It helped that Izuku was almost half a foot taller than her. She was just glad her skirt hadn't gotten anything on it. When she left the bathroom, Izuku was back at the booth and Satsuki and her mother had apparently reordered their food. While Izuku's jacket wasn't as comfortable as her blouse, it was more than good enough for the 5 minutes it took to finish their food. After finishing, Toru walked hand in hand with Izuku as they headed back to the train. Toru had a plan on how to finish this date, inspired by how her blouse needed to be properly dried, and since Izuku's house was closer, she insisted they go there so she could dry her blouse out and she could return the coat. When they arrived at Izuku's home, he seemed to be almost as nervous as he was before the date started. He cautiously opened the door and seemed to be looking for something before gesturing for her to follow him in. Swapping her shoes for slippers in the Genkan, Toru followed Izuku as he made his way through the house, trying to be absolutely quiet. Toru wasn't sure why until she heard the sounds of someone moving in what was probably the kitchen. Based on the humming, probably his mom. Toru could understand that, at least. Izuku led the way into a room with his name on it, though the nameplate was clearly All Might inspired. Toru had to suppress a grin at that. She couldn't quite suppress that grin when she stepped into the room and saw wall-to-wall All Might, however. It took everything to suppress her giggles. Izuku really was a huge dork, but that just made him cuter. Once the door was closed, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. "I'll be right back," he said as he took her shirt and left. Toru took a moment to look through the room. It really just screamed Izuku. After a few minutes of looking over his collection of hero figurines, Izuku snuck back in. Taking a deep breath, Toru decided it was time. "So, while we're waiting, I figured we could take care of something I asked you for a while ago," Toru said casually as she sat on Izuku's bed. Izuku looked at her in confusion, and Toru had to contain herself. She didn't want to spoil the surprise, and was looking forward to his reaction. "What are you talking about?" Toru gathered her courage, and as casually as she could, took off his jacket. She had to do her best to not break out in a grin as his eyes instinctively went lower than her eyes for a moment before he forced them up, his face rapidly blooming into a solid red. "You promised to draw me, remember?" She knew the moment Izuku realized what she was talking about as his face went from just plain red to what must have been a new shade of red invented by Izuku as he broke out into a nervous sweat and stopped making any sort of sense. "What you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Toru took her skirt and panties off in one go, putting them to the side on his bed. She knew her face was almost as red as his, but she was enjoying his reaction, and she did want him to draw her. "I meant what I said when I asked before. I want to know what I look like." Izuku had turned to face away from her. He had seen her naked a few times before, but for some reason this seemed to be a bit much for him. Maybe because she had actually stripped in front of him. Then she realized she had just gotten naked on a boy's bed. The implications of it almost made her freak out as much as Izuku was for a moment, and she had to actually take a deep breath to stop it. This was only to tease her boyfriend and to find out what she looked like. "And nothing is going to happen but you drawing me, Izuku. There's no reason to freak out." Toru tried to not let her nerves show in her voice, but she knew she didn't quite manage it. After almost a minute of silence, Izuku took a breath of his own as he headed toward the closet and pulled out a large drawing pad and a box of colored pencils. Toru could hear him muttering to himself, trying to calm down. When he finally turned to face her, his face was still red, but he seemed determined. "Alright, let's do this." Toru had a bit of fun to start, trying a few different poses and asking Izuku which ones he liked the best. She realized quickly that while Izuku definitely liked all of what he saw, his muttering more than proved that he enjoyed her BRS the most. She never really understood why boys seemed to like them so much, but Izuku's reaction when she moved her chest out to emphasize them in a pose was more than enough proof for her. In the end, she stopped teasing him and asked him to pose her. After several minutes of stuttering which she could barely understand, she finally huffed and grabbed his arm, putting it on her shoulder. Izuku froze up, staring at her in confusion. "I can't understand you when you're this freaked out. Just put me how you want me. You can touch me while posing me, just don't touch my bits. You've already touched me while I was naked anyway, remember? In the exam." Izuku took a deep breath and finally seemed to begin calming down. He was still being an adorable dork with his muttering though. Eventually, his comments started to shift toward artistic elements like the lighting and angle as he moved her around a bit more before stepping back. He'd check her pose against the light, only to step back up to her and adjust her a bit more. He finally settled her into a relaxed pose, laying partly on her side, her legs forming a sort of four shape as she leaned against one pillow near her head, holding her body up and half on her back against a second pillow. Toru ended up posing for longer than she thought, but was more than happy by the end of the drawing session. She also had no doubts left about how beautiful he thought she was. He only muttered it to himself every few minutes. She did have to beg a bit to get him to finish, as he was hesitant to stare at her most important place, but she wanted to see everything, and as embarrassing as that was, it included that. In the end, Toru was posing for close to 45 minutes before Izuku said he was done. Finally getting up off the bed, Toru walked over to look at the finished product. It was at that moment she realized she had actually stopped being embarrassed about the whole process a full half-hour ago, and hadn't even realized it. Izuku seemed to also get in the zone, aside from the moment he had to draw her privates, and wasn't showing the signs of embarrassment she found so adorable even as she stood behind him naked. The girl in the picture was beautiful. Her dark red hair was splayed out on the vague bed shape Izuku had drawn her on, and while Toru knew intellectually this girl was her, she hadn't expected to look so beautiful in the picture. Toru was convinced he had to be improving her proportions, but she didn't mind too much. She loved every bit of it. Toru gently pulled Izuku into a hug, her NDDY completely forgotten as she expressed her love for him. "It's amazing, Izuku. Thank you." Izuku. The next day, Izuku and Toru arrived at school expecting the usual half-hour of time before the rest of the students started showing up. They moved the desk that used to belong to Bakugou next to Toru's desk so they could sit closer and hold hands while they were waiting. They had plenty of time to put it back before other students should start showing up. Thus, it was a surprise when not 10 minutes after arriving, the door opened. Azui walked in and immediately locked her eyes on Toru. She walked right up to her, and while her face was impossible to read, her voice showed more enthusiasm than usual. "Thank you for watching out for my little sister, Toru. Ribbit. She means a lot to me. My whole family does. Ribbit." Toru rubbed her neck in embarrassment. "It's not like anyone else wouldn't have done it. I was just happy she wasn't hurt." Azui actually seemed to be smiling. It was probably the first time Izuku could really tell how she was feeling. She must have really been grateful if it was that apparent. Before too much longer, Izuku had to move the desk back where it belonged as students began showing up for class. Ochako cut it a bit close, but still managed to get to class on time. Oddly, Mineta arrived late by a few minutes, looking terrified of something. Mr. Aizawa's glare made him run to his seat as fast as he could. Despite the unusual start to the day, classes quickly settled into normalcy. That normalcy would be broken just after lunch. "All right, class. It's time for the third round." All Might called out, pointing to the sky dramatically. "From here on out, things are going to be different. Everyone who has been eliminated, despair no more. Your chance to shine has finally arrived." He pressed a button on the teacher's desk, causing a hologram to appear over it. The bracket appeared, showing the remaining teams, Azui and Tokoyami, Shoji and Yaoyorozu, Midoriya and Hagakure, and Sato with Todoroki. Immediately, each member of the team had a black dot appear over their names, then the two teams that had participated in both the first and second rounds gained a second dot each. All Might pulled out a piece of paper, undoubtedly another script. "Those of you who have won your matches, for each victory, each member of your team has earned a recruit point. At any point during your matches, you can spend these points to call in any person from this class who has been eliminated from a previous match. They can help you for up to 5 minutes. Their time limit begins when they exit the tower, so they will need to hurry to get to you. You cannot have more than one recruit at a time. A recruit can act as part of your team and can even win you the match. However, they cannot rejoin the bracket, and if they win the match, you will not get a recruit point to replace the one you spent on them. Recruits, this will be an opportunity to earn extra credit. You will be scored on a set of criteria I have set, and after the tournament, you will be able to spend the extra credit on any class you wish. I should also point out that winning the tournament will grant more extra credit than you can earn as a recruit, even if you were in every match for the remainder of the tournament. Oh, and don't think you can just call someone in to stand by the tower and still win. The recruits don't count as part of your team, so if you're both captured, you're still out." All Might gestured toward the door exaggeratedly. "Now, students, let us go to Battleson." Before he could finish, the door was suddenly slammed open by a girl who rushed in carrying 2 large briefcases. Caught completely off guard, Izuku was knocked off his seat when she all but tackled him. "I'm not late, am I? Do you have any idea how hard it was to make your suit? You seriously owe power loader." It took Izuku a moment to process what happened. Then he realized who had tackled him. Hatsum, can you get off please?" He gently pushed her up as he scrambled away. "You're not late. In fact, you're right on time." It was at that point Izuku felt 2 stares of doom aimed his way, and spotting both Toru and Ochako glaring at Hatsum, he quickly moved further away from her as he stood back up. "You have both costumes then?" With a slight pout, she stood up and held out both suitcases she was carrying. Tada! This one is yours. She held up the one in her right hand a little higher. I wanted to make more babies for you, but Power Loader wouldn't let me. Babies? Izuku, explain. Now. Toru was all but growling at Izuku. She's talking about her machines. I swear. She calls them her babies, pleased and third me. Izuku really wished he could make Hatsum stop talking before she said something else that could be misunderstood. He was rescued from any impending doom when All Might finally spoke up again. Young Hatsum, please calm down. You said something about new costumes? Izuku realized at that point that he hadn't actually mentioned the costumes to anyone but Toru. Hatsum grinned at All Might. Yeah, they're awesome. This one's for the naked girl, she said, holding up the other one. Mineta passed out, a pool of blood forming on his desk. Izuku watched as a blushing Toru grabbed the second case out of Hatsum's hands. I'm not the naked girl, I have a name you know. Hatsum just laughed. Yeah, sorry, I'm bad with names. Just so you know, we didn't have enough time to finish everything that was planned for your costumes, so expect some upgrades when we finish the rest. Anyways, good luck with the battle trials. She called out as Chaos Incarnate finally left the room, leaving the two cases behind. Izuku could barely contain his giddiness. He finally had the costume he had designed to work with his quirk rather than against it. As he walked out of the changing room, he couldn't stop running his hand along the side where he felt the impact-absorbing material that made up the base of the suit. He had never expected that he would get the okay to use such a material for a suit. A part of him was curious what toys Hatsum had included in the suit, but he would just have to wait for a chance to ask or find out by trial and error. There was no time before the class began. Approaching the other students in the class, he noticed a ripple in the air. It was vaguely human-shaped and was heading for him. He blinked in confusion, not sure what he was seeing, until he heard Toru's voice coming from the direction of the ripple in a whisper. Izuku, did you have to give it the cat features? Apparently her suit worked even better than expected, if he couldn't even see her with his quirk. He focused his quirk into his eyes more, pushing it beyond his default level, and slowly Toru's new costume faded into view. Even then, it was vague and blurry, and he knew he'd have trouble spotting it at any significant distance. Sorry, I didn't design how it looks. That was Power Loader, I think. It needs the cat ears and tail for yours though, doesn't it? And if you were trying to keep it a secret, I think most of the class can already guess you're part cat. Toru squirmed in place, clearly not happy, before sighing. You're probably right, but it's not something I'm all that comfortable with. Kids always made fun of me when they knew, she admitted quietly. Izuku reached out and pet her helmet's ears, since he couldn't reach her actual ears. It'll be okay. I'm here, and these guys aren't just random students, they're future heroes. They'd be pretty bad heroes if they made fun of you. Izuku moved his hand to hers, giving it a squeeze. After a few more seconds, Toru finally stopped whatever was making her super invisible. The moment her full costume came into view to me, everyone else finally spotted it, and Toru took a half step behind Izuku. Fortunately, before she could freak out, Ochako broke the mood by running over. Wow, that's your new costume. It looks awesome. Indeed it did. The helmet was simple with a visor to protect the whole face and cat ears that stuck out of the top. Izuku squinted at the visor. It looked like there were two copies of Toru's face, though the second looked like a distorted echo of the original. The entire suit was very high-tech looking, with a mostly smooth appearance at first glance. A closer look revealed that the suit was actually thousands of tiny metal plates that were overlapping and angled. They were used to create the invisibility effect she had been using, Izuku knew, refracting light with the angled panels. Her tail was fully encased in a metal sock, perfectly molding to its movements. The entire suit was a mix of silver blue, dark navy blue, and violet highlights. Wait, is that your face? Ochako exclaimed as she got up close to the face of the visor. Toru grinned, a hand touching the side of the helmet. It's a hologram that is made by detecting my face. I don't think it's perfectly accurate, but it is really close. As she pushed a button on the side of the helmet, the second image over her face disappeared, leaving just her normal face. Though, probably to everyone else, it meant her face disappeared, leaving an empty visor. A push of the button again, and the hologram came back. How did you figure out the suit could do that? Izuku asked. Toru grinned at him. Power Loader apparently added instructions to the case. Made it easier to get the suit on, that's for sure. She flexed her hand, and suddenly the plates that made up the hand retracted, exposing her claws. It's not much, but there's definitely some features here I wouldn't have figured out on my own. Another twitch of her hand, and the suit closed back over her claws, making her hands look normal. That's when Izuku realized it was an extra layer of protection against accidentally using her claws. She had confided in him yesterday that she had felt kind of bad about clawing Bakugou, even if she felt he deserved it. All Might eventually called the class to attention and led the way to the tower in the battle center before taking the two teams away to start the new round. Uraraka. Ochako found herself staring at Izuku and Toru. She hadn't managed to make up her mind in regards to Toru's final question. She knew they had gone on a date though, and based on how happy they had been all day, clearly it went well. She was holding back on asking about it though. She didn't want to tease herself with the possibility of going on a date with him, not when she hadn't decided yet. As the match started, she forced herself to turn her attention to the screens. Momo had made some sort of odd-looking shield on her right hand and a metal staff in her left. As she and Shoji were running into the building, Momo turned and reached up to something on the door. Almost immediately, a massive metal slab slid down over the outside of the door and crashed into the ground with enough force to crack the floor. Ochako blinked, trying to figure out what Momo was even trying to do. Izuku decided to be helpful by muttering to himself. She must be trying to prevent the other team from recruiting anyone, or at least slowing down any recruits. She turned to Izuku in confusion. But wouldn't that mean her own recruits can't get in? Izuku snapped out of his muttering as he turned to Ochako. Yes, but if she's not really planning to call anyone in and wants to save her points for the finals, it's a reasonable strategy. And if she already had a plan, she is probably trying to stop any recruits the other team might call in. All Might suddenly spoke up. Young Ida, the villain team has recruited you. Ida twitched. Again I must be the villain. Taking a breath, Ida turned and raced off, knowing he was already on the clock and had to find a way in on top of finding the heroes. Turning her attention back to the screen, she saw a timer had been started near the monitors, showing Ida's time limit. Momo and Shoji were moving pretty quickly, with Shoji leading the way. He had turned his extra arms into ears, clearly listening to the villain team to lead the way. As they moved deeper into the building, Ochako realized it was getting darker. It took her a moment to realize the lights were off, and it wasn't just something up with the cameras. A glance at the villain team made her realize they had turned off all the lights in the building and were hiding in a darkened room, though they had apparently left a single light on which Tokoyami was standing under. Since they were literally just standing around in the dark, Ochako quickly went back to watching Momo and Shoji, who were at least doing something. That was when Momo suddenly tripped on something in the dark. A bucket of some sort fell from a hook above her, dousing her in something. Almost immediately, she pushed herself back to her feet, staff ready in case of an attack. After a few seconds of nothing happening though, she began scratching at her arm. After a half-minute, she dropped her staff and began freaking out and must have said something to Shoji as he turned away from her. Momo bent down, and in a flash of light and sparkles, her entire outfit was shredded as she created a hazmat suit. After a moment, there was a second flash of light visible in the helmet, before she stood up and started taking off the suit, revealing her original outfit. Ochako wasn't really sure what the point of that was, but as Momo once again scratched at her arms, she realized whatever was in that bucket was making her itch. She must have been trying to get what she could off of her when she made the suit. After a brief conversation, the two continued further into the building, with Shoji leading the way more cautiously than before. They quietly approached another door, and Shoji held up his hand and 3 fingers. Momo prepared her shield thing, and as Shoji finished counting down, they both sprang into the dark room, with the shield suddenly flashing as a strobe light set into it was turned on. Shoji fell to the floor, clasping at his head where his ears would be as his tentacle arms morphed back to their default state. As Momo turned to him, she suddenly took Ida's boot to her face. He used his momentum to force both of them further into the room, trapping them inside. Momo rolled with the blow, quickly getting back to her feet as she took a defensive posture with her staff between them, the flashing light making it hard to see what was going on. For close to a minute, the two were a barely visible blur as they moved through the room. Eventually, Ida stumbled away from Momo and she ran from the room into the more lighted hallway. As she ran, a bunch of odd-looking Daruma dolls started popping out of every uncovered space on her body, quickly flooding the hall as she ran. Ida started running out of the room and tripped on the dolls, slamming head first into the wall. While he lays there, dazed, Momo quickly ran up to him and slapped capture tape on him. Young Ida has been captured. As such, he is out of this match and cannot be recruited further. Young Shoji has also been captured. Momo quickly spun back to the room, desperately looking around for Shoji. Ochako hadn't even noticed him get captured. After notes. So, before everyone starts yelling at me, yes, I know those are Russian nesting dolls, not Daruma dolls. Ochako, however, does not know the difference. Nor can she see them clearly. Below is Izuku's costume, minus the light things by the ears and feet, not described in the FIC because Izuku wouldn't really spend much time looking at himself, and I'm still not really sure how to describe this with words. This picture is pretty much perfect to show what it looks like though. For those who are curious, here are some reference pictures for Toru's costume. Using the following picture as the base. Toru's costume is mostly meant to look smooth like that, though upon close inspection, it is made up of very small non-reflective plates, kind of like this, but much smaller and obviously not reflective. https imager.com gallery H0QHFPW. The helmet and tail are mostly based off of this picture, though the ears obviously fit Toru's ears and move with them. And finally, wrap it all up with a color scheme inspired by this, replace the red with violet. Uraraka. Ochako watched as Momo fiddled with her strobe shield and after a moment, it switched to a stable light, letting her use it as a flashlight. Shoji wasn't in the room anymore. She couldn't see him anywhere. After a few seconds of desperately searching, Momo finally ran out of the room and down the hall. She desperately looked down other hallways and doors, trying to find Shoji. She was almost back at the entrance before she stopped. All Might drew her attention from the monitors. Young Uraraka, you have been recruited by the heroes. Wait me, she exclaimed, looking between All Might and the screen showing Momo. Izuku put his hand on her shoulder, a look of reassurance on his face. Ochako hadn't even noticed when he took off his helmet while she was watching Momo. You'll be fine, Ochako. You can do this. It isn't like when you fought Todoroki. Toru glomped her from the other side. He's right. You're awesome, so go show them you're awesome. Toru grinned at Ochako, a strange experience now that she could actually see the face of the normally invisible girl. With a deep breath, Ochako nodded, letting herself fill with determination. She could do this. Momo needed her. With a glance at the monitor, Ochako lightly bit at her lip as she considered how far it was to the building. All Might, sir? All Might turned from the monitors to look at her. Yes, young Uraraka? Am I allowed to use my quirk to build up some energy before I leave? All Might put his hand to his chin. I don't see a problem with that. Ochako ran to the elevator, pressing the button to call it to her floor. As she waited for the doors to open, the beginnings of a plan started to form. What she had wasn't much, but it was better than rushing in blind. The doors opened, and she hurried into the cab, while trying to press the button for the ground floor at the same time. The doors closed, and as the elevator started to descend she heard All Might start to speak again. Young Siro. It sounded like she wasn't the only one being called this time. Ochako had to hurry. As soon as the elevator reached the ground floor, she slapped her hand into the side, feeling her power spread along the entire cab, then the cables attached to it, and the counterweight attached to them. As she felt the gravity gathering in her gut, she rushed out of the tower, waiting for the right moment to use the energy. Just as the feeling began to become overwhelming, she gathered half of her energy to her legs. Her legs took on the same nebula-like glow as her hand did when she gathered power to it. Crouching down slightly, she jumped and pushed the energy down and behind her. She rapidly accelerated, flying upwards towards the sky as the air rushed by her, forcing her to squint her eyes. This felt very different from making herself float. It was more like what she imagined flying might be like. After getting used to the sensation, she realized the remaining half of her energy stores had disappeared to absorb the backlash, and she had nothing left. The sensation of flying changed into the sensation of falling, something a bit more familiar to Ochako. Before it could become worse, she touched her thigh with her own hand, negating gravity's pull on her and slowing her somewhat as she once again gathered energy. She knew this was going to be close as the ground loomed ever closer. She braced herself and closed her eyes as she finally hit the ground, her stored energy rushing to her feet just before impact. She tumbled head over heels for several feet before landing flat on her back. She was okay, if a bit dizzy. There was a crackle in her ear as her communicator turned on. "Ochako? Can you hear me? Please tell me you can hear me." Momo sounded a little freaked out. Ochako pushed herself to her feet unsteadily. "I'm here, Momo." A look around showed that she was more accurate in her jump than she expected for a first try. The building was less than 50 feet away. "I think the villains called in Zero, but I'm pretty sure I beat him here." She ran up to the side of the building and followed it until she reached the same door Momo had barricaded at the start of the match. "I'm coming in through the door you blocked." Ochako reached out and touched the metal barrier Momo had made, and as soon as it lost its weight, lifted it up out of the way. Momo was crouched down on the other side, a surprised look on her face. "You're here already?" Unable to keep the grin from her face, Ochako reached down and pulled Momo to her feet. "It's thanks to you actually. It's only been 5 days, but the help you gave me with figuring out my quirk has really made it a lot easier to get a hang of, though I'm sure I'm still barely scratching the surface." Ochako rubbed the back of her helmet. "Thanks for picking me to help you though. I'm glad for the chance to pay you back for helping me." Momo seemed to calm down now that Ochako was there, a small smile forming as she pulled herself together. "The entire building is trapped and dark. I was hoping to turn that back against them, but it's not really working, and now that Shoji is gone, we've got less than 5 minutes before the recruitment runs out to find the bomb and capture it, or catch both of the villains. We need to hurry, and I think your quirk can help us get up to the upper floors without having to go through the entire building." Shoji said he heard Tsuyu moving around a lot, but Tokoyami was staying on the top floor. Ochako nodded. "What happened to Shoji anyway? He just collapsed from what we could see." Momo looked embarrassed. "It was a trap. They had a speaker that we thought was Tsuyu, but it was just bait to get us into a dark room where they blasted Shoji with a loud sound from the speaker. Because he was trying to listen carefully, it overwhelmed him. I don't know what happened after that, it was too hard to see while I was fighting Ida." Ochako nodded, and now that they were away from the door, she touched her hands together, releasing the gravity from the door and returning it to normal, which promptly slammed back into place before she offered Momo her hand. "Well, if we're gonna scale this building, no time like the present." Momo smiled as she took Ochako's hand, and with all of her fingers gently gripping her, Momo began to float. Ochako unconsciously tapped her leg before pushing off. This needed more control than that massive leap she did before. Even as she felt her gravity stores growing, she knew that the two of them simply weren't heavy enough to really press her time limit that much. Momo and Ochako stayed silent as they rose, both watching out for Zero. They were just reaching the 4th floor when Ochako spotted Zero swinging over a building. With no time to spare, Ochako called out to Momo. "I'm throwing you." Momo turned to Ochako with a shocked face that Ochako barely registered before she threw her straight toward the top of the building. Ochako barely had enough time to send Momo hurtling through the air before a length of tape from Zero wrapped around her left arm. She grabbed it, pulling him toward her as she tried to focus on just the gravity being generated by Momo's weight, splitting it in two as she pulled half of it to her right arm. The moment Zero reached her, Ochako's right arm engulfed in the light of her quirk slammed into his chest, sending him flying into and through the wall of the building across the street, snapping the tape he had wrapped around her from the force of the blow. Ochako panicked for a moment. "Zero, are you okay?" she called out. All Might spoke over the comm in her ear. "Worry not, young Ochako, young Zero is merely unconscious." though you might want to be more careful in the future. He's going to have a killer headache after that one. Ochako bumped into the building she was supposed to be scaling, remembered she had just thrown Momo, and quickly turned around to push herself up toward the roof. When she got there, Momo was on her back, panting with a climbing pick on the ground next to her. "Are you okay, Momo? You cut that a little close with the timing there, Chieko," she panted as she slowly pushed herself to a sitting position. After a moment to recover, Momo reached to the book on her belt, the Dictionary according to the label on it, which Ochako had to quickly stifle her laughter at, quickly flipping through it looking for something. Ochako walked over to the door while Momo was busy, touching the door to drain it. She started gathering the energy into her hand and was about to punch the door down when Momo grabbed her arm. "Hold on." Momo stepped around Ochako and up to the door. After a moment of staring, she grabbed the handle and turned it. Ochako face-bombed as she realized the door had been unlocked the entire time. As Momo started to push the door open, she paused. "We better stand back." After moving back a few feet, Momo made a pole which she used to open the door. A bucket full of some sort of slime crashed to the ground, splashing the stairwell. With the door now open, Momo made a bowling ball which she rolled down the stairs. As the bowling ball crashed down the stairs, a net fell down from the ceiling, and the sounds of other traps getting set off further down echoed up to them on the roof. It was only after there was a full 30 seconds of silence that Momo cautiously approached the door, looking down. "Okay, I think that set off most, if not all of the traps. We don't really have the time to try and disarm anything else though, so we'll just have to deal with anything left. I do have one last idea though." Izuku. Izuku couldn't help but be impressed with Ajui's trap. He could only assume it had some sort of sound element, considering Shoji's reaction. Dark shadow sneaking in from the door behind Ida and dragging him out was also well planned. The teamwork the villains were showing had improved even more since last week. With Tokoyami and Dark Shadow monitoring the heroes through holes drilled into the walls and ceilings of each room, and Ajui setting up and operating traps throughout the whole building, it was a simple but devastatingly effective plan. Ajui and Tokoyami clearly knew they couldn't win in direct combat against Momo and Shoji, so they resorted to stalling out the heroes and catching them off guard. With Shoji out of the fight, Momo was all alone and clearly freaking out as she tried to find her partner, even though All Might had clearly said he was out. Toru tapped Izuku's shoulder. "You're muttering again, Izuku." She was leaning against Izuku as they watched the monitors, her head resting on his shoulder and her tail partially wrapped around him along with her arms. He held his helmet in one arm, with the other around Toru. Izuku blushed, but before he could respond, All Might spoke up. "Young Uraraka, you have been recruited by the heroes." "Wait me!" she exclaimed, looking between All Might and the screen showing Momo. Izuku and Toru both moved over to Ochako, standing to either side of her. Izuku put his hand on her shoulder, a look of reassurance on his face. "You'll be fine, Ochako. You can do this. It isn't like when you fought Todoroki." Toru glomped her from the other side. "He's right. You're awesome, so go show them you're awesome." Toru grinned at Ochako, the expression echoed by the hologram of her face. With a deep breath, Ochako nodded. With a glance at the monitor, Ochako lightly bit at her lip as she considered how far it was to the building. "All Might, sir?" All Might turned from the monitors to look at her. "Yes, young Uraraka? Am I allowed to use my quirk to build up some energy before I leave?" All Might put his hand to his chin. "I don't see a problem with that." Ochako ran to the elevator, pressing the button to call it to her floor. Izuku smiled. She was already forming a plan, he could see it in her eyes, along with the determination to succeed. The doors opened, and she hurried into the cab, while trying to press the button for the ground floor at the same time. The doors closed, and as the elevator started to descend, Izuku was distracted by All Might again. "Young Siro, the villain team has recruited you." Siro didn't respond for several seconds, before turning sharply to All Might. "Me? All right. But the elevator just went down. How my wait? Duh." Siro walked over to one of the windows. "I'll take the high road then." He aimed his elbow at the next building, and with a jump started pulling himself along with his tape. Izuku turned back to the monitors along with the rest of the class when Toru leaned over to him, lifted her helmet a bit, and kissed him quickly. He felt his face burning as he almost fell down, only Toru's arms holding him up for a moment. She had an impish grin on her face. She knew full well he wasn't used to her kisses yet, and had made it a game to ambush him with them all day so far. He had yet to keep himself from resembling a tomato. Toru broke out into giggles as she leaned against him. It took almost a full minute before he managed to reboot his brain enough to realize not only had Shiro and Ochako already fought while he wasn't paying attention, but apparently the fight lasted all of a second. Determined to not let Toru have the last laugh, so to speak, Izuku gathered his courage and kissed Toru's visor as close to her actual mouth as he could get. "Ah, l'amour! Magnifique!" Aoyama's voice drew the attention of the entire class, and Izuku realized they were all staring at him and Toru. Then it was just him as Toru turned invisible. The class was distracted when All Might spoke up. Again. "Worry not, young Ochako, young Shiro is merely unconscious. Though you might want to be more careful in the future. He's going to have a killer headache after that one." Izuku took Toru's hand and moved toward the back of the room, putting more space between them and the other students. After a moment, Toru returned to normal visibility, pulling Izuku into a hug. "Probably should keep the PD to a minimum for now," she said, even as she leaned her head against his shoulder and started purring again. "There is something we should probably talk about." Her voice was unusually quiet, and she tapped Izuku's ears with a finger. Her meaning was clear, and Izuku carefully shifted his quirk to his ears to hear better, nodding to show he was ready. "All right. So first, I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about this first. You know how there was that whole invasion of the press last week and everyone was all panicking and stuff and I went to talk to Ochako instead of sitting with you?" Toru said all in one breath. Izuku nodded, frowning as he thought back to that day. "What about it?" "Ochako and I were talking about how she totally has a crush on you but she kept denying it until I asked if she would date you if she could. After the whole panic happened I asked her if she would be okay with sharing." Izuku was rather glad they had moved to the very back of the room, away from the monitors. Everyone else was clearly distracted by whatever was happening. It let him avoid the entire class seeing his face invent a new shade of red. "SSSSSSS. Yes, share." Toru put a finger to Izuku's mouth. "She hasn't gotten back to me about if she'd really be okay with that, but I realized I hadn't talked to you about it, and I really needed to. For the record, I'm totally okay with it, but you both also need to be okay with it or it won't happen, simple as that. Don't make a decision right now, just think about it, 'kay?" Izuku took a deep breath and gently moved her finger away from his mouth. "Yeah, that's it. Okay, thanks for telling me. I guess I'll think about it." Izuku had to take another deep breath, his face no doubt still red. Before anything else could be said, his attention was drawn back to the screens. Something was happening. Izuku moved closer, as much to change the subject as to see what was happening. Azui made her way back into the room with Tokoyami. They exchanged words for a bit, and Azui moved to stand closer to the bomb with Tokoyami. She started to reach toward the bomb, when Azui walked into the room. Dark shadow quickly got between the first Azui and the bomb, while Tokoyami was looking between the two. All Might called out, "Young Uraraka, you have 10 seconds remaining. Remember you must leave immediately once this time runs out." Momo quickly darted in from the doorway, hitting one Azui from behind with a pole as she shifted her shield toward Tokoyami. Izuku realized the other one was Ochako, and almost hit himself in the face for being so distracted that he hadn't realized it sooner. The flashing strobe lights instantly caused Dark Shadow to retreat toward Tokoyami, who moved between Ochako and the bomb as quickly as he could. With a dive for the bomb, Ochako barely managed to get past Tokoyami before he could get in the way. "Your time is up, young Uraraka." All Might called just before she touched the bomb. She had been so close. Momo took advantage of the confusion and distraction provided by Ochako to rush in on the opposite side from Tokoyami. He turned to her, and her shield strobes blinded him. He tried to rush her. Momo reached for the bomb. Hero team wins. Deleted scene. This is entirely whimsical _Cloud Heart's fault. With a deep breath, Ochako nodded. With a glance at the monitor, Ochako lightly bit at her lip as she considered how far it was to the building. All Might, sir? All Might turned from the monitors to look at her. Yes, young Uraraka? Am I allowed to use my quirk to build up some energy before I leave? All Might put his hand to his chin. I don't see a problem with the. He was cut off as Ochako smacked him, sending him flying as his gravity disappeared. Then Ochako turned to the class, a cruel smile upon her face. My fellow classmates, I'm sorry, but you must all be sacrifices to my power. With that, she began her onslaught, slapping every student she could get her hands on. Within a minute, the entire class was floating helplessly as Ochako hummed a happy tune and skipped into the elevator. Izuku. Izuku was torn between being happy that Yaoyorozu and Ochako had won and sad that Ochako's victory had been snatched away by only a few seconds. On the one hand, Ochako had almost won, and her distraction gave Momo the win. On the other hand, Ochako had failed again. He was sure she was upset that she had been so close to winning the match herself. He was torn from his thoughts when Kirishima spoke up. How come All Might didn't say anything about all the traps they brought in? He never said we could do anything like that. Izuku was about to answer when Ida responded. He never said anything about not being able to bring in things from the outside. He told us a set of rules, but he didn't say anything about not preparing ahead of time. Since we now know who our opponents are and what they can do, it is entirely possible to prepare to deal with them should we have the resources. I had thought it was obvious that we were allowed to do it. Izuku nodded in agreement. I noticed it too. While the rules are pretty specific, that makes the things that aren't covered stand out a bit more. I guess it wouldn't be obvious to everyone though, Izuku said a bit sheepishly. Kirishima crossed his arms. That's so unmanly though. Ashido poked him in the side. Doesn't mean it isn't clever. And of course villains would have traps in their base and stuff. That makes total sense. It's probably easier to use stuff like this when you're on defense than to bring in stuff to help when you're the heroes, so I think it just makes things more interesting. Izuku's attention was drawn to the elevator as Ochako and the others finally got back. As he had expected, Ochako was looking a little down, though not nearly as much as the last time. Before he could get to her, Toru glomped her, pulling Ochako into a tight hug. Her face lit up a little bit as she returned the hug. Toru's words from earlier came back to him, how she had talked to Ochako about sharing him. Knowing that Ochako liked him like that put some of her reactions into a different perspective. As he was watching the two of them though, he realized Ochako only really lit up like that around the two of them. She had other friends and definitely was happy around them too, but the way she looked now was different somehow. They were talking quietly, then Ochako seemed to realize she was still hugging Toru when her hand drifted a bit too low, and she jumped away, blushing bright red. Izuku was sure then. Ochako liked both of them. It was easier to see when he looked from the outside, though Toru explaining Ochako's feelings earlier brought it into focus for him. While he hadn't given a definitive answer, and felt like it was cheating to have two girls dating him, it's not like it was unheard of. It was a problem when it was done secretly, but they were talking about being together with everyone knowing. From the looks of things, it wouldn't just be him dating Toru and Ochako either, but the girls dating each other as well, if he was reading things right. Toru hadn't said anything about that, but as he watched Toru pout and tease Ochako, he realized she did those same kinds of things to him, though she was holding back since Ochako and he hadn't officially agreed to anything. Izuku only realized he had been muttering again when Toru turned in his direction and winked, the grin on her face growing even more as she dragged Ochako over. At least none of the other students seemed to be close enough to hear him. Well done, hero team. All Might called out, drawing the attention of the students back to himself. Despite the rough start, it is rather apparent the MVP this time was young Yaoyorozu, though young Uraraka's contribution was absolutely vital to her success at the end. Izuku couldn't help but smile as Ochako seemed to relax and her smile became just that bit brighter with All Might's words of encouragement. Now, for the second and last match of the semifinals. Hero team, young Todoroki and young Sato. Villain team, young Midoriya and young Hagakure. Follow me to your building. All Might raised his fist enthusiastically as he approached the elevator. All Might, sir. Midoriya interrupted, A small grin on his face as an idea formed in his head. He'd have to thank Kirishima later for bringing his attention to what the rules actually said, versus what they might imply but didn't actually say. All Might turned to face Midoriya, a look of confusion on his face. I'd actually like to use one of my recruit points now. What? But of course, nothing in the rules says you can't have a recruit during the preparation phase. Once again, Midoriya, you see through the rules better than I give you credit for, Ida said as he nodded in respect. All Might's smile actually grew a bit more. Being able to think outside of the box is an invaluable trait for any hero to have. Who are you recruiting? Ochako. As soon as he said it, Ochako's face tried to both break into a grin and explode in a blush. Why you really want me? Izuku could feel himself blush a little at the way she said that. Toru latched onto Ochako again. Why wouldn't we want you? You're awesome. The smile she shot toward Izuku told him she was trusting whatever plan he had, though he could practically see the curiosity coming from her. It doesn't matter if there's 3 of you or 20. You'll lose either way, Todoroki interjected. So what's the plan? Toru asked, her tail waving behind her as she followed Izuku and Ochako into the bomb's starting room. Izuku grinned at her. Well, the start of the plan is really simple. Get the bomb out of the building. Wait, what? Ochako exclaimed as Toru covered her mouth in a failed attempt to contain her giggles. The rules don't actually say anything about having to stay in the building with the bomb, or that the bomb even has to stay in the building. If we hide it in a random building, Todoroki won't be able to find it. He could only search 3 or 4 buildings in the entire city in the time limit, and that assumes he realizes right away what we've done. He might spend more time searching the building before he figures it out, which means he'll have even less time to find the bomb. Izuku walked up to the bomb and picked it up. He looked at it in surprise. This is even lighter than I thought it'd be. Ochako and Izuku took an end of the bomb each and quickly carried it out of the room, and Toru moved to help open the doors ahead of them on their way to the roof. In less than a minute, they were on the roof, and Izuku turned to Ochako. All right, now take its gravity, and we can get this anywhere in the city. Ochako reached out toward the bomb, but stopped short of it. Why not just send it completely out of the city? Like into space or something? Izuku smiled at her. Because we're supposed to be villains planning to use the bomb, and it'd be kind of hard to use it if it's in space. I think it violates the spirit of the rules, which is a little different than bending the rules because there was no rule about it, which is what we're doing here. With a nod, Ochako finally touched the bomb, taking its gravity. Izuku smiled at her, then walked up to the bomb and lifted it up. He paused for a moment, turning his head slightly. Toru twitched her ears, making the ears on her helmet open up, and instantly heard what had attracted Izuku's attention. Todoroki and Sato were arguing about the best approach. It sounded like Todoroki was planning to just freeze the building again, while Sato was arguing that they should both have a chance to do things. This is supposed to be a team effort, not a you effort. Toru's attention was drawn away from the argument when Izuku started walking to the opposite side of the building the hero team was on. He gently pushed the bomb off the building, allowed it to float toward the next building and, with a burst of his quirk, jumped after it. Toru and Ochako quickly followed along, Ochako being only slightly slower due to the extra caution she had to take to control her power. After a few buildings, Izuku had to pull the bomb down however, as it started drifting away. He paused as the others caught up, frowning at the bomb before looking back toward where they started. It's going to get harder to move the bomb between buildings, Izuku said, gesturing to the next building, which was only 3 stories tall, 2 shorter than the one they were on. He looked at the other buildings around them for a moment before nodding. This will have to do then. There's enough other buildings around here that he's not very likely to guess it at least. Ochako released the gravity back into the bomb at that and once again helped him move it as the trio headed into the building from the roof access. At the first door they came across, Izuku gestured for Toru to open it, and as soon as they were inside, put the bomb to one side of the door. This should be good enough. There's almost no chance he'll find it with the time he has. He turned to Toru. You should stay here to guard it. As long as one of us is here, we can't lose. I'll be a distraction to make absolutely sure Todoroki can't even use chance to win. Toru stared at Izuku for a moment, processing what he said. You want me to leave you to fight that JRK on your own? No way. I can sneak attack him and get away. Between the two of us, I can make a better distraction. You stay here where it's safe. Toru had to force the image of Izuku, his body burned by Bakugou's attack, from her mind. You're invisible. It'd be harder for Todoroki to notice you over me. You can hide with the bomb more easily. Izuku countered. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Toru growled. If Todoroki is in the room, right next to the bomb, it would be harder for him to notice me instead of you. Her tail twitched in agitation as she glared at him. Ochako chimed in. You know you could both just hide with the bomb. I can be the distraction. Toru blinked in confusion at Ochako, her anger momentarily forgotten. But then he could hurt you. Ochako smiled at Toru. I didn't get a chance to fight him before. I want to get a shot at him. He got me with a cheap shot, but not again. She nodded with emphasis, her eyes shining with determination. Young Sato has withdrawn from the battle. All Might sounded annoyed as he announced. The battle will begin in 1 minute. I guess they couldn't get along, Toru commented, turning to Ochako. That improves the odds of this working at least. Just be careful, I don't want you to get hurt. Ochako smiled at Toru. I'll do my best. Ochako stared at the building they had started in. Todoroki had obviously been busy since the match started. It was entirely covered in ice. A part of her was wondering if he'd even realize they weren't in there. It would be an easy win if that was the case. A boring, very unsatisfying win. She kept flexing her fingers, watching for even the slightest hint he was coming so she could start. She'd have to be fast. One blow might be all she had a chance for. You know, you were so focused watching the front of the building, you never bothered to watch your back. The voice from behind sent a chill down her spine that had nothing to do with the ice she suddenly felt covering her. Todoroki had managed to sneak up on her. She realized right away he had made a mistake though. He covered her hands in his ice. Young Uraraka, your time is. All Might was interrupted by Toru calling out over the comms. We're renewing our subscription to Ochako. For the rest of the fight even. Ochako heard Izuku agreeing, but noticed that Todoroki hesitated when All Might called out. She saw her chance. She channeled the weight she drained from the ice through her whole body, shattering it and using up a fair amount of the power, but she had managed to get a full charge and had enough left for one punch. She spun around and with her right leg glowing kicked Todoroki away as hard as she could. Before he went too far, ice began forming below and behind him into a ramp, which slowed Todoroki down enough to not crash into the building behind him. Ochako was still feeling mighty satisfied with the kick though. As Todoroki slowed down, he glared at Ochako, and the bottom of the ice ramp exploded in a wave, rushing to crush her in its icy grip. Ochako instinctively tapped her thigh as she jumped, letting her weight disappear into power as she leapt up and toward Todoroki. As she neared him, she gathered her power into her right arm, the glow attracting his attention immediately. He raised his right arm, ice already forming to block the attack, when Ochako lashed out with a kick to his gut at the last second. He stumbled back, stunned from the surprise blow, as Ochako then threw a haymaker at the ramp he made, sending him to the ground in a heap. As she fell, her weight restored, she pulled out the capture tape she had. She was almost on top of him when he covered himself in a dome of ice that expanded rapidly, pushing Ochako back and into the wall of a building. She was forced to dive through a window to avoid getting trapped in a renewed barrage of ice. Clearly Todoroki wasn't very inventive with his quirk, since he just kept sending waves at her. Unfortunately for her, it was working. Izuku. Izuku paced back and forth as he listened to what was happening to Ochako through the comms. Or at least, what he could hear, and his imagination was filling in the rest. It didn't sound like it was going good. Izuku didn't want to distract her by calling out to her over the comms, but he was dying to know that she was all right. The only thing he knew for sure was that she hadn't been caught yet. Toru was standing across from him, staring at the door. While she looked calmer, her twitching tail gave her away. Izuku knew she was just as agitated as he was. Their friend was fighting while they were hiding. After another few seconds of silence, Izuku turned to Toru. What are we doing? We're supposed to be heroes and yet we're just standing here, hiding while we let Ochako get hurt. Izuku shook his head, frustration plain in his voice. But, just so we can win some stupid fight, all for some extra credit? I can't stand this anymore, he said as he slashed the air with his arm. Even though we might lose, even though we're giving up a sure win, don't you feel the same way? Let's go and fight Todoroki together. Even if we can't win, we can at least give it everything we have and show him what it means to call yourself a hero. Toru grinned at Izuku. I'm glad I'm not the only one. What are we waiting for? Let's kick his butt together. Izuku let one for all flow through him, empowering his arms and legs as he rushed out of the room, Toru right behind him. They had a friend to save. Deleted scenes. All deleted scenes are courtesy of Whimsical. Caution. Prolonged exposure to Whimsical may cause loss of sanity, spontaneous laughter, desires for world conquest, or mild death. Do not exceed recommended dosage. If ingested, contact poison control immediately. Ask your psychiatrist if Whimsical is right for you. Hint. No. After another few seconds of silence, Izuku turned to Toru. What are we doing? We're supposed to be heroes and yet we're just standing here, hiding while we let Ochako get hurt. Izuku shook his head, frustration plain in his voice. Why? Just so we can win some stupid fight, all for some extra credit? I can't stand this anymore, he said as he slashed the air with his arm. Even though we might lose, even though we're giving up a sure win, don't you feel the same way? Let's go and fight Todoroki together. Even if we can't win, we can at least give it everything we have and show him what it means to call yourself a hero. Toru was silent for a moment. But Izuku, we're the villains. So what's the plan? Toru asked, her tail waving behind her as she followed Izuku and Ochako into the bomb's starting room. Izuku grinned at her. Well, the start of the plan is really simple. Get the bomb out of the building. Wait, what? Ochako exclaimed as Toru covered her mouth in a failed attempt to contain her giggles. The rules don't actually say anything about having to stay in the building with the bomb, or that the bomb even has to stay in the building. If we hide it in a random building, Todoroki won't be able to find it. He could only search 3 or 4 buildings in the entire city in the time limit, and that assumes he realizes right away what we've done. He might spend more time searching the building before he figures it out, which means he'll have even less time to find the bomb. Izuku walked up to the bomb and knocked on it. A metallic sound echoes through the room. Ah, as I thought. Paper mache. Ochako and Izuku each took an end of the bomb each and quickly carried it out of the room, and Toru moved to help open the doors ahead of them on their way to the roof. In less than a minute, they were on the roof, and Izuku turned to Ochako. All right, now take its gravity, and we can get this anywhere in the city. Ochako reached out toward the bomb, but stopped short of it. Why not just send it completely out of the city? Like into space or something? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, only to close it and stare at her for a moment. A few moments later, as Todoroki and Sato were arguing about the plan, All Might came over their comms. Young Todoroki, young Sato, it appears that the dastardly villains have launched the bomb into space, and it was actually an ICBM, which they will drop on some poor unsuspecting city. I know the odds may seem impossible, but I have the utmost faith in your abilities. I know you'll be able to pull through. Todoroki and Sato looked at each other. They looked toward the building. They looked back at each other. Sato grabbed Todoroki and, with his sugar-enhanced strength, threw him into orbit.